Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning, good afternoon, good at lunchtime, evening time, whatever time it might be, right? We in all different time zones, different places, different faces, different people. Hey, therapist. Hey, OnlyFan. Good morning, afternoon, whatever it might be, wherever you are, right? It's Friday. It's not a frisky Friday just yet. It's not Frisky Friday. Or is it a Frisky Friday? You guys tell me. So I know that we probably gonna be here in front of a medical examiner. I'm assuming that this case is gonna be winding down. Our girl, she gotta testify. We gotta hear how this was self-defense and why she took a shot at his foot. And you talk about somebody having some bad luck. Hey, Marilda. Hey, Donna. You talking about somebody having some bad luck. Like you would think, I don't know, guys. And let me ask you, because I'm starting to kind of get my opinion about stuff in this regards. There's nothing risky about your Friday. Oh shoot, Maria, you have to let me know. We need to change that. It depends on if you want a frisky Friday. Some people don't care for a frisky Friday, so you let me know. You know, because I can do some things over here to make things risky for you. But okay, so my opinion so far in regards to this, because I am going to put some polls up today, because I would like to know how everybody is where we're at with this. So after looking at some, I guess sitting back and thinking about it when I was doing the clips last night to hook us up. I guess my thing would be is that if she was trying to truly live him, right? Why would she shoot him like in the foot? Do y'all think she just had bad aim? So could it be possible self-defense? Because I'm just thinking to myself, like, it wasn't like she shot him multiple times. Maybe they did get out there and they got to arguing or whatever the case may be, and she shot him in his foot. Didn't realize how bad it was and walked off because she was mad. And that's why she was in the, the video that we seen yesterday, upset. Just walking away like, you do what you got to do. You pistol whipped me 4 days prior to this. Now you come over here starting all this trouble. I'm telling you that this is not my man. This is my cousin in the house. And you come over here with all this drama, and we come out here and what? Hey, Rachel. She said, I agree when therapist said she didn't shoot him to unalive him. Right. But if I look at that ring camera footage and they're walking around with the pew, she meant business. See, Marilda, I think that's where we can get conflicted, because remember, I was just sitting back and I was analyzing. I think to myself, and I was like, I probably would have been the same way. Like, I'm not sure. I wasn't shooting to unalive you, but I shot towards the ground. Maybe she didn't even know it had hit him. Now, how was she supposed to know that it was going to travel up and hit a major vein and all of this stuff? Like, well, dang, you gotta have the worst luck. Yeah, Donna, that's what I'm saying. Like, I was sitting back, like, especially if we can get some stuff in here talking about that, because they was together for like 9 years, y'all. And I know that when the police came out there, I know she acted like somebody else did what happened, and that may cause conflict in what's going on. But I guess two things can be true. I think that maybe she could have. I mean, she could have been scared at that point in time, like, because she wasn't expecting for all of this to happen. She could have just been, shooting in his direction and it just happened. But I guess at the end of the day, she did something to cause bodily harm to him. And unfortunately, it unalived him. But I think that maybe manslaughter is more of a thing. And I have to figure out what her actual charges are. But if they can bring stuff in regards to him, beating her 4 days or 5 days, or if they had a real bad domestic violence DV relationship, I can see how we can pull off self-defense. Yeah. Yeah, so I want to see if they're going to bring in that information. If they can bring in that information. Yeah, if they can bring in that information, yeah, OnlyFans. Yeah, but and that's the thing. Like, if she can get up there on the stand and explain away why she did what she did, explain how she because it would be much easier to blame it on somebody else than taking accountability, regardless if you were defending yourself. Because and now I can see that happening. Like, I could see all of this happening and her still saying that somebody else did it for being scared. I can see that. So I don't know if I would hold. I mean, if I was a juror, I don't know. Depending on what she says when she gets up there, how she might have taken the cry class. Now, her demeanor in the court, I don't too much care for, because I did notice that she does look at the witnesses and she is making like these facial expressions, like liar, liar, your pants is on fire kind of expressions to people. And I don't know if the jury is catching on to all of that, but that's a little in. So I don't know if she took the take it to trial cry class and she has nailed it. I will give you her key moments and points that she must cry. First, when she gets on the stand and she's explaining her situation and she's explaining their background, anytime that she mentions his name, Pedro, she should be crying. When she gets to talking about, the kids or anything in regards to him, she should be crying. She should be emotional. When she talk about that night and what happened, she should be crying. So these are her key points of crying. She is not supposed to cry for anything that turns out to be for what she needs it to be. You get what I'm saying? So she can't be up there like, even though he might have, boom, boom, boom. She needs she needs to, at that moment when she's expressing that, she should be like soft, not crying, because then it's going to seem like she's crying for herself, right? And something worse happened to him. But she needs to put he put the fear, like it was the fear in her, just be kind of like soft spoken. But when it comes down to, after she explains how she was so fearful for her life that night and why she took the actions that she did, then she's supposed to cry. So then she's supposed to cry like, well, I just, I shot his way, just to get him away from me. And then that's when the cry class that's when she's supposed to cry. No, she can't cry on different points in regards to her. And I want to make this very, 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 very clear, because we don't want you, because something worse happened to him at this point in time. I don't know if I want to hear you crying so much about, not crying, but you can say how scared you were. If that makes sense. I know. I need to send it via the vent. I should have thought about that. We might be too close to her time to get up here and tell us all about it. Since I didn't know about the vent action that they got down there at Dade County in Florida, I wasn't able to take advantage of that and give that to her. But she definitely need to go to the cry class. She definitely need to take this stuff. You say, but the jury seen as not soft already, though. No, yeah, and I get that. When you talking about when she was walking away, and probably her demeanor in the whole courtroom, because like I said, her demeanor in the courtroom is there's a fixer up, for that. When she's talking about the activity that happened between her and him, which made her so scared, she is supposed to be very somber, very remorseful. She should have her head down, not crying yet. But when they start asking her questions about when she walked away, she doesn't have to cry there, but she can explain it away. At that moment, I didn't know he even had him. I was just trying to get him away from me. I just didn't know, and I didn't want him to attack me again. So that's why I walked away. I didn't know anything else to do. And then she's supposed to, with the next question, and they asked, well, when the police came, why did you say? She's supposed to start crying. So she has to kind of like do that. And you can imagine why she come off more. I mean, come on. I can see why she walked away, especially if you was up under the belief that he didn't get shot. Or even if you thought he got shot, well, there you go. Like, you beat me within an inch of my life the other day. Now, we came out here and I told you to leave me the F alone. Okay, you want to keep doing this. So I can see it. Oh my gosh, I'm done with you. Not the baby batter on her face, OnlyFans. You gonna be questioning my crime? Well, that's okay. You can question it. Like, I done had all this time. I'm telling you, she gonna have to do it. Or she got to do it on cue. Also, if you were scared for your life and you just shot the abuser in the foot, let me see. Shouldn't you be then trying to get away quicker? I just don't see any fear. Well, maybe because he ran one way and she ran the other. Well, she walked the other. So maybe it was, and maybe because he was running. He was running. He just ended up, bleeding out. No, you didn't, OnlyFans. You starting that stuff early this morning. We know exactly what you meant. Up here starting stuff. Yeah, well, we shall see what she do today. I like I said, her demeanor in the courtroom kind of messes everything up, Donna, because like, I think when she looking at certain video and stuff, I did see her crying. I did catch some moments where her face looked a little emotional, but she does sit over there in the courtroom like a tough girl. So she does look pretty tough. But I think that if they can bring in some DV, saying that, what happened, what she claimed happened a couple days before, with some crying, with some extra stuff, depending on how scared she was, even though she was walking away, maybe she didn't want to run because she didn't want people to know it was her that did the pew-pewing. Maybe she wanted to act normal. Like some people that go and they maybe they go rob a bank, and maybe let me think of a situation. Not rob a bank. That's probably not a good situation. Okay, I'm trying to think of a good situation where you didn't do something wrong, but you don't want to. You're trying to get away, but you don't want to draw any more attention to yourself. Yeah, because the state didn't bring anything in regards to DV. The only way we found out about DV is through the defense. Let's see here. So as y'all can see, the start of our day, at least our day, you know, I had to earn her some TiVo time. She said, "This is her, right?" Yeah, that's her. I can see. I can recognize. I can recognize her by the tattoos. I don't know, and I wish he wouldn't have all these tattoos on there, because I mean, I don't know, a person with all these tattoos on their hands and their fingers and stuff like that, shoot, they scare me. All right, guys. Well, let me see those ones and those sweet pea gangs in the chat room, and I'll get us in there and we'll see what we got going on today. We'll see what we got going on. I tell you. Okay, some people know how to follow instructions. Great, 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 great. Let's see what Daisy got for us. She seemed like she not in handcuffs or anything like that. Like they pretty you know, free with her, you know, there. Or is that just me? Does it seem like she could have just walked out of the courtroom? I mean, she not in no shackles or anything, you know. Typically they bring her from the back door. Look at her. She kicking it with them. She talking to them. They got a relationship.
Clock and wake him up. I finished going to jail call. If we can get to Detective Denoris this morning and start her testimony, that would be ideal. If not, she can testify in the afternoon. And she's the state, right? Correct. She's also going to. I'm also going to be introducing a jail call through her as well, and publishing a jail call. Is there an agreement from the parties on the content of the statement? So that needs to be skipped over and redacted? So late last night, I finished going through the entire 11-hour statement. I finished around 2 o'clock in the morning. So I didn't want to call Mr. Tomas at 2 o'clock and wake him up. I have timestamps of what I believe are either irrelevant or inadmissible. Mr. Tomas and I spoke briefly this morning. The only actual issue I believe that exists, there is a point in time in which when Detective Janoris walks in at some point, she goes to Ms. Lang, I have a question for you. What happened on Monday? And I can't remember the exact words that are used, but Ms. Link volunteers that she smashed the window of the truck that we discussed during the Williams rule. Ms. Link's response to all that in context is that was immediately after the victim had pistol whipped her. I can mute that portion in time because obviously the court said that could not be used as a Williams rule. I do think it's relevant in this case, in that context, but if the court's order is that cannot come in, I'll mute that entire portion.
So jurors comes back in and that's an isolated mini conversation.
Yeah, it's, I have my timestamp here. It is during the full 11-hour statement. It is at 8:29, 8 hours and 29 minutes, and it goes 8 hours, 29 minutes and 17 seconds.
But it is isolated.
Correct, yes. That's the only actual portion about the truck that's ever involved, but I do think it goes directly to the state of mind of the defendant. It goes directly to the defense's argument that had been brought out multiple times now that the victim had pistol whipped her prior to, that she was in fear, et cetera, et cetera. I think it goes directly to her state of mind. If the court's ruling still is that I cannot bring that up, I would just ask to revisit it on rebuttal at that point in time, but I understand whatever the court's ruling is.
Let's just go backwards. Do you want that in or out, Mr. Demas? Okay, so it'll be redacted.
Sure.
Muted, however way. The other parts regarding this person getting arrested, that person getting arrested, are both sides in agreement for those?
So I've muted, well, sorry, let me phrase it this way. I have my lit support currently working on muting all specific mentions of any actual acts of domestic violence or arrests that are brought up. I intend to elicit testimony from Detective Janoris that this was a volatile relationship, that there were acts of domestic violence that were occurred, but I don't want to get into the specifics because as Ms. Link mentions.
Let me ask you this, how are you gonna ask yours their relationship?
Did the defendant tell you that this was a volatile relationship? She actually, the exact words that Ms. Link uses in her statement was this was toxic as hell.
Okay.
Did she tell you that this was a toxic relationship? Did she tell you that it was volatile? Did she tell you that there were acts of domestic violence that were committed by Pedro Jimenez against Ms. Link? She will answer yes.
But all of those words that came out of Ms. Link's mouth are in the report, right?
To a certain extent, yes. Ms. Link gives specific examples. She says she woke up in a bathtub. She doesn't give a time, a date, anything like that, but she says it happened a while ago, which is also corroborated by Ms. Link's statement to other officers that, yeah, Pedro had a past, but that was a very long ago. Ms. Link also talks about how with the bathtub incident, she says, well, that was the last time I got arrested.
But why revisit it again with divorce? Why, what's the purpose?
Because as of right now, those things really haven't come into evidence, right? The actual acts of domestic violence that are spoken about are not really.
But what's the purpose of having divorce highlight?
I'm not highlighting.
Half a dozen, so.
No, I'm not going to have her speak about any of them. And as we talked about yesterday, the only thing that I'm going to have her talk about is did Ms. Link tell you it's a toxic relationship, etc.? Did she tell you there were acts of domestic violence? I don't intend to have her say, yeah, she told me about the bathtub incident. She told me about this. She told me about that.
I'm not answering my question. What's the point of having generics repeat these? The jury's already going to hear it from the video. Why?
No, they're going to be muted because, again, the court's rulings during the motion in limine that those specific acts were not coming into evidence. The only actual act that was going to be discussed was the pistol whipping incident from 5 days ago. So what I'm asking Detective Janoris to testify to is, did Ms. Link tell you that there were acts of domestic violence? She will say yes, and then I will stop. Did she say that there were acts of domestic violence that Ms. Link also committed against Pedro Jimenez? She will say yes, and then I will move on. And the reason why is because it shows the totality of that actual relationship, and it's inextricably intertwined with my theory of the case that this was a toxic, volatile relationship with domestic violence going both ways.
So, Judge, what I would say to that is nobody's disputing that this was a toxic relationship. My concern is we have a statement where Ms. Link talks about why it's a toxic relationship, but we're going to mute that, but then we're going to let this person give a secondhand account of a statement that's going to be in, but it's going to be redacted. I don't see why those two scenarios should coexist.
Well, so I don't have to play the statement at all. I don't have, I can publish only even portions of it. The law is incredibly clear that I'm allowed to present evidence as I want to, that this is not applicable to the best evidence rule either. And again, the court has already ruled that those specific acts of violence, either way, are not coming into evidence.
So then why would I allow jurors to say in court, they can't come in?
I'm not going to ask her about specific acts. I'm going to ask her, did Ms. Link tell you about Mr. Jimenez committing domestic violence? Did Ms. Link say she committed domestic violence? I'm leaving it in a very broad sense because Ms. Link talks about her actual arrest, which I don't think, based off the defense's arguments last week, and the court's inclination prior to, that can come in, right? We're talking about the second phase of the case at that point in time. Same thing with the victim's arrest. She says he was arrested for this, the bathtub. He wrote a letter to his mom. None of that is relevant to this case.
So you want to be able to corroborate that there was domestic violence on both sides?
Correct, which is my theory of the case.
So what we want to do is the half dozen or so specific incidents from the actual video, based on my ruling, should come in. But the state still wants to paint a picture that there were acts, not necessarily criminal acts on both sides. And it sounds like a pretty general, they want to elicit pretty general evidence from the detective regarding that. I think based on the way that they want to elicit it, it won't be a feature of this detective's testimony.
No, it'll be seconds.
So what's?
Well, if it's limited to the very general questions that he just,
Yeah, I misunderstood. I thought you wanted Jurors to say, was there rats in this?
Absolutely not, no.
That was my bad.
okay, so if it's limited to those very general questions, then
Right, and so it goes into the theory of there were ups and downs.
that's
You
fine.
used the word volatile, so I'll allow that.
Judge, I want to give you a heads up. I just sent you an email. I copied the state. So there is an order dealing with the custody of the kids. I did locate it. It's part of the dependency case. The clerk will not give me a copy unless you sign an order. So, so I'm asking, I sent you a proposed order. I don't know if you want to tweak it a little bit, but I tried to cover all the bases there. They don't have the file right now because it just so happens that just yesterday, they finally quashed that pickup order, which had been outstanding for a long time. So just so the court knows, now that that pickup order is quashed, maybe Ms. Link's mother will change her mind and provide Pedro Jr. I'm going to be at the state attorney's office on Monday morning to conduct depositions anyways. So if she brings Pedro Jr., then we can resolve that on Monday morning. If she doesn't, I have no control over what she decides to do, but just wanted to make the court aware of it.
We'll still need to litigate a few things regarding that child, and then I would also, so I don't know the statute off the top of my head, but there is a statute that says any party, including the court, can move for a hearing on whether or not it'll be traumatic to a child witness to testify in front of the defendant. If we get to that point, I'm going to be moving for that child to be given his testimony, not in the courtroom as well, but we can cross that bridge when we get there.
So I'll go ahead and have the set, threaten me a copy of this, and it looks like it's fine based on our review, I'll sign off on it. But this is for your case sheet, right? This is for your presentation of your case, so you may not, hopefully they get it to you today.
They're not going to get it to me today, Judge. They said that if I show up, they're closed on Monday. I show up Tuesday morning at 9 with a certified copy, then they'll give it to me. I'd ask,
Why not today?
because they don't have the file because it was in court yesterday, because they just signed that order.
Do you know what's shown?
Probably not the same judge anymore, but.
How do I say this?
It's that I asked you, I'm sorry, I just emailed you something. Oh, sure, thanks.
I'm not sure which judge it is, Your Honor.
You made some phone calls. But you want to present this when you start your case on Tuesday.
Yeah, it's a self-authenticated certified document. Looks like Michelle Alvarez Barracat signed the order, the old order. I don't know if there's a new judge assigned to it now. It just says cancellation.
Still over there, so it's probably.
Okay.
We'll make some more calls.
And Judge, I'll send you, if you don't mind, once there's a certified order, if there's a way that you can email it to this supervisor clerk, and I'll send you the email. Just, I don't know, so,
Once my JA gets it, I'll have her send it over to the breakout. She can copy both sides, and, I think I can ask for a certified copy, which is probably, I'll get it before you get it on Tuesday.
I would think you would.
Let's hope they, review that. I'm sure they will. I'm sure it's, like, they're probably giving that professional.
Thank you, Judge.
There's one other issue that I spoke to Mr. Tomas about that I think is actually very.
Going back to the statement.
Sure.
We'll just talk about it and go to lunch.
Yeah, absolutely. I have, like I said, I have my own timestamps. I'm asking Mr. Atal, the reason why I'm doing this is we don't have the actual statement yet. Like I said, I finished it late last night. I have timestamps, but when I went to my litigation support team this morning, their timestamps are used on a different program that is significantly more accurate than the program that I am given. They're off by about a minute or so. So while we're in the trial, Mr. Atal is confirming the actual timestamps, but I have what I have, which I think.
What is he literally?
Basically. Basically.
Your Honor, so there's essentially internal timestamps that are already embedded into the actual interview, so I'm just cross-referencing those.
And then I'll be able to provide a copy of that to everybody, but I can speak to Mr. Tomas about what I'm actually planning on redacting and removing from that video itself.
I wanted to, just gonna tell them what to take the jury on that side. Can I revisit a little bit what we discussed yesterday regarding the,
First Miranda.
yes, but also the, I'd like to file my email with the court as according to the one. My concerns regarding the spontaneous statement. Okay, nothing in this email is anything different than what we generally discussed before, but it sort of narrows, it not sort of narrows down. I'm concerned about the way that the spontaneous statement came out, and my belief that the instruction I gave to the jury about how the jury should view the spontaneous statement, I think I'm correct. So I just wanted the appellate court to see what I was thinking and the case law that I provided to you all yesterday, so that will be forwarded to the one. Look, in the context that it was said, it was pretty jarring. I understand it may have fallen into the spontaneous statements category. We haven't heard all the evidence yet, and the jury is supposed to keep it in mind. If Ms. Borrell testifies and more evidence comes out about Ms. Link and her self-defense claims, I think that statement is less impactful. Does that make sense, Mr. Thomas?
Yes, sir.
We still have to look at we're only halfway through the trial, there's
Yeah.
still half more evidence, half as much more evidence that needs to be admitted, and there's nothing stopping you from saying something along the lines of family knew it was quote unquote a bad relationship, and it's not unreasonable to believe that something bad was going to happen to either side, something along those lines, right? Not yet.
Yes.
All right, did you and Ms. Link talk about the Miranda waiver?
What is it on?
Yes, she wants the whole thing in, including.
I went back and I looked over the Miranda waiver in the second one. While the police say something along the lines of, so you want to talk to us, we have to go over your rights again. They use the word again a couple times.
Which, sorry not to cut the cord off, that's muted.
Oh, well, I was gonna say, that doesn't indicate that she has invoked her right to remain silent, just because they're going over the Miranda rights a second time, or again, it's not a comment on the silence. So yes, the state is going to mute that. I don't think they need to mute that, because this doesn't indicate, that my concern is a comment on the silence. Okay? So,
Yeah, I would just ask they play it, but no, yeah, no commentary, no unsolicited comments from the witness like we had yesterday with that
Right, my
detective.
point is, it's not necessary for us to talk about the first Miranda,
Yes,
because the second Miranda doesn't indicate a comment on her silence or the invocation of any rights, number one. And number two, since it's in the benefit of Ms. Link to have this statement come in, I would think that we would want to streamline it.
yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you, as you as a lawyer, believe strategy-wise, it's better for you to have the state come in, it looks like it's coming in with certain protections. For example, the jury's not gonna know that you were arrested. Does that make sense? So what would be the logic in bringing in the first statement when you vote?
Because they spoke to me outside of the board either way. They were speaking to me the entire time, even though they weren't supposed to. They basically coerced me into signing that second sheet when they took me to the bathroom with an entirely different investigator from the DB department.
But at this stage, you're agreeing that what's in the full interview is better for you
Correct, yeah.
for this trial. So why can't we just move on and not from your point of view, understand that you're getting an overall benefit, even though there's parts of it that you don't agree with, the way that they got you to speak, for example.
I can understand that.
You also understand that there wasn't a motion to suppress filing. So the court didn't have the cops come in and prove to me that your Miranda statement was a knowing voluntary waiver. We didn't have that argument. That's a constitutional motion that could have been filed, just like the standard ground, but that wasn't in front of the court either, right? So that, to me, that's also like a strategic point of view, strategic move by the defense, right?
Yes.
Okay, so do you want to couple, so it sounds like you don't want to talk about the first Miranda waiver. Because if you do, you and I have to have an in-depth conversation about what it means for this jury to understand that you invoked your rights. And essentially, it's a comment on your silence, which has all sorts of huge constitutional ramifications that need to be weighed in this courtroom for appellate purposes. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So why don't you just talk to her real quick about
Yeah.
us not going into the first Miranda?
Because I'm just gonna step outside.
Yeah, I'll step outside too. You all registration.
So,
No,
so we'll leave the first one out, and like you said, you're gonna say, you're gonna read your rights again. That's fine.
I'm muting the part where they say we're gonna read your rights again. It's just gonna go into Detective Janoris. I can show everybody later when I have the actual redaction, because I don't remember it.
do you think it's,
I just don't want any mention of again or anything like that.
I would ask that again, State. That's the one.
against fine, because it's not a comment on silence.
Right, but it implies that she was already read her rights, and that's my fear. If Ms. Link is willing to waive that appellate right to at least that portion of it, I'm okay with leaving it in. I'm just very concerned about even going near the idea that Ms. Link had invoked at any point in time. That's my fear, and as we have said a number of different times, I don't want this case coming back, which there is just case law after case law after case law that says any mention about any kind of first indication of Miranda rights is reversible error, and I don't want to even come close to
I
it.
know it's nuanced, but the second reading doesn't, it indicates a second reading, it doesn't indicate a indication.
But Your Honor, they wouldn't even see a second or a first reading.
Right.
It would essentially be cut off.
And we,
Hold on, I understand that we're going regarding influence. But if
Right.
you raise that argument, it is waived, okay? And you know what I'm saying?
Judge, respectfully, I'm not comfortable playing that if Ms. Link is not going to waive her appellate rights to that specific issue. I don't care about the first part coming in or her waiving there, but if there is a mention of, we're gonna read you your rights again, I'm not comfortable publishing that to the jury in any manner whatsoever. And the way I'm instructing Detective Janoris to limit that is, did Ms. Link approach you while you were fingerprinting her and explaining why she was being fingerprinted? Yes. What did Ms. Link say? Did you approach her? Did she approach you? She said, I didn't mean to kill him. Detective Janoris will say I said to Ms. Link, in order for us to talk to you, we have to go over your rights. And then I will discuss Miranda and discuss her waiving of Miranda and publish that portion of it. But I am not comfortable having any mention of again or anything like that, especially since we had a detective testify yesterday about Ms. Link not having to cooperate with law enforcement and objections sustained by that were made by defense counsel about any kind of inference about her refusal to cooperate with law enforcement. I'm not comfortable, and I'm just not going to play it.
Understood. They'll play it with a waiver. And I still have to speak to Ms. Link about that. Are you agreeing?
So as far as to there being mention of the word again, yes, I will waive any appellate issues as it relates to that very specific part being played.
And are you in agreement with me that while it says again, and you have to go over your rights again, it's going to be the same form. The state is concerned that there may be an inference that there's a comment on her silence.
Right, so I'm waiving that specific appellate issue, yes.
Ms. Lynn, do you understand?
Yes.
So even though Mr. Tomas believes legally he can waive this, it really is up to you to decide if you're going to allow the state to play the full second interview, the portion we're talking about now, about you going over your rights again. So you understand that no one's going to tell the jury that you invoked the first time. No one's going to tell the jury that you invoked your right to remain silent. No one is going to comment on your silence. But you're essentially agreeing that that is not going to be an issue for appellate purposes. Do you understand?
Yes.
You've had enough time to speak to us about that?
Yes.
Okay, do you need any more time?
No.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me about what we just went over?
No.
Okay, so I think you have a waiver.
Yeah, so I'll talk to Wits Support about that later this afternoon. We can actually publish that video and having that portion. There's a few other issues that I think are imperative to address. First and foremost, I walked outside. I made eye contact with one of the jurors. I recognized her. I said hello. I didn't realize who it was until I said that. And then there were a handful of witnesses around where the jury is. They're right outside the courtroom. I asked them all to just move away, so that way there'd be no.
That's fine. Well, I asked him virtually, so.
Yeah, they're right there. I just wanted to make everybody aware of that. The second issue is I want to make sure that we are not proceeding forward on any kind of suppression issue, because Ms. Lynn specifically said earlier that she was coerced into waiving Miranda, so she's going to be.
My understanding based on my conversation with her is she understands that no motion is suppressed.
Right. I just want to make sure that that is also on the record. And then the third
That's
thing.
right.
Yes.
And then the third thing is, I spoke to Mr. Tomas about this. I spoke to Sergeant Crementini on my way into the office this morning. What he informed me was basically this. The phone extraction that is currently in evidence is the entirety of the phone extraction. However, that was done sometime about 2022. Sergeant Crementini, who was working with the team at the time, now has access to better technology. And very recently, within the last week or so, he decided to plug that phone in again and do the extraction again on his computer. Additional data was able to be read at that point in time. He called me this morning and informed me of that. I sent those text messages over to defense counsel this morning. The way he explained it to me was.
Well, that's.
No,
It sounds like we're not talking.
Right.
We're late turning over the stuff.
Well, so yes and no, and I was going to suggest to the court that we do that, and that's why I'm kind of explaining it in the way I am. The way he explained it to me was this. Technology is ever changing. It's getting better, and as the technology gets better, the actual extraction itself is able to be read more fully by better technology. We now have better technology that is able to read that data and different data. The way he described it was basically like the DNA swab. DNA swabs get better over time. It's still the same blood, it's still the same DNA. However, you're able to read more. I sent over what he sent to me today to defense counsel, which is a handful of text messages.
Please have a word to the jury all the way on the side, please. One man will communicate with me too close to us, please.
Those text messages are between Ms. Link and somebody by the name or saved in her phone as, I believe, Smoke. Those text messages include references to shooting people, shooting Smoke's girlfriend, etc. As I said, and as the court indicated about the Richardson, I was going to successfully do one. I don't think it actually.
Why is Smoke's text messages relevant to you?
It's not. So that's what I was going to say. It's not a discovery violation because all that data still existed and was turned over. It's just a newer program that is able to read that data more. It's inadvertent because, again, we couldn't read it when this was actually turned over. It's prejudicial because it could affect Ms. Link's cross-examination or her testimony because she says in her statement, for example, that she didn't know anything about firearms, etc., but she's saying this to shoot other people. My remedy to it, I will not use it whatsoever, and it will be excluded entirely, and I'm going to direct Detective Cremencini to discuss on his direct examination the betterment of technology over time, and if he has done anything recently, specifically about the videos on Ms. Link's phone.
So it's only relevant, the betterment of technology is only relevant about the videos on the phone.
Correct.
Have those been played?
One of them.
All right, is there something else that's going to be played?
Yes.
And if you have access to that, you must, you know what it is?
I'm not sure if there's any new information that I didn't already have.
So there's a few of them. There's the defendant and there's the defendant and the victim exiting the vehicle together, which I'm gonna talk to him about the actual timestamp on Ms. Link's phone on that, which is somewhere in the 10:30 time. The
10:31, the day of shooting?
the night before. So the shooting happens at like 3 a.m. They get outside of the vehicle at 10, which is corroborated by Ms. Link's own statement. There is a video that I plan on publishing later with the children also, them acting as a family, and then the actual shooting itself. I was planning on talking to him about the timestamps.
These are all 1 or 2 days before the shooting.
This is the shooting, the night of the shooting. These have already been turned over, and what I'm going to ask Sergeant Cremencini is, were you able to verify the 2022 extraction to whenever you did it recently? Are the videos changed in any way? And he will answer no. He will actually say exactly, I believe he said it was 861 videos that were on Ms. Link's phone are the exact same from a few weeks ago to the day that it was extracted. There's no change whatsoever when it comes to the videos.
So, I guess just so the sufficiency of the investigation, they explain it that, which is why the testimony will come about recency and extraction of videos on the phone, even though they had it for 3 years.
So it sounds like, at least with the videos, I have all the videos already. The
Yes.
only difference is that they were able to get timestamps from within the data.
No, so if you look at my computer, I'll show you. So if you look at, and I know the court can't see it, but just for the purposes of the record, if you look on the actual Cellbrite report, which is what is furnished to me, the shooting occurs and there's a timestamp of when it was created at 6/25/2022, and there is a 6-minute and 57-second video. Part of that was published yesterday. It's created at 3:06 a.m. When this link is seen, it's about 6 minutes into the video. I'm gonna have Sergeant Cremencini say, okay, if this is started at 3:06, that means that this occurred around 3:11, 3:12. Then I'm gonna show him the call log of the defendant with the 911, showing that 911 was called around 3:21 a.m. All of this has already been in defense counsel's possession. Nothing with regards to the video has changed whatsoever. The only difference is that the technology changed so that we could better read information, and these text messages that were now being able to be read were now furnished to defense counsel. I do not intend to use them whatsoever. I wanted to make sure that that was on the record, that I am giving the remedy of that exclusion of that evidence, regardless of
And then the few that you want to play, because you already said that she came looking for him at, what's his name, Brian, what,
Kevin Bonilla?
Kevin Lupia's house, it was hand in hand, that they were getting along.
Correct.
Until the time of the shooting.
Yes.
So it sounds like it's relevant.
So I don't have a problem with the better being able to pinpoint the time that the videos happened based on this new data. That's fine.
No. The extraction that I have, this is from 2022. Nothing has changed. What I'm talking about, the data being better and the extraction being better solely goes to the text messages. I'm just going to ask Sergeant Cremencini, did you confirm when you got better data, better technology, were you able to confirm that the videos that were extracted are exactly the same? There's no additional videos or anything like that.
So Judge, my only concern would be bringing in text messages or anything else that I hadn't seen up until now, but it sounds like they're not doing that.
That's correct. That's
So then
correct.
there's no problem.
Right, and
Yeah, you have to be careful with the word confirm. That's a confusion, right? Why don't you ask him?
well, he can because number one, he's an expert. Number two, he will and can testify about hash marks and how you can confirm that the same data that is on the phone then is the same data that's on now. He will say they're the exact same hash marks.
So what, so you will start out by asking him, what's the date, whatever hash mark on this item versus this item? And then he can say factually that they're the same.
Yes.
And then you can ask them, do you confirm that they're the same?
Yes,
Do you understand why?
I do.
I'm concerned.
I do.
You just saying, this and this, are they the same, did you confirm?
I know, I'm gonna lay significant predicates
Okay.
before I even get into that. And we can also go sidebar to make sure, or voir dire him outside the presence of the jury to make sure that everything that we do is in the correct way, so that way there are no issues later on.
But I think we take care of those to take care of before these next witnesses testify.
Yes, sir.
Who's gonna be the first one?
We're recalling Detective Zapata. Sorry.
All right, so can I start?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm not sure which would.
Greg, can I,
And I also have, there's a Joel
yeah, I'm moving that. Yeah.
All right, jurors coming in. Jurors coming in.
All right, the jurors.
Mrs. Link exceeded, sorry for the delay, this is my fault. I blame all the delays on. This is, the witnesses are outside, we're ready to go, state's gonna call the next witness.
Yes, Judge. At this time, the state calls Detective Sahara.
Who's calling Detective Zapata?
Judge, permission to reposition the podium?
Yes. All right, Detective, you're still under oath from the last time you testified. So we're not gonna swear you again, you're still under oath.
Good morning, Detective Sahara.
Good morning.
Detective, I want to go back to photos you took from the scene when you arrived June 25th, 2022.
Okay.
You mentioned in your testimony that you photographed a vehicle.
That's correct.
I want to focus on the vehicle that was in the alleyway. What kind of vehicle was that?
It's a silver SUV.
And did that vehicle have blood on it?
Yes, it did.
And did you also review photo vehicle was in? Now, Dr. Mathis, is this the victim's left foot?
It is,
Now, you mentioned that he had a through and through gunshot.
yes. Can I come down? I just don't have my glasses.
Can you show to the members of the jury where the entrance wound is on this foot?
Maybe hard for you to see as well, but the entrance wound is on the bottom of the left heel.
And how do you know it's the entrance wound?
So, in general, entrance wounds are round, they can have a rim of abrasion. In this case, though, his skin is different than the rest of the skin on the body. Regular skin, a lot of it has hair. Foot skin, the plantar skin, the skin on the bottom of the foot, it's thicker, it's more elastic than the rest of the body. Anybody who's done foot rub can attest to it or had to remove a splinter. So when a bullet goes through the skin of the sole of the foot, the plantar skin, the tissue is very elastic, so it will retract, allow the bullet to come in. So when you have an entrance wound on a bottom of the foot, you're going to see more of a slit-like appearance. In this case, you can even see a halo where the bullet tunneled in, but the skin retracts after. And it's just the nature of the skin on the bottom.
And in this picture, where is the exit wound?
The exit wound is on the Achilles tendon region on the back of the heel.
How do you know that's the exit wound?
Exit wounds are irregular. Oftentimes you can take them and push them together, the edges together. You can see that this has a kind of split-like irregularity to it, and then the pieces fit together like a puzzle.
And now, Dr. Mathis, looking at the entrance and exit wound, can you determine the path the bullet took when it entered the foot?
Yeah, so since this is the entrance wound, that's where it's entered. It's what we call perforating wound. So it's entering through the sole of the foot, the left heel, and it is going through the soft tissue and coming out the back of the heel region of the arcuate tendon region.
Now, Dr. Mathis, you also mentioned that the foot is flat and it has tougher skin, is that right?
The sole of the foot, yes.
Would a person wearing a shoe, would that move the path of the bullet when it enters?
the person's foot?
Move the path of the bullet. So sometimes when you're wearing clothing or shoes, it can change the appearance of the entrance wound. It can add irregularity to it. It can also help us to confirm what we're seeing. So if you're looking at this or you're less experienced and you don't have a lot of experience looking at plantar wounds on the bottom of the foot, you can look at the clothing and you can, or the shoe, and you can interpret the directionality from the shoe or the clothing itself.
And what is this photo here?
That's a close-up of the exit wound on the back of the heel on the Achilles tendon.
I'm sorry, is it Achilles?
Achilles tendon region, the back of the heel.
And how do we know that's the exit wound?
That it has all the features of an exit wound. So you can see the skin kind of fits back together with a puzzle piece. If I push the edges together, it has an irregular linear. It's kind of linear, but it's irregular. That makes the features of an exit wound.
And what about this photo?
That is a close-up of the entrance wound on the bottom of the foot.
And how do we know that?
Because of the way it looks. So, like I said, normally an entrance wound is going to be round, but because of where the location is on the sole of the foot and the nature of the skin down there, entrance wounds on plantar surface are kind of linear. The bullet just kind of separates the tissue, comes in, and the tissue collapses behind it.
Now I want to go back to, you mentioned shoes, and that can change the shape or irregularity of a wound. Was the victim in this case wearing shoes, do you know?
Yes.
Did you receive those shoes?
Okay.
What kind of shoes were they?
They're like a boot, casual boot.
Judge, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as states 1X. By stipulation of the parties, Judge.
State exhibit 1X marked for identification now becomes state exhibit 21.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes.
Dr. Mathis, are these the shoes that you received from the victim, that were recovered from the victim's body?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here with the white, where the white stick is pointing?
So there is a hole next to the white stick. This is the outer edge of the left heel region of the shoe. And then below it, we have red discoloration, which looks like blood. This is just a further out photograph, so you can see the entire shoe.
What's interesting about this picture, Dr. Mathis?
So this is the back of the shoe, and if you recall, the wound I kept referring to as on the Achilles tendon on the back of the foot, this correlates with it. This is where it came out from. So it came out of the skin, and then it came out of the shoe, creating this irregular defect.
So that's where the exit wound came out of.
Yes.
And where was this, what part, is this the entrance or exit wound entry?
This is the entrance wound. You can see the fibers of the fabric or leather are pointing inward, and it's creating a defect. So that's consistent with entrance wound from clothing.
Now, you also mentioned that in this case, the victim had a wound to the left foot and a wound to the right thigh.
That's correct.
I want to talk about the wound to the right thigh. Judge, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as 1Y by stipulation of the parties.
State exhibit 1Y marked for identification now becomes state exhibit 22, Judge.
Now, Dr. Mathis, is this the wound on the right thigh?
Yes, so what you're looking at here is the victim lying on his belly on our autopsy table. So you're looking at the back of his lower extremities, the back of his leg. His buttock would be here, right above where the picture cuts
And is the wound to the right thigh, did it have both an entrance and exit wound?
It has both an entrance and an exit.
And this wound is the entrance.
Is the entrance,
How do we know that for the right thigh?
because of the way it looks. Sorry. Because of the way it looks. We interpret gunshot wounds, entrance, exit based on their morphology, the way they look. And this one, you can even see from this view, better closer up, but you can see from this view, it's nice and it's has a round this punched out again.
Now, what are we looking at now?
Now, this you're looking, he's lying on his back now. And up here above, that would be the groin region above, and you're looking at from the top of the body down. And within the tattoo, there is a gunshot wound there.
Is this a better view of the front of the victim's thigh?
Yes,
And what exit wound is that?
that is the exit wound. That's on the front of the thigh. That's the exit wound. Same thing. Just a different orientation.
What about this picture?
So now we're back on the back of the thigh. This is an entrance wound. You can see it has a punched out appearance. You can see the yellow in the middle, that's the fat, the soft tissue underneath the skin. So that's missing, that's the drug gunshot wound. You can see it's got like this oval, maybe round, maybe oval, maybe elliptical, depending on the angle that they go in. Going around the wound. And then you see that there is what we call abrasion, some scraping of the tissue around the edges of the wound. These are all features of an entrance.
Now, Dr. Mathis, for his right thigh, were you able to determine the path the bullet was taking?
Yes, so this is the entrance wound, it's on the back of the thigh, so it's going from back to front.
Is the way that the bullet entered through the back of his right thigh consistent with the victim facing his back to the person who shot him?
The back of the victim needs to be facing the barrel of the gun.
So yes,
Yes.
would it be consistent if you were facing the person who shot him?
No, because the barrel of the gun has to be pointing toward the back of the thigh.
Now, Judge, I now move to evidence what has been previously marked as stage 1Z by stipulation of the parties.
Stay exhibit 1Z, marked identification, now becomes stay exhibit 23, Judge.
Judge, permission to publish?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Mathis, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the student line flat on his back on the autopsy table, and I took hospice probes and ran them through, listened through the pathways of the two gunshot.
So this is the wound to the foot.
Correct. And now it kind of makes more sense when you saw the shoe and how it looked on him. Harder to appreciate when you're just seeing the whole stuff with the probe, it makes it easier to visualize.
Now, Dr. Mathis, I want to take everything together, what you said. We spoke about the left foot, the path of the bullet. We spoke about the right thigh and the path of that. Judge, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as 1K by stipulation of the parties.
Stay exhibit 1K, marked identification, now becomes stay exhibit 24, Judge.
Judge, permission for
Yes.
the witness and myself to stand over here. Now, Dr. Mathis, can you explain to the jury what this diagram is indicating?
Sure, so this diagram here in the middle is the notes I take during the autopsy. We call it a body diagram sheet, and that's where I'm marking down his hair color, our tattoos, and then I noted where the wounds were, what their sizes.
And how did the bullet first enter the body?
How did the bullet first enter the body? So he has So he has he has an entrance wound on the left foot. That's coming out the back of the left heel region, and he has an entrance wound on the right thigh in the back that's coming out the front of the right thigh.
How is it possible that the way the bullet entered, how is it possible with that angle? How would the victim have had to have been standing for the bullet to enter the way it did?
From the bottom of the foot.
Yes.
So that's bottom of the foot. So to get an entrance wound on the bottom of the foot, the gun has to be under the foot. So if the foot is on the ground, it has to be, I guess, on the upper floor and coming through the ceiling, or the foot has to be in the air in order for it to get going. So since that scenario doesn't really make sense, the left foot needs to be up in the air in order for it to be facing the barrel of the gun.
Could that be consistent with if the victim was going to try to run, that his foot was up? Would that be consistent?
Yes.
Now, once the bullet enters the left foot and exit, where does it go?
So then it comes out the back of the left foot.
And then where does it go?
Then it's gonna continue in the same trajectory along a straight line until it hits something else,
And then can you just,
or just drops to the ground.
and then for the thigh, can you talk about how when it left the foot and enters the thigh, how that's possible?
So, yes, so the same bullet can cause both wounds. It can go from the outer edge of the left foot, the left heel, to the back of the left heel region. And then the foot's up in the air, it can go into the back of the right thigh and out the front. So it goes through the foot and then through the back of the thigh and out the front.
And you're indicating that the record reflects that the witness had his left foot up and his front was facing the judge.
Right, so your right leg has to be forward, your left foot is up, and you could create that pathway.
And your back has to be facing the person who's shooting.
Yes, the back of the foot, yes, because that's where it has to come inside.
Now, Dr. Mathis, looking at the wound tracks, is it possible that a single projectile did this?
Yes, in the way that I just described.
And okay, we're good. We're good with this. Now, I want to talk about the internal examination we did. Did you perform an internal examination?
I did.
Okay. And what internal damage did you observe as a result of the gunshot wounds?
So inside the body, his organs, those were all good. I had to do a special dissection on his right thigh to document the injuries going on within the soft tissue. And he had a lot of blood and bleeding in the muscles of his right thigh, in the region of that gunshot wound. And he had holes in his femoral artery and femoral vein.
You mentioned he had holes in his femoral artery and vein. Did the bullet strike or sever those major arteries?
Yes, the bullet struck those arteries.
And now, Dr. Mathis, based on your expertise and experience, would an injury to the femoral artery, such as a gunshot wound, cause rapid or severe blood loss to someone?
It will cause severe blood loss. The blood comes from the heart, is pumping. The femoral artery comes off after the aorta branches into the iliacs. The femoral artery is one of the branches that comes off the iliac artery. So, and it supplies blood flow to the rest of the leg. So it's a very important blood vessel, and it will bleed, and you will lose a lot of blood from it.
And are you able to estimate about how quickly a person can lose consciousness or die from such bleeding?
So when we're talking about a femoral artery, it will take longer than, say, if you have a hole in your aorta or a hole in your lung or a hole in your heart. It's a bit downstream. So it can take several minutes, and then there are things that can mitigate it. If you're applying pressure, or if for some reason the muscle tissue is compressed around the wound, anything that's going to apply pressure to that area can slow down the bleeding.
Now, you also mentioned that several things can mitigate that. let's say, Dr. Mathis, that there was no mitigation, there was no covering or trying to prevent the blood loss. If pressure's not being applied correctly, how fast would the victim take to die from this type of wound?
It can still take several minutes.
And is, based on your knowledge, was that consistent with what happened to the victim in this case?
I don't think there was a long survivability period, but I wasn't aware of that at the time of the autopsy. For us, it didn't matter, but it will take. It's not going to be that you're shot and you suddenly collapse. There is a time period where it will take for the blood to come out of the body, reduce the blood volume so that the heart no longer has enough blood to pump up to the brain to give it the oxygen it needs.
And how is it that the blood is going to come out the body? Is it going to come out rapidly? Is it going to splatter a lot?
Yes, so you have both an arterial bleed and a venous bleed. So the vein is returning blood from the bottom of the foot. That's a low pressure system. It will ooze or it'll accumulate in the muscular tissue. The artery, on the other hand, each time the heart pumps, blood is going to be spurting out of that artery. If that artery has a clear path out the hole, the exit hole, then you will get blood coming out of that hole, and that's where you see, like in the movies, the arterial spread. If there's not a clear pathway from the hole in the artery because it's blocked by muscle or tissue, then it'll continue to spurt, but it'll come out. It may not come out as a spurt out of the hole when it leaks. It may accumulate in the tissues and then dribble out.
I want to talk about toxicology. Was a toxicology test performed on the victim?
Yes.
And what were the results of that test, Dr. Mathis?
I'm just referencing the toxicology report. So in him was detected ethanol, which is beverage alcohol like you'd find in vodka or tequila. He had cocaine. He had metabolites of cocaine, the breakdown products, and he had THC, which is the active ingredient in marijuana.
And how much cocaine was detected in his blood?
He had, according to the report, 0.274 milligrams per liter.
Would you say that's a lot of cocaine, Dr. Mathis? A little bit of cocaine?
It's a healthy amount of cocaine.
And now, based on your experience, Dr. Mathis, what is it that cocaine does to the body or blood?
So cocaine is a stimulant. So it causes your heart to increase. It will increase your blood pressure. It narrows the blood vessels. That's how it increases the blood pressure. And like I said, makes your heart race. It keeps you, it's an upper.
Based on your exam, Dr. Mathis, did the cocaine contribute to the victim's death?
No.
Why do you say that?
Because he's got a gunshot wound that went through his femoral artery and he's bleeding out, dying from hemorrhagic shock.
Did any of the substances that he had in his blood system contribute to his death?
No.
So I want to talk about the cause and manner of death. Based on your examination, were you able to determine the cause of death?
Yes.
What was it?
That was the gunshot wound of the right thigh.
So how long would it have been, Dr. Mathis, based on your training and experience, it would take someone to bleed out or die from that injury?
Like I said, it can take several minutes.
Were you able to determine the manner of death?
Yes.
What was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Moment to confer, Judge. Dr. Matheson, I want to go back to the external injuries you observed.
Yes,
If the victim was running away, I'm doing this.
Yes.
He's running with his left foot up. If he's doing this, is that consistent with what the shot that you observed, the wounds you observed on his body?
if he's in a running position, yes, the left foot has to be in the air and the right foot has to be forward.
So if he's running away, that's consistent.
Yes,
Now, I want to talk about ricocheting. Is it possible that the person who shot the victim shot into the ground and that it went through his left foot and out through his left thigh? Is that possible what you saw here?
I find that extremely unlikely. So when you have a ricochet, when you first fire the weapon, it has all the energy in it. That's why it can make characteristic appearances of gunshot wounds. In this case, the bullet not only went through the shoe, the boot twice, went in and went out, went through the foot, went through the thigh, in and came out. That takes a lot of energy. So ricochet's one, not going to be able to do that, and two, the wound on the back of the thigh would have had to have, if it managed to even get out of the left shoe, which I find very unlikely, that you would have a ricochet that actually can go through the shoe, go through the foot, come out the shoe. When it hits that right thigh, it's not going to have that nice oval wound that you saw. So I can't see this being a ricochet. No.
Now, I want to talk about, again, the arteries that were damaged. Is a time delay in the time from the time that the victim was shot, if there was a time delay in calling 911 or having assistance, would that also likely contribute to his death?
So when you have a wound like that, those are devastating injuries that require immediate medical attention. The wound needs to the blood flow needs to be stopped. Basically, you need to put a tourniquet tight around the wound to stop the blood flow into the leg. And then, of course, you're on a clock because the leg's not getting the nutrients it needs, and you would have to amputate. But a femoral artery wound is a devastating injury. So yes, if you don't receive medical attention, you will die quicker.
So if there was a delay in calling 911 or getting assistance or putting a tourniquet on the victim, that's going to speed up the time he dies.
Yes,
Now, I want to talk about the drugs in his system.
yes,
I know you mentioned earlier that those didn't contribute to his death.
correct.
Would you say, doctor, based on your training and experience, that the drugs slowed down the amount of time he died, it took him to die?
So there are some people who would say, okay, cocaine is a stimulant. So a lot of times when people get shot, they get an adrenaline rush. They may not even feel that they were shot till they look down and they see that they are bleeding. That adrenaline rush, adrenaline is also a stimulant, also causes the heart to beat faster and the blood vessels to constrict, which will increase your pressure. So cocaine as a stimulant could, in fact, actually help the situation because it's causing the blood vessels to be more constricted than they ordinarily would be, which is going to increase his blood pressure, which could theoretically increase his survivability period. But you still have a big hole in your femoral arteries, so.
Thank you. Moment to confer, Judge. No further questions, Judge.
Morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Not to state the obvious, but just to be absolutely clear. We've got 2 entrance wounds and 2 exit wounds on this gentleman,
Correct.
but this is all from 1 bullet, 1 shot, correct?
It's consistent with that. So if the circumstances indicate that there's 1 bullet, 1 firing, this is the most reasonable way it happened.
There's nothing that you're aware of that would suggest to you or indicate to you that there was more than 1 shot in this particular instance, correct?
Right. Look, I have 2 through and through wounds. So could they have occurred through 2 separate shots if that's what the scene and the circumstances supported? I'm not going to be able to refute you on that. But my understanding is if there's one shot, one bullet fired, this is how it would occur.
So what we're talking about here is a bullet that went in through this man's heel, came out of another part of his foot, and then went into his leg and came out of another part of his leg. Is that correct?
Yes, the right thigh and then out the front of the right thigh.
How many autopsies have you done?
Probably is 2000.
As best you can recollect, have you ever observed or you have any knowledge of a single gunshot wound taking that particular trajectory?
I've had single gunshot wounds go through both legs. I've had them go through the arm and the chest, through a foot and then the leg, a foot and then the opposite thigh. One does not come to mind.
You would agree that this is a highly unusual trajectory for one bullet, correct?
I wouldn't say unusual. It makes sense. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's unusual. I would say it's not a pathway we encounter every day.
Now, when someone has an injury like this man had and aid is being rendered, am I correct that one of the first things you want to do is put a tourniquet on the person's leg?
Yes, you want to mitigate the blood loss. So that's going to be pressure, tourniquet, stop the blood flow from stop the blood flow above the level of the injury.
And that was done in this case, correct? That was administered.
There, he came in with a tourniquet on. So at some point, one was placed on him.
Now, the amount of cocaine that this man had in his system, you testified earlier that it's not part of the cause of death, correct?
That's correct.
However, that amount, it is a potentially lethal amount, is it not?
Any amount of cocaine is technically potentially lethal.
But this amount, this isn't just any amount, this is
a goodly amount, yes. A goodly amount. It's not just a small amount. It's consistent with recreational use. It's not like somebody you see like a body packer or anything like that. But it's not just, sometimes we'll see people, regular cocaine users, and they're probably coming down and they have just a tiny little bit of cocaine coming along for the ride. He's using, yes.
So we're in Miami, there's cocaine in Miami. But this is not just, like you said, not a little bit, this is a rather significant amount of cocaine that this man took, right?
This is recreational use of cocaine. It's not, like I said, it's not the little bit we see with somebody that's coming down. They're in the active phase of using.
Now, am I correct that that when somebody's using cocaine and they use other substances, particularly alcohol, that increases the toxicity of cocaine, correct?
It can, yes.
Okay. That combination, cocaine and alcohol, it produces a metabolite called cocaethylene, correct?
That's correct.
And in your autopsy, you tested for cocaethylene, correct?
Yes.
And he had 0.150 milligrams per liter of cocaethylene in his blood, correct?
Yes.
And when looking at the alcohol, he had 0.108 blood alcohol level, is that correct?
Yes, 0.108 in the ocular fluid, 0.107 in the blood.
So if he had been operating a motor vehicle, he would have been driving under the influence.
Correct.
Because the legal limit in this state is 0.08.
That's correct.
Right, so he had this very high amount of cocaine in his blood, along with this amount of alcohol in his blood, which would have been enough to trigger a DUI had he been driving.
Objection, prejudice, calls for legal conclusion.
Yes.
And he also smoked some weed too, correct?
At some point, he used marijuana. I cannot tell you how he used it, and I cannot tell you when.
Now, doctor, you were asked about whether or not some of these substances delay or could affect how long it takes somebody to bleed out. Can you explain that a little bit more, please?
Yes, so just as I explained before, cocaine is a stimulant, and it, just like the adrenaline rush that will occur when somebody gets an injury, it will increase your blood pressure through constricting your arteries, and it will cause your heart to beat faster.
Now, when someone's shot, do you expect them to necessarily start bleeding out right away, or does it take a few moments before blood starts coming out of somebody's body? I mean, usually.
When they're shot, they'll start bleeding right away. You may not see it on the outside of the body, but they're bleeding somewhere. So they get shot in the chest. They are bleeding into whatever space is around them. So in the chest, you have a lot of space for the lungs to expand. They're going to bleed into the chest wall. You get shot in the leg, you're going to be bleeding into the muscles, the soft tissues there. Only when the body is in a position where the hole that leads to the outside is lined up with where the blood is, will it come out. So oftentimes we'll get to a scene of murder. They've got a bunch of holes in their chest. There's not really that much blood out. When we start to move the body and we've tipped it, then blood will start coming out of the holes.
So it might take a little bit of time before you start seeing blood dripping and landing on the floor from somebody who's been shot.
Correct. It just depends how the hole lines up with where the blood is accumulating.
So if somebody's walking or running or in any type of movement, they get shot, but they're moving, you might not start to see a blood trail until they've taken a few steps, correct?
Correct.
Now, so you were asked about whether certain things are consistent with your findings. I want to give you a scenario, and you can tell me if it's consistent with what you found. Okay?
Yep.
So let's assume that we have somebody who is very high on cocaine and alcohol and THC. And that person is running around stalking somebody outside their home. Okay?
Yes.
That person is told to leave. They don't leave. At some point, there's a confrontation, and the person is asked again to leave. The person screams and says, I want to die, I'm ready to die. And then they run towards a house with the intention of breaking into that house, which they have no right to be in. And a person fires a shot in that person's general direction for the sole purpose of getting that person to leave, which they have thus far refused to leave. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
Objection, based on province of the jury.
Yes, finish asking these questions. You hear the rest of the question.
Fires a gunshot for the purpose of getting that person to leave, which that person has refused to leave up until that point. Once that gunshot is fired, that person starts to leave. You would not expect that person to immediately bleed onto the ground and show where that person was standing at the time he was shot. Is that correct?
He could be bleeding at that time, or he could start to bleed later. I can't tell you one way or the other.
So if blood droplets are found, say, 15 steps away from a front door, give or take, 15 steps away from that front door, could that be consistent with somebody running away from that front door after being shot?
So you have the front there shot. Are you telling me where the person was shot, or?
So the person's running towards the front door with the intent of breaking into this house, which they.
Objection, legal conclusion. Debating the province of
Correct, correct.
The person was told, leave. I don't want you here. You're not welcome here. Get out.
Okay.
I'm not getting out. You're gonna have to kill me. Runs towards the door. Shot is fired for the purpose of getting that person to leave. Shot hits.
Okay, well, that was weird.
I can't.
I say that was weird because I can't believe that we used up our TiVo time. But I guess we must have. Okay. That's interesting enough. Yeah, I'm really surprised about that. Let me make sure. Because it just kind of cut off, which was weird, but I guess so. I guess so. I guess okay. Well, I guess they decided to come back. Let's see here. So we got our Jose Soto, his case to be coming up for his sentencing. I don't know if him and his attorney did made up or not, but I guess we'll find out when they come in today. And yeah, I think that was weird. You say you trying to make her not testify? No, I think she got to testify, man. I hope I hope that they don't think they get that off with us. If you don't testify in your self-defense case, or when you claim it's self-defense, you're guilty. You have to testify.
Shot goes into his body.
Yeah.
Ask it again.
Yes.
Okay, so it looks like they are back.
This man is whacked out.
Right, Donna. Yeah, that's my whole thing. Like, if you don't testify, then you're guilty. Hey, Lynn. Thanks for tapping in. You know, you and SD, y'all be out here in these streets. Be coming in at 4:00, talk about I've been here all day. Yes, I guess they went to a little sidebar. So here we go.
This man is whacked out of his mind on cocaine, alcohol, marijuana. He's been asked to leave. He refuses to leave. He's in a heightened state. very aggressive. Screams, I'm ready to die, I want to die. It's not leaving. It's not welcome in the house. It doesn't have permission to be in the house. Has no license or has no authority, no right to be in that house. He's going to that house, running towards that door, shots fired for the purpose of getting him to leave, which he has already refused multiple times to do so. Shot goes into his body. Once that happens, he's not going to the house anymore, he's running away. He takes about 15 steps running away from the house, give or take 15 steps before blood starts to drip out and hit the ground. Is that consistent with what you've seen here, with the wounds in this case? Could that have happened?
So you're asking if could he have been shot while still inside the house before leaving? Is that-
He didn't get inside the house. He
Okay.
was running towards the front door, is shot, and now the shot is what caused him to abandon his attempt to go into that house.
Okay,
So now he's running away from the house,
okay,
and he makes it about 15 steps, give or take, 15 steps away from the house before you start seeing a trail of blood on the ground.
okay.
Is that consistent with this? Does that make sense?
It can happen that way, yes.
Okay.
Like I said, he could start bleeding immediately, or it could take several steps to begin to start bleeding.
So the scenario that I just laid out for you, this is not a wildly impossible or unlikely or ridiculous scenario. This is consistent with what you've seen, correct?
Yeah, it's one way it could happen. I can't tell you for sure that he didn't start bleeding for 15 steps. I also can't tell you for sure, oh, he would have started bleeding immediately.
And nobody knows for sure except for the people who would have been there, right?
Correct.
Thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Mathis, you were asked on cross-examination about if a tourniquet was placed on the victim, it would help slow down the bleeding.
If placed tight enough, yes.
You don't know when a tourniquet was placed on the victim in this case, do you?
No.
So if there was a delay in when the tourniquet was placed, would that slow down the bleeding or cause him not to die?
The delay in the tourniquet, he'll be bleeding the entire time until a tourniquet is put on, tightly. So anytime up until that tourniquet is put on, the pressure's not being applied, the wound's going to be bleeding. You may not be able to see it on the outside, but it'll be bleeding on the inside.
So if a person waits 10 minutes to call 911 and the officers then take some time to get there after, would that contribute to the victim's death as well?
Yes, yes.
Now, you were asked about the blood coming out, and they're coming out of holes, and it may not bleed at that time, or it may. If a person is running away, would the blood start coming out?
It should, because now you're moving the leg, you're advancing it forward, you're causing manipulation, just like I told you. When we start flipping the body, the blood starts pouring out of the hole. So as you're moving, the blood you should start leaving a blood trail.
You're also asked about hypotheticals, so I want to pose one to you. If a person goes outside, they're on the steps, they pick up a gun, they point it out of the victim sees the gun, in fear for his life, turns around and runs away, and that person shoots. Is that consistent with what we have here today?
Can you repeat your question?
Yes. A person picks up a gun, aims it at the victim in fear for his life, turns around, runs away, and the person shoots the victim. Is that consistent with what we have here today?
Yes, it could happen that way.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
Judge, we agree, cross on that question.
Yep.
Judge, I would ask that we go sidebar.
I haven't heard anything yet, so not at this time. Go ahead.
You were asked about a victim who's in fear for his life, running away, right?
Yes.
That's the question she just asked. Would you expect somebody who's in fear of their life to say, "I'm ready to die"?
Objection, Judge. Speculation, maybe province of the jury.
Can you answer that question?
I can't.
Okay. So
Thank you.
Can you please step down?
All right, thank you.
Bathroom, yeah, let's just go real quick to the bathroom. Ready?
All right, for the
You
jurors.
guys can self-govern while we're in there.
Talk about waking you up. Like, I wasn't expecting that to come from his mouth in regards to this. Like, really? He said he don't have nothing to say to that. Like, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, sir. Let's see. Did they go on lunch? Oh, excuse me. Oh, they went on a potty break. Okay. Um, I don't know, but I know that they definitely trying to push this narrative that he was running away when he got shot. That's what I am noticing in regards to this testimony, is that that's one big key thing that they keep trying to say, like he was lifting his foot and they kind of entered the back. Of his foot. So they trying to say it was like a lifting motion. Wow. So interesting enough. Let's see here. Why they on a potty break? Oh boy. So as I was saying earlier, we do got our that's not till 12:30 with Jose. Let's see what else is going on out here in these YouTube streets. Let's see if we got any breaking news. Um Well, it's about to be the start of the NBA season. Yay. I'm just being nosy to see what we can see. This how I be finding stuff. Mm-hmm. No, I really don't see nothing that exciting out here in these streets. I'm so mad the way Court TV got they little stream going. Okay, let me see. Do. If I can see that get the back of the leg when someone is running away would make sense for it to hit the foot and then the thigh. Yeah, maybe so. Hey, Baka, welcome in. How are ya? Let's see here. If she was in the front of him, he would have to have been trying to kick her or something. Okay, Indian therapist says his foot would have come up 5 inches for the bullet to hit his heel, but even the trajectory, I can't talk today, would match what the ME had. That's weird. Yeah, this is weird. Yeah, well, that is definitely different. I think that they really trying to push like he was trying to flee, like so if she's trying to say that it was self-defense, it could look as if, hey, no, it was not self-defense. They were trying to get away. Like he was trying to leave. So that's interesting, to say the least. But they definitely gonna try to push that he was trying to get away and she shot him while he was trying to run. But I think that with him having all that amount of drugs in his system, I'm not sure if she had any drugs in her system, but with the drug amount that he had in his, like, he could have been very, very, very irate. Like he could have been whacked out of his mind. And they with those type of drugs, like, do you even feel pain? I don't even know. I guess that would be my thing. They might be going to lunch soon.
I think it's
26.
Yeah, 16. Yeah. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yes, my name is Sergio Cremesini.
And where do you work?
The Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
And what's your title there?
A sergeant at the moment.
How long have you worked at the Sheriff's Office?
I was hired September 16 of 2013.
What unit do you work in currently?
The Homicide Bureau.
And do you have any training or experience on cell phone extractions?
Yes, I do.
Can you please tell the members of the jury what that is, your training and experience there?
Sure. So within my current role within the Homicide Bureau, I'm the supervisor of a specialized unit within the Homicide Bureau. And within that unit, myself as well as some of the detectives that are assigned to me. We've attended various trainings in the areas of digital forensics, specifically cell phones, as well as just general cellular records as well.
And in order to work in that unit, do you have to go through that training?
Yes, in order to conduct the work that we do, there are prerequisite and required trainings.
And I think you already said this already, but specialized training specifically for cell phone extraction, that's something that you have to do?
Yes, so there's a few different trainings in regards to actually conducting the cell phone extractions that I've taken, specifically by a company called Cellbrite, which is the primary, one of the primary softwares that are utilized in conducting these extractions. And with those trainings, they're broken up into a few different areas, but primarily in the actual extracting or downloading the data from a cell phone or an electronic device, and then processing that data that's downloaded as well.
Okay. And generally speaking, how do cases get assigned?
Are you asking in the context of myself or in just a case in
cell phone
general?
extraction, I'm sorry.
So in the case of, or in the circumstance of a cell phone extraction, it could be as simple as the detective, whoever it may be, just picking up the phone and calling and just informing us of whatever assistance they may need.
Okay. And generally speaking, is this, let's say a detective calls you up and says, hey, Sergeant, I want you to extract the phone, or is it randomly assigned?
So within my unit specifically, it's myself and a detective, one other detective that I supervise that has the training and the equipment to conduct that. So within my unit, the phone call would ultimately end with either myself or that other detective.
Now, were you involved in a case PD 2? To 0625210513?
Yes, I was.
How did you get involved in that case?
So in that case, in this case, I was provided ultimately with 2 cellular telephones to attempt to conduct forensic extraction.
Who provided those to you?
The relevant telephone is from a detective, Daniel Morales.
Now you said relevant phone. What are you talking about there?
So of the 2 phones that were provided, one of the phones I was able to obtain a full extraction from due to the password being provided. The other phone was an iPhone that was password protected and the password was not known. And due to the state of the phone, an extraction was not able to be conducted on that other device.
Now, I want to talk about that for a moment. Did you attempt to extract that cell phone?
Yes, I did.
Were you ever able to extract any data from that cell phone?
No.
Okay. Were you ever provided a password to that cell phone?
I was, but it was unsuccessful.
Now, when that detective got you the phone or gave you possession of that phone, was that with a warrant or did you just unlock it yourself?
No, it was the device with the accompanying property receipt as well as the search warrant.
Now, how do you identify a phone that you are going to extract?
Well, depending on how it's provided, but typically in an instance where a search warrant is provided, it would be whatever is identifying features are explained in the search warrant, and that then in conducting a physical review of the device to ensure that it's the correct device that accompanies the legal process.
Now, after you confirm that you have the correct phone, what do you do?
So typically you take that device and you just do a visual of it, ensure that it's working, that it's powered on. And then from there, take it to a specialized equipment and then begin the extraction of that device.
Okay. Can you explain to the members of the jury what a Faraday room or Faraday box is?
Yes. So pretty much think of it as a large room that any signal cannot get into. So if you were to take your phone inside, it would be completely shielded from any Wi-Fi, any cellular, or any sort of connection that could communicate with the phone. So it isolates it completely from any sort of outside signal.
Okay, and generally speaking, does data change on a phone?
It can, yes.
Okay. How does it change, or what, is there anything to stop it from changing?
So with any cell phone, there's always going to be things that change on the phone just by the way that phones work. There's always things happening in the background. There's always applications that are open, and there's always things that are continually evolving. That doesn't mean that the files themselves change, but there are additional files and additional logs and records that occur just with the phone being on.
Now, I know that we talked about this briefly, but once you plug a phone into a computer, what happens with that? Do you download the phone? How do you go about that? Is there a program?
Yes, so in this case, I utilized a piece of equipment manufactured by a company called Graykey. And with that, after unlocking the phone and connecting it to the equipment, it downloads a full extraction of the entire file contents within a phone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So essentially, you can think of a phone as a library, and the contents being the individual sections. So that equipment takes and it stores and copies all of the contents that are on that phone.
Once a phone is actually extracted, do you do anything to verify the data that was on the phone that you properly extracted it?
Yes. So upon all of the data being downloaded, there is a process that's called a generating of a hash. And a hash is pretty much consider a digital fingerprint that can be run or compared against any file. And if just one bit of information, the most minute thing changes, there's going to be a different value that's generated. So that's a way that once that extraction is complete, the state of the extraction and the data that was downloaded can be verified that it is the same and that is continuously the same and does not change.
Let's talk specifically about when you first extracted this phone. Did you do that and confirm that the data that was extracted was the same data that was on the phone?
So the hash initially is generated automatically in the process of extracting the phone. And then when I take that data and upload it to a second software, which actually interprets the data, a hash is generated again and compared to the initial one, verifying that that it is in fact the same data and that what was utilized to generate a report is from the same contents.
Okay. And once that phone actually is extracted, what do you do with that data? Do you give it to somebody? Do you keep it yourself?
Yes. So after uploading it into secondary software that actually takes that file from the phone and turns it into something that you can read, I generate a report and provide that over to the detective to review the contents.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Judge, permission to retrieve evidence and permission to publish. Thank you. Detective, I do not know if you can see how my screen here because it's a little small, but can you tell us what we're actually looking at right here?
So this is what's going to be called a Cellbrite reader, and this is it's the end product, so to speak, of what the extraction and the data contained within the phone ultimately, how it ultimately appears.
Now, you mentioned a moment ago that there was a phone that was provided to you by Detective Danny Morales. Is that this data?
Yes. So the case number, there's going to be a case number there at the top left, and that's going to be the digital forensics unit case number that was assigned for the extraction of that specific device.
I want to show you a few specific points from this phone.
You need to step down.
Thank you.
So detective, yeah, if you could actually, can you just tell us right here what the date and time that this where it says created?
Hold on a second, make me to position yourself.
So for this particular file, June 25th, 2022, 3:06 a.m. Okay, and we see that this video is how long?
6 minutes and 57 seconds.
And we
I'm
see,
sorry, I hate to interrupt. Is this in evidence?
yes,
Do we have to mark it?
it's already in evidence. It's been moved yesterday.
Oh, what number was it?
16.
16. Okay, so remember, folks, this is in evidence. So if you need to look at it in the future as you deliberate, it is accessible to you. Go ahead.
So we see how long is this video?
6 minutes and 57 seconds.
And if you tell me what the timestamp is right here,
It's at the 6 minute and 7 second mark.
and we see an individual right here. So at 6 minutes, 7 seconds after 3:06, can you generally tell us what time that is?
Right about 3:12, 3:13 a.m.
So this video would have been created, or this portion of this video would have been about 3:12, 3:13, so.
Yes.
Let me just publish this. Can you tell us the date and time that this video was created?
June 24th, 2022 at 10:37.
And we see a vehicle and 2 individuals?
Yes.
And this would have been earlier in that evening?
Yes, the previous day.
Let me publish this video now. Finally, we have this one. Can you tell us the date and time that this video was created?
June 24th, 2022 at 1:43 p.m.
And so again, that 3:06 video that we saw, this was earlier in that evening as well?
Yes.
I'll publish this video. items under 13 and 14. Can you tell us, number 14, what it says?
It's gonna be an applicant call, Mark's dial, this is 9911.
And can you tell us the date and timestamp there?
June 25th, 2022, 3:21, and a couple seconds, AM in the morning.
And right above it, number 13, can you tell us what that call is?
So same, there's 19 less, and it's also gonna be my one call.
So it's fair to say that's a call to 911 emergency services?
Yes.
And the date and time on that?
June 25th, 2022, 3:21 AM.
The first video that we saw, that first timestamp was at 3:06 AM, and it was 6 minutes long, give or take.
Yes.
And you testified earlier that that means with that timestamp of when we saw an individual walking in front, that was about 3:11, 3:12, 13. Is that correct? And obviously 3:21 is a 10-minute delay.
About.
Let me move on here, and I'm gonna scroll down to the bottom of this video, where it says social media. Can you just tell members of the jury what these two things are right here?
So the first one would be Facebook and the usage of just the Facebook application, and we'll TikTok, another social media application.
Sorry, Facebook and TikTok are social media account?
Yes.
Let me ask you about Instagram. Instagram is also a social media account.
Yes, Instagram is actually currently owned by Facebook.
Okay, if you could tell us what we're looking at right here.
So this is going to be within the user accounts section of the phone extraction, where it's going to categorize, just generally speaking, any accounts that were on the phone. Not limited just to social media, but any email accounts, social media accounts, things like that are going to be categorized in this section. And this one specifically is a Instagram account that had been utilized on the cell phone.
Okay, and this, excuse me, this Instagram account would have been utilized on this phone,
Yes.
meaning that this is this person's Instagram account?
I'm sorry, ask it again?
This Instagram account would be belonging to this phone or have been accessed by this phone?
Yes, this is indicative of that account having been utilized on that specific device.
And if you could just publish the image to the jury of that right there.
Great.
Great, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
See if there's any process on it.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Your excuse. Thank you. All right, folks, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break now. Let's come back so that we're ready to start right at 2 o'clock. So I'm giving you an hour and 15 minutes to plan to eat and also travel time. There should be less foot traffic in the building today. We don't have no jurors obviously on Fridays. These are my instructions about ignoring the parties and those asleep, you bump into them in the hallways, etc. Please don't talk about the space among yourselves, and please do not do research about the space. If you become aware of any violations to the orders that I remind everyone every day, please bring it to my attention as well as my agent. He will take your notes, just like he's been doing all week, and he'll tell you where to meet him so that we can reconvene and start talking at 2 o'clock.
Third floor, please. All rise for the jurors.
All right, the jury has left. What Clemency just testified to, the jury can't take it back with them, right?
Well, so this is her phone. What we can do is Mr. Thomas and I can sit down and agree on certain items, but then do a demonstrative to send back to the jury. Because obviously there are stuff on this phone that cannot go back. It will obviously be depending on cross-examination and rebuttal, because there are text messages I intend to publish to the jury from this phone on cross and potentially rebuttal as well. But we can sit down and.
Okay, cross that bridge, once you get there, if you guys don't do that, that's not possible. They just ask to see certain items and then we just publish.
Yeah.
In open court.
Yeah.
All right. Should we come back in about 45 minutes? I'll give everyone a 45-minute lunch break. We'll come back at 1:30 and then we'll go over the statement. Does that work?
We just received it. If you could.
Yes, Your Honor, it's an hour, 32 minutes, and 20 seconds.
So we should be able to rest today.
I just want to make sure that you show the areas that are agreed upon for the redactions, the areas that are not agreed upon for the redactions at 1:30 when we come back. I can give you my ruling.
Sure.
But it seems like it's 95% of the parties are agreed, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And,
I actually don't think there are any disagreements. I'm sorry.
we're not going to be using any, written transcripts for them to follow along.
No, unfortunately, as I mentioned to the court in an email yesterday, Mr. Tomas, the vendor, for whatever reason, did not provide a full transcript. The only thing that we were able to do was generate an AI transcript.
Look, it's what it is. I think at the end of the day, unless it's an agreed upon transcript, they always rely on the evidence that they use, right?
Yes.
That's the default instruction. So, okay. Mr. Tomas, unless you agree that this AI generated one can be used as demonstrative, they shall rely on their memory. I'm sorry, or if you want, we can show them the AI generated, transcripts. If you agree, it can be used as an aid. I'll let you tell me that at 1:30.
Your Honor, one of the issues I'd like to raise with that is that that doesn't have the appropriate redactions to match up
Oh, I
with the
see.
video.
All right, then forget that idea. All right, so we'll just look at the video. So we'll come back at 1:30. Okay? Actually, why don't we come back at 1:35, so I don't have the full 45 minutes. 1:35. My meeting is open.
35?
Yeah,
45?
1:35.
135, all right.
1:35, sorry. Okay, opportunity.
Okay, so they are going on their lunch break. Lunch break. I was like, it's kind of, they like going for, I'm surprised it's after 12 and they haven't let these people go eat. But thank goodness they allowing these people to go eat, right? So I'm assuming that we're going to be coming up to going into the defense case very, very, very shortly. Is what I can gather from this. Man, this man face is just really funny. Gosh. I was looking at what it is, this thing. Let me show y'all. Wait, y'all see this attorney's face right here? Oh my goodness. Y'all see that? His eyes, and I know we caught that. You say YouTube has been spotty today. Oh no. His eyes right here. Oh my. They said, oh. I just happened to be going down my timeline looking at that like, oh my goodness. He said, oh. Boy, oh boy. They are popping out his head. He was shocked. Let's see what else we got out here. So y'all know we got the Adelson, her sentencing hearing on Monday. You know, for some reason, I don't even understand when we talk about sentencing hearings for people. I guess it's so the family and the victims can talk. But I'd be like, well, if they gonna get sentenced to life anyways or something like that, why do we even have to have these? Like, what's the point? Hey, Catch Up Court, how are you? Like, what is the point? But who am I? I don't know. Probably, I guess it's just part of the justice system. But I'm like, well, if all you can get is life, just like when we were talking about our Jose Soto case, like they have already determined that he should be sentenced to DP. And so I'm just trying to wonder why did we have to go through this Spencer hearing and things like that unless they were going to change something, but I guess possibly. But after that mess that he pulled with his attorneys and his attorney calling him an idiot the other day, I don't think he has any, there's nothing else for him to do but to go over there and DP. So Rachel, I would ask you to come up, but I don't want to confuse Bianca's case with this case, if that makes sense. I do think I want to listen to the ME's testimony again for those that may have missed it earlier. Thank you, Drunky. I know, and and I just got it up. And I tell you, I think I've been trying to go to the gym, give me some guns like Jason and Zach. So I've been trying to go to the gym. So when I go to the gym, I like pin it up, and I do a photo shoot for about an hour and a half. Don't break a sweat and claim I went to the gym. So there you have it. So that's how my hair got up. I say if I keep going, having a photo shoot, pretending like I'm working out, eventually one day I'm gonna actually really like work out and break and bust a sweat and be proud of myself. But until the end, oh. Let me get I want to look at the ME's testimony again. Or unless y'all have some other testimony that y'all want to see. But I did because I really want I thought the ME was high. I was like, he like his eyes going in the back of his head as he testifying and all that stuff. I'm like, what is he talking about? Eyes going in the back of his head, like, all right, look like something today. I'm asking people to work out for me, and then that way, when I go to the gym, I could just look at myself in the mirror and say I worked out, and somebody else worked out for me. So I'm gonna be sending out workout requests. Workout. That's the key.
In other words, the legal identity of Pedro Jimenez has been established by stipulation of parties. You can start questioning Dr. Mathis.
Yes, Judge. Good morning.
You can start questioning Dr. Mathis.
Yes, Judge. Good morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
Good morning, I'm Dr. Benjamin Mathis.
Mr. Mathis, what do you do for a living?
I am the Chief Medical Examiner of the Miami-Dade County Medical Examiner Department.
And how long have you been the Chief Medical Examiner?
10 days. Last week, they promoted me to chief medical examiner. I've been deputy chief for the prior 3 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So you mentioned you've been deputy chief for 13 years.
I've been at the medical examiner department for 13 years. The last 3 were deputy chief.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and training in forensic pathology?
Sure. I went to Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island for my undergraduate degree in classics Latin. And then I stayed at Brown for medical school where I graduated with a doctor of medicine degree. Then I went to the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia for my residency in pathology, anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. After completing the residency, I came to Miami for a fellowship. After completing the residency, I came to Miami for a fellowship to subspecialize in the subspecialty of forensic pathology.
And are you board certified in forensic pathology?
I am.
About how many autopsies, Dr. Mathis, have you performed over your career?
Around 2,000.
And have you previously come to court to testify as to the cause of death of an individual?
Yes.
About how many times have you done that?
Several dozen times. I usually come about 10 times a year, 10 times a year times 12 years, 13 years I've been here.
And were you qualified as an expert on each of those occasions that you came to testify?
I have.
In what field were you qualified as an expert?
Forensic pathology.
Now, Dr. Mathis, can you tell the jury what exactly a medical examiner does?
Sure. A medical examiner is a forensic pathologist who works for the government generally. And we're charged with investigating deaths of individuals who die either under circumstances or because of who they are that the state has an interest in. So all non-natural deaths will go to a medical examiner, accidents, suicides, potential homicides, drug overdoses, inmates from the prison, those who die in police custody. And then when we investigate their deaths, we need to determine the cause of death, what caused them to die, and the manner of death, which is how we classify their death. We'll perform whatever investigations or studies we need to do, whether it's a record review, looking at their medical records, to performing a full autopsy, performing special dissections, having special tests run, studies done, also that we can determine what the cause and manner of death is.
And were you working as a medical examiner for Miami-Dade County on June 25th, 2022?
I was.
Are you the original medical examiner who did the actual autopsy on the victim, Pedro Jimenez?
Yes.
So I want to talk about your involvement in this case, Dr. Mathis. When did you perform that autopsy?
June 26, 2022.
Where did you perform it?
At our office, it's a medical examiner department. It's right across the street from Ryder Trauma at Jackson Medical Center next to Miami-Dade College Health Campus.
And when the body arrived for autopsy, what was its general condition?
He was in a fresh state. He had soiling from blood staining on his legs.
And did you observe any signs of medical intervention, such as bandages, anything like that on the body?
Yes, he had a tourniquet on his right thigh.
Now, can you walk us through the steps you take when performing an autopsy, Dr. Mathis?
Sure. So first, we capture the height and weight. We take a receiving photo of the individual. Then if it's a suspected homicide, we'll get pictures of the hands. Then we'll collect fingernail clippings as evidence. The body will then be washed. We'll take photographs, overall photographs of the individual. And then if there are any tattoos or injuries, we'll take photographs of those. Once the photographs have been taken, then the doctor will take any written notes about the external appearances of the body, of the tattoos, of the injuries. And then at that point, an internal examination, or what people colloquially will call the autopsy, will begin to be performed.
So you mentioned a lot of steps there.
Yes.
So I want to break that down. Can you explain to the members of the jury what an external exam is?
Sure. So external exam sounds just like that. We're taking note of the external features of the body. First is the routine, their body size, their body habits, their height, their weight, their eye color, their hair color. And then we will, after all the regular stuff has been documented, then we'll turn toward tattoos and scars. And then then we'll move into injuries. If there are any external evidence of injuries, then we'll document those down as well.
So you mentioned that you document tattoos. Did the victim in this case have a lot of tattoos?
He did,
And was one of those tattoos the name Daisy?
yes.
Now, you also mentioned you start with external injuries, so I want to talk about those. What external injuries did you observe on the victim's body in this case?
Yes, so he had a through and through gunshot wound on his right thigh and a through and through gunshot wound on his left foot.
Now, Dr. Mathis, you mentioned a through and through gunshot wound through the right thigh and left foot.
Yes.
So I want to break that down. I want to start with the left foot. Your Honor, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as states 1W by stipulation of the parties.
State Exhibit 1W marked for identification now becomes State Exhibit 20.
Now, Dr. Mathis, is this the victim's left foot?
It is,
Now, you mentioned that he had a through and through gunshot.
yes. Can I come down? I
Step
don't
down,
have my
please.
glasses.
Can you show to the members of the jury where the entrance wound is on this foot?
Maybe hard for you to see as well, but the entrance wound is on the bottom of the left heel.
And how do you know it's the entrance wound?
So in general, entrance wounds are round, they can have a rim of abrasion. In this case, though, his skin is different than the rest of the skin on the body. Regular skin, a lot of it has hair. Foot skin, the plantar skin, the skin on the bottom of the foot, it's thicker, it's more elastic than the rest of the body. Anybody who's done a foot rub can attest to it or had to remove a splinter. So when a bullet goes through the skin of the sole of the foot, the plantar skin, the tissue is very elastic, so it will retract, allow the bullet to come in. So when you have an entrance wound on a foot, you're going to see more of a slit-like appearance. In this case, you can even see a halo where the bullet tunneled in, but the skin retracts after. And it's just the nature of the skin on the bottom.
And in this picture, where is the exit wound?
The exit wound is on the Achilles tendon region on the back of the heel.
How do you know that's the exit wound?
Exit wounds are irregular. Oftentimes you can take them and push them together, the edges together. You can see that this has a kind of split-like irregularity to it, and then the pieces fit together like a puzzle.
And now, Dr. Mathis, looking at the entrance and exit wound, can you determine the path the bullet took when it entered the foot?
Yeah, so since this is the entrance wound, that's where it's entered. It's what we call a perforating wound. So it's entering through the sole of the foot, the left heel, and it is going through the soft tissue and coming out the back of the heel region of the Achilles tendon region.
Now, Dr. Mathis, you also mentioned that the foot is flat and it has tougher skin, is that right?
The sole of the foot, yes.
Would a person wearing a shoe, would that move the path of the bullet when it enters the person's foot?
Move the path of the bullet. So sometimes when you're wearing clothing or shoes, it can change the appearance of the entrance wound. It can add irregularity to it. It can also help us to confirm what we're seeing. So if you're looking at this or you're less experienced and you don't have a lot of experience looking at plantar wounds on the bottom of the foot, you can look at the clothing and you can, or the shoe, and you can see, interpret the directionality from the shoe or the clothing.
And what is this photo here?
That's a close-up of the exit wound on the back of the heel on the Achilles tendon.
I'm sorry, it's an Achilles.
Achilles tendon region, the back of the heel.
And how do we know that's the exit wound?
That it has all the features of an exit wound. So you can see the skin kind of puts back together with a puzzle piece. If I push the edges together, it has an irregular linear. It's kind of linear, but it's irregular. That makes the features of an exit wound.
And what about this photo?
That is a close-up of the entrance wound on the bottom of the foot.
And how do we know that?
Because of the way it looks. So, like I said, normally an entrance wound is going to be round, but because of where the location is on the sole of the foot and the nature of the skin down there, entrance wounds on plantar surface can look linear. The bullet just kind of separates the tissue, comes in, and the tissue collapses behind it.
Now I want to go back to, you mentioned shoes, and that can change the shape or irregularity of a wound. Was the victim in this case wearing shoes, do you know?
Yes,
Did you receive those shoes?
I did.
What kind of shoes were they?
They're like a boot, casual boot.
Judge, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as states 1X. By stipulation of the parties, Judge.
State exhibit 1X marked for identification now becomes state exhibit 21.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes.
Dr. Mathis, are these the shoes that you received from the victim, that were recovered from the victim's body?
Yes. They came with them.
And what are we looking at here with the white, where the white stick is pointing?
So there is a hole next to the white stick. This is the outer edge of the left heel region of the shoe. And then below it, we have red discoloration. Which is like so. This is just a further out photograph. So you can see the entire shoe.
What's interesting about this picture, Dr. Mathis?
So this is the back of the shoe, and if you recall the wound I kept referring to as on the Achilles tendon on the back of the foot, this correlates with it. This is where it came out from. So it came out of the skin, and then it came out of the shoe, creating this irregular defect.
So that's where the exit wound came out of.
Yes.
And where was this, what part, is this the entrance or exit wound entry?
This is the entrance wound. You can see the fibers of the fabric or leather are pointing inward, and it's creating a defect. So that's consistent with entrance wound from clothing.
Now, you also mentioned that in this case, the victim had a wound to the left foot and a wound to the right thigh.
That's correct.
I want to talk about the wound to the right thigh. Judge, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as 1Y by stipulation of the parties.
State exhibit 1Y marked for identification now becomes state exhibit 22, Judge.
Now, Dr. Mathis, is this the wound on the right thigh?
Yes, so what you're looking at here is the victim lying on his belly on our autopsy table. So you're looking at the back of his lower extremities, the back of his leg. His buttock would be here, right above where the picture cuts off.
And is the wound to the right thigh, did it have both an entrance and exit wound?
It has both an entrance and an exit.
And this wound is the entrance?
Is the entrance.
How do we know that for the right thigh?
Because of the way it looks. Because of the way it looks. We interpret gunshot wounds, entrance, exit based on their morphology, the way they look. And this one, you can even see from this, better Yes, and it's, has a round punched out appearance to it.
Now, what are we looking at now?
Now, this you're looking, he's lying on his back now. And, up here above, that would be the groin region above, and we're looking at from the top of the thighs down. And within the tattoo, there is a gunshot wound there.
Is this a better view of the front of the victim's side?
Yes,
And what exit wound is that?
that is the exit wound, that's on the front of the thigh, that's the exit wound. Same thing, just a different orientation.
What about this picture?
So now we're back on the back of the thigh. This is an entrance wound. You can see it has a punched out appearance. You can see the yellow in the middle, that's the fat, the soft tissue underneath the skin. So that's missing, that's the drug gunshot. You can see it's got like this oval, it can be round, it can be oval, it can be elliptical, depending on the angle that they go in. Around the wound. And then you see that there is what we call abrasion, some scraping of the tissue around the edges of the wound. These are all features of an entrance.
Now, Dr. Mathis, for his right side, were you able to determine the path the bullet was taking?
Yes, so this is the entrance wound, it's on the back of the thigh, so it's going from back to front.
Is the way that the bullet entered through the back of his right thigh consistent with the victim facing his back to the person who shot him?
The back of the victim needs to be facing the barrel of the gun.
So yes,
Yes.
would it be consistent if you were facing the person who shot him?
No, because the barrel of the gun has to be pointing toward the back of the thigh.
Now, Judge, I now move to evidence what has been previously marked as stage 1Z by stipulation of the parties.
Stay exhibit 1Z, marked identification, now becomes stay exhibit 23, Judge.
Judge, permission to publish?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Mathis, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the student line flat on his back on the autopsy table, and I took positive probes and ran them through, placed them through the pathways of the two gunshot.
So this is the wound to the foot.
Correct. And now it kind of makes more sense when you saw the shoe and how it looked on him. Harder to appreciate when you're just seeing the whole stuff. With the probe, it makes it easier to visualize.
Now, Dr. Mathis, I want to take everything together, what you said. We spoke about the left foot, the path of the bullet. We spoke about the right thigh and the path of that. Judge, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as 1K by stipulation of the parties.
Stay exhibit 1K, marked identification, now becomes stay exhibit 24, Judge.
Judge, permission for
Yes.
the witness and myself to stand over here. Now, Dr. Mathis, can you explain to the jury what this diagram is indicating?
Sure, so this diagram here in the middle is the notes I take during the autopsy. We call it a body diagram sheet, and that's where I'm marking down his hair color, our tattoos, and then I noted where the wounds were, what their sizes.
And how did the bullet first enter the body?
How did the bullet first enter the body? So he has he has an entrance wound on the left foot. That's coming out the back of the left heel region, and he has an entrance wound on the right thigh in the back that's coming out the front of the right thigh.
How is it possible that the way the bullet entered, how is it possible with that angle? How would the victim have had to have been standing for the bullet to enter the way it did?
From the bottom of the foot.
Yes.
So that's bottom of the foot. So to get an entrance wound in the bottom of the foot, the gun has to be under the foot. So if the foot is on the ground, it has to be, I guess, on the upper floor and coming through the ceiling, or the foot has to be in the air in order for it to get, go in. So since that scenario doesn't really make sense, the left foot needs to be up in the air in order for it to be facing the barrel of the gun.
Could that be consistent with if the victim was going to try to run, that his foot was up? Would that be consistent?
Yes.
Now, once the bullet enters the left foot and exit, where does it go?
So then it comes out the back of the left foot.
And then where does it go?
Then it's gonna continue in the same trajectory along a straight line until it hits something else,
And then can you just,
or just drops to the ground.
and then for the thigh, can you talk about how when it left the foot and it enters the thigh, how that's possible?
So, yes, so the same bullet can cause both wounds. It can go from the outer edge of the left foot, the left heel, to the back of the left heel region. And then the foot's up in the air, it can go into the back of the right thigh and out the front. So it goes through the foot and then through the back of the thigh and out the front.
And you're indicating that the record reflects that the witness had his left foot up and his front was facing the judge.
Right, so your right leg has to be forward, your left foot is up, and you could create that pathway.
And your back has to be facing the person who's shooting.
Yes, so this is the back of the foot, yes, so that's where it has to come inside.
Now, Dr. Mathis, looking at the wound tracks, is it possible that a single projectile did this?
Yes, in the way that I just described.
And okay, we're good. Now I want to talk about the internal examination we did. Did you perform an internal examination?
I did.
Okay. And what internal damage did you observe as a result of the gunshot wounds?
So inside the body, his organs, those were all good. I had to do a special dissection on his right thigh to document the injuries going on within the soft tissue. And he had a lot of blood and bleeding in the muscles of his right thigh, in the region of that gunshot wound. And he had holes in his femoral artery and femoral vein.
You mentioned he had holes in his femoral artery and vein. Did the bullet strike or sever those major arteries?
Yes, the bullet struck those arteries.
And now, Dr. Mathis, based on your expertise and experience, would an injury to the femoral artery, such as a gunshot wound, cause rapid or severe blood loss to someone?
It will cause severe blood loss. The blood comes from the heart, is pumping. The femoral artery comes off after the aorta branches into the iliac. The femoral artery is one of the branches that comes off the iliac artery. And it supplies blood flow to the rest of the leg. So it's a very important blood vessel, and it will bleed, and you will lose a lot of blood from it.
And are you able to estimate about how quickly a person can lose consciousness or die from such bleeding?
So when we're talking about a femoral artery, it will take longer than, say, if you have a hole in your aorta or a hole in your lung or a hole in your heart. It's a bit downstream. So it can take several minutes, and then there are things that can mitigate it. If you're applying pressure, or if for some reason the muscle tissue is compressed around the wound, anything that's going to apply pressure to that area can slow down the bleeding.
Now, you also mentioned that several things can mitigate that. Let's say, Dr. Mathis, that there was no mitigation, there was no covering or trying to prevent the blood loss. If pressure is not being applied correctly, how fast would the victim take to die from this type of wound?
It can still take several minutes.
And is, based on your knowledge, was that consistent with what happened to the victim in this case?
I don't think there was a long survivability period, but I wasn't aware of that at the time of the autopsy. For us, it didn't matter, but it will take. It's not going to be that you're shot and you suddenly collapse. There is a time period where it will take for the blood to come out of the body, reduce the blood volume so that the heart no longer has enough blood to pump up to the brain to give it the oxygen it needs.
And how is it that the blood is gonna come out the body? Is it gonna come out rapidly? Is it going to splatter a lot?
Yes, so you have both an arterial bleed and a venous bleed. So the vein is returning blood from the bottom of the foot. That's a low pressure system. It will ooze or it'll accumulate in the muscular tissue. The artery, on the other hand, each time the heart pumps, blood is going to be spurting out of that artery. If that artery has a clear path out the hole, the exit hole, then you will get blood coming out of that hole, and that's where you see, like in the movies, the arterial spread. If there's not a clear pathway from the hole in the artery because it's blocked by muscle or tissue, then it'll continue to spurt, but it'll come out, it may not come out as a spurt out of the hole when it leaks. It may accumulate in the tissues and then dribble out.
I want to talk about toxicology. Was a toxicology test performed on the victim?
Yes.
And what were the results of that test, Dr. Mathis?
I'm just referencing the toxicology report. So in him was detected ethanol, which is beverage alcohol like you'd find in vodka or tequila. He had cocaine. He had metabolites of cocaine, the breakdown products, and he had THC, which is the active ingredient in marijuana.
And how much cocaine was detected in his blood?
He had, according to the report, 0.274 milligrams per liter.
Would you say that's a lot of cocaine, Dr. Mathis? A little bit of cocaine?
It's a healthy amount of cocaine.
And now, based on your experience, Dr. Mathis, what is it that cocaine does to the body or blood?
So cocaine is a stimulant. So it causes your heart to increase. It will increase your blood pressure. It narrows the blood vessels. That's how it increases the blood pressure. And like I said, makes your heart race. It keeps you, it's an upper.
Based on your exam, Dr. Mathis, did the cocaine contribute to the victim's death?
No.
Why do you say that?
Because he's got a gunshot wound that went through his femoral artery and he's bleeding out, dying from hemorrhagic shock.
Did any of the substances that he had in his blood system contribute to his death?
No.
So I want to talk about the cause and manner of death. Based on your examination, were you able to determine the cause of death?
Yes.
What was it?
That was the gunshot wound of the right thigh.
So how long would it have been, Dr. Mathis, based on your training and experience, it would take someone to bleed out or die from that injury?
Like I said, it can take several minutes.
Were you able to determine the manner of death?
Yes.
What was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Moment to confer, Judge. Dr. Mathis, and I want to go back to the external injuries you observed.
Yes.
If the victim was running away, I'm doing this.
Yes.
He's running with his left foot up. If he's doing this, is that consistent with what the shot that you observed, the wounds you observed on his body?
If he's in a running position, yes. The left foot has to be in the air and the right foot has to be forward.
So if he's running away, that's consistent.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about ricocheting. Is it possible that the person who shot the victim shot into the ground and that it went through his left foot and out through his left thigh? Is that possible what you saw here?
I find that extremely unlikely. So when you have a ricochet, when you first fire the weapon, it has all the energy in it. That's why it can make characteristic appearances of gunshot wounds. In this case, the bullet not only went through the shoe, the boot twice, went in and went out, went through the foot, went through the thigh, in and came out. That takes a lot of energy. So ricochet's one, not going to be able to do that, and two, the wound on the back of the thigh would have had to have, if it managed to even get out of the left shoe, which I find very unlikely, that you would have a ricochet that actually can go through the shoe, go through the foot, come out the shoe. When it hits that right thigh, it's not going to have that nice oval wound that you saw. So I can't see this being a ricochet. No.
Now I want to talk about, again, the arteries that were damaged. Is a time delay in the time from the time that the victim was shot, if there was a time delay in calling 911 or having assistance, would that also likely contribute to his death?
So when you have a wound like that, those are devastating injuries that require immediate medical attention. The wound needs to the blood flow needs to be stopped. Basically, you need to put a tourniquet tight around the wound to stop the blood flow into the leg. And then, of course, you're on a clock because the leg's not getting the nutrients it needs, and you would have to amputate. But a femoral artery wound is a devastating injury. So yes, if you don't receive medical attention, you will die quicker.
So if there was a delay in calling 911 or getting assistance or putting a tourniquet on the victim, that's going to speed up the time he dies.
Yes.
Now I want to talk about the drugs in his system.
Yes.
I know you mentioned earlier that those didn't contribute to his death.
Correct.
Would you say, doctor, based on your training and experience, that the drugs slowed down the amount of time it took him to die?
So there are some people who would say, okay, cocaine is a stimulant. So a lot of times when people get shot, they get an adrenaline rush. They may not even feel that they were shot till they look down and they see that they are bleeding. That adrenaline rush, adrenaline is also a stimulant, also causes the heart to beat faster and the blood vessels to constrict, which will increase your pressure. So cocaine as a stimulant could, in fact, actually help the situation because it's causing the blood vessels to be more constricted than they ordinarily would be, which is going to increase his blood pressure, which could theoretically increase his survivability period. But you still have a big hole in your femoral arteries. So.
Thank you. Want me to confer, Judge? Yes. No further questions, Judge.
Morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Not to state the obvious, but just to be absolutely clear. We've got 2 entrance wounds and 2 exit wounds on this gentleman.
Correct.
But this is all from one bullet, one shot, correct?
It's consistent with that. So if the circumstances indicate that there's one bullet, one firing, this is the most reasonable way it happened.
There's nothing that you're aware of that would suggest to you or indicate to you that there was more than one shot in this particular instance, correct?
Right. Look, I have 2 through and through wounds. So could they have occurred through 2 separate shots? If that's what the scene and the circumstances supported, I'm not going to be able to refute you on that. But my understanding is if there's one shot, one bullet fired, this is how it would occur.
So what we're talking about here is a bullet that went in through this man's heel, came out of another part of his foot, and then went into his leg and came out of another part of his leg. Is that correct?
Yes, right thigh and then out the front of the right thigh.
How many autopsies have you done?
Almost, probably is, 2000.
As best you can recollect, have you ever observed or do you have any knowledge of a single gunshot wound taking that particular trajectory?
I've had single gunshot wounds go through both legs. I've had them go through the arm and the chest, through a foot and then the leg, a foot and then the opposite thigh. One does not come to mind.
You would agree that this is a highly unusual trajectory for one bullet, correct?
I wouldn't say unusual, it makes sense. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's unusual, I would say it's not a pathway we encounter every day.
Now, when someone has an injury like this man had and aid is being rendered, am I correct that one of the first things you want to do is put a tourniquet on the person's leg?
Yes, you want to mitigate the blood loss. So that's going to be pressure, tourniquet, stop the blood flow from stop the blood flow above the level of the injury.
And that was done in this case, correct? That was administered.
There, he came in with a tourniquet on, so at some point one was placed on him.
Now, the amount of cocaine that this man had in his system, you testified earlier that it's not part of the cause of death, correct?
That's correct.
However, that amount, it is a potentially lethal amount, is it not?
Any amount of cocaine is technically potentially lethal.
But this amount, this isn't just any amount, this is
a goodly amount, yes. A goodly amount. It's not just a small amount. It's consistent with recreational use. It's not like somebody you see like a body packer or anything like that. But it's not just, sometimes we'll see people, regular cocaine users, and they're probably coming down and they have just a tiny little bit of cocaine coming along for the ride. He's using, yes.
So this is, we're in Miami, there's cocaine in Miami. But this is not just, like you said, not a little bit, this is a rather significant amount of cocaine that this man took, right?
This is recreational use of cocaine. It's not, like I said, it's not the little bit we see with somebody that's coming down. They're in the active phase of using.
Now, am I correct that when somebody's using cocaine and they use other substances, particularly alcohol, that increases the toxicity of cocaine, correct?
It can, yes.
Okay. That combination, cocaine and alcohol, it produces a metabolite called coke-ethylene, correct?
That's correct.
And in your autopsy, you tested for coke-ethylene, correct?
Yes.
And he had 0.150 milligrams per liter of coke-ethylene in his blood, correct?
Yes.
And when looking at the alcohol, he had 0.108 blood alcohol level, is that correct?
0.108 in the ocular fluid, 0.107 in the blood.
So if he had been operating a motor vehicle, he would have been driving under the influence.
Correct.
Because the legal limit in this state is 0.08.
That's correct.
All right, so he had this very high amount of cocaine in his blood, along with this amount of alcohol in his blood, which would have been enough to trigger a DUI had he been driving.
Objection, prejudice, calls for legal conclusion.
Yes.
And he also smoked some weed too, correct?
At some point he used marijuana. I cannot tell you how he used it, and I cannot tell you when.
Now, doctor, you were asked about whether or not some of these substances delay or could affect how long it takes somebody to bleed out. Can you explain that a little bit more, please?
Yes, so just as I explained before, cocaine is a stimulant and it, just like the adrenaline rush that will occur when somebody gets an injury, it will increase your blood pressure through constricting your arteries, and it will cause your heart to beat faster.
Now, when someone's shot, do you expect them to necessarily start bleeding out right away, or does it take a few moments before blood starts coming out of somebody's body? I mean, usually.
When they're shot, they'll start bleeding right away. You may not see it on the outside of the body, but trust me, they're bleeding somewhere. So they get shot in the chest. They are bleeding into whatever space is around them. So in the chest, you have a lot of space for the lungs to expand. They're going to bleed into the chest while you get shot in the leg.
So guys, I do see that they are starting at the portion for Jose Soto, and I know that they're still on lunch over here, right? So I am going to, I don't want to put these two together. So if you guys want to teleport, put your safety seat belts on, and if you want to go over there and watch the sentencing, I don't know if we'll have any additional fireworks in this one or not, considering he wanted to get rid of his attorneys. I thought it was going to start at 12:30, but I see that I'm assuming 12:30. It's 12:30, but I guess it's not 12:30, so whatever. Or you know what? You could sit right here. I guess it won't be that long. I could just play it in this room and I'll record it in the other room. I just don't want them to be together because ain't no telling what's going to happen at this man's stuff. No.
You're going to be bleeding into the muscles, the soft tissues there. Only when the body is in a position where the hole that leads to the outside is lined up with where the blood is, will it come out. So oftentimes we'll get to a scene of a murder, they've got a bunch of holes in their chest, there's not really that much blood out. When we start to move the body and we've tipped it, then blood will start coming out of the holes.
So it might take a little bit of time before you start seeing blood dripping and landing on the floor from somebody who's been shot.
Correct. It just depends how the hole lines up with where the blood is accumulating.
So if somebody's walking or running or in any type of movement, they get shot, but they're moving, you might not start to see a blood trail until they've taken a few steps, correct?
Correct.
Now, so you were asked about whether certain things are consistent with your findings. I want to give you a scenario, and you can tell me if it's consistent with what you found. Okay?
Yep.
So let's assume that we have somebody who is very high on cocaine and alcohol and THC. And that person is running around stalking somebody outside their home. Okay?
Yes.
That person is told to leave. They don't leave. At some point, there's a confrontation, and the person is asked again to leave. The person screams and says, I want to die, I'm ready to die. And then they run towards a house with the intention of breaking into that house, which they have no right to be in. And a person fires a shot in that person's general direction for the sole purpose of getting that person to leave, which they have thus far refused to leave. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
Objection, based on province of the jury. He hasn't finished asking his questions. You hear the rest of the question.
Fires a gunshot for the purpose of getting that person to leave, which that person has refused to leave up until that point. Once that gunshot is fired, that person starts to leave. You would not expect that person to immediately bleed onto the ground and show where that person was standing at the time he was shot. Is that correct?
He could be bleeding at that time, or he could start to bleed later. I can't tell you one way or the other.
So if blood droplets are found, say, 15 steps away from a front door, give or take, 15 steps away from that front door, would that, or could that be consistent with somebody running away from that front door after being shot?
So you have the front there shot. Are you telling me where the person was shot, or?
So the person's running towards the front door with the intent of breaking into this house, which they.
Objection, legal conclusion. Debating the province of the jury. Overruled. You can answer the hypothetical. You'll do so.
Correct, correct.
Go ahead, I didn't hear the end.
The person was told, leave. I don't want you here. You're not welcome here. Get out.
Okay.
I'm not getting out. You're going to have to kill me. Runs towards the door. Shot is fired for the purpose of getting that person to leave. Shot hits. This man is whacked out of his mind on cocaine, alcohol, marijuana. He's been asked to leave. He refuses to. He's in a heightened state, very aggressive. Screams, I'm ready to die. I want to die. It's not leaving. It's not welcome in the house. It doesn't have permission to be in the house. Has no license or has no authority, no right to be in that house. He's going to that house, running towards that door. Shots fired for the purpose of getting him to leave, which he has already refused multiple times to do so. Shot goes into his body. Once that happens, he's not going to the house anymore. He's running away. He takes about 15 steps running away from the house, give or take 15 steps before blood starts to drip out and hit the ground. Is that consistent with what you've seen here, with the wounds in this case? Could that have happened?
So you're asking if could he have been shot while still inside the house before leaving? Is that-
No, he didn't get inside the house. He
Okay.
was running towards the front door, is shot, and now the shot is what caused him to abandon his attempt to go into that house.
Okay,
So now he's running away from the house,
okay,
and he makes it about 15 steps, give or take, 15 steps away from the house before you start seeing a trail of blood on the ground.
okay.
Is that consistent with this? Does that make sense?
It can happen that way, yes. Like I said, he could start bleeding immediately or it could take several steps to begin to start bleeding.
So the scenario that I just laid out for you, this is not a wildly impossible or unlikely or ridiculous scenario. This is consistent with what you've seen, correct?
Yeah, it's one way it could happen. I can't tell you for sure that he didn't start bleeding for 15 steps. I also can't tell you for sure, oh, he would have started bleeding immediately.
And nobody knows for sure except for the people who would have been there, right?
Correct.
Thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Mathis, you were asked on cross-examination about if a tourniquet was placed on the victim, it would help slow down the bleeding.
If placed tight enough, yes.
You don't know when a tourniquet was placed on the victim in this case, do you?
No.
So if there was a delay in when the tourniquet was placed, would that slow down the bleeding or cause him not to die?
The delay in the tourniquet, he'll be bleeding the entire time until a tourniquet is put on, tightly. So anytime up until that tourniquet is put on, the pressure's not being applied, the wound's going to be bleeding. You may not be able to see it on the outside, but it'll be bleeding on the inside.
So if a person waits 10 minutes to call 911 and the officers then take some time to get there after, would that contribute to the victim's death as well?
Yes, yes.
Now, you were asked about the blood coming out, and they're coming out of holes, and it may not bleed at that time, or it may. If a person is running away, would the blood start coming out?
It should, because now you're moving the leg, you're advancing it forward, you're causing manipulation, just like I told you. When we start flipping the body, the blood starts pouring out of the hole. So as you're moving, the blood you should start leaving a blood trail.
You're also asked about hypotheticals, so I want to pose one to you. If a person goes outside, they're on the steps, they pick up a gun, they point it out of the victim sees the gun, in fear for his life, turns around and runs away, and that person shoots. Is that consistent with what we have here today?
Can you repeat your question?
Yes. A person picks up a gun, aims it at the victim in fear for his life, turns around, runs away, and the person shoots the victim. Is that consistent with what we have here today?
Yes, it could happen that way.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
Judge, agree cross on that question.
Yep.
Judge, I would ask that we go sidebar.
I haven't heard anything yet, so not at this time. Go ahead.
You were asked about a victim who's in fear for his life, running away, right?
Yes.
So what should she just ask? Would you expect somebody who's in fear of their life to say, "I'm ready to die"?
Objection, Judge. Speculation, maybe province of the jury.
Can you answer that question?
I can't.
Okay, so
Thank you.
Can you please step down?
All right, thank you.
He said he couldn't have been saying that. He wasn't in fear of his life because he's I'm ready to die. Whoa, talk about wake them up, wake them up. They are back from lunch. That was like right on time. I'm ready to die. You can't make this stuff up if you're not watching it, right? You wouldn't even believe this stuff. The attorney yelling at mess. That's too funny for me. What's up, Lynn? Did you see the thing with the Jose Soto? His sentencing? Or did you hear it? I know you said you was at work or you was somewhere today where you was gonna be kind of listening. You say you like a therapist. It's all right. That's definitely worth making a clip of. He'll be on a meme somewhere. Okay, good, Lynn. I'm glad you seen it. Okay, I'm glad you heard it. Yeah, so he better get ready to die. He better get ready to die too. Because they sure gave it to him. So he got the DP, which was probably, I mean, we kind of expected that, right? Would you say? Oh no. I tell you. I bet you when he got out the thing, let's listen to that. Oh, can I find it again? I'll have to rewind back. Let me see. That shit, that was funny to me. He just came out of nowhere with that. Like he had too much coffee over there. Let me see where he at. I want to see the medical examiner's face when this was done. Yeah.
Can you answer my question?
I can't.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
I can't.
Can you please step down?
All right, thank you. Steps to begin to start bleeding.
So the scenario that I just laid out for you, this is not a wildly impossible or unlikely or ridiculous scenario. This is consistent with what you've seen, correct?
Yeah, it's one way it could happen. I can't tell you for sure that he didn't start bleeding for 15 steps. I also can't tell you for sure, he would have started bleeding immediately.
And nobody knows for sure except for the people who would have been there, right?
Correct.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, can you hear?
Dr. Mathis, you were asked on cross-examination about if a tourniquet was placed on the victim, it would help slow down the bleeding.
If placed tight enough, yes.
You don't know when a tourniquet was placed on the victim in this case, do you?
No.
So if there was a delay in when the tourniquet was placed, would that slow down the bleeding or cause him not to die?
The delay in the tourniquet, he'll be bleeding the entire time until a tourniquet is put on, tightly. So anytime up until that tourniquet is put on, the pressure's not being applied, that's the wound's going to be bleeding. You may not be able to see it on the outside, but it'll be bleeding on the inside.
So if a person waits 10 minutes to call 911 and the officers then take some time to get there after, would that contribute to the victim's death as well?
Yes, yes.
Now you were asked about the blood coming out, and they're coming out of holes, and it may not bleed at that time, or it may. if a person is running away, would the blood start coming out?
It should, because now you're moving the leg, you're advancing it forward, you're causing manipulation, just like I told you. When we start flipping the body, the blood starts pouring out of the hole. So as you're moving, the blood should start, you should start leaving a blood trail.
You're also asked about hypotheticals, so I want to pose one to you. If a person.
Not at this time. Go ahead.
You were asked about a victim who's in fear for his life, running away, right?
Yes.
That's the question she just asked. Would you expect somebody who's in fear of their life to say, "I'm ready to die"?
Objection, Judge. Speculation, maybe province of the jury.
Can you answer that question?
I can't.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
He was like, "That's your objection." What just happened here? I'm ready to die. This is crazy. Let me see what we got here. Dang.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you all going to adapt it in time?
We're doing it right now.
So what,
Are you able to do it from there?
No, Judge, but we're not.
it's gonna take some time anyway for me to get to the point in time with Detective Jurors, so we can figure that part out. And then, I did inform Mr. Tomas, the jail call, that a portion of it I intend to introduce. It is entirely relevant to phase 2. The entirety of it, of that call, it kind of talks about the prior convictions in that call.
What do you do?
Should the defendant be found guilty, we would then do a enhancement portion of this, as noted, the state filed its notice of enhanced penalties. In this case, which the jury will have to make the determination whether or not the defendant is a convicted offender. This call is entirely relevant to that, because she talks about her prior convictions. The portion that I want to elicit in testimony for during Detective Norris's testimony is a portion in time in which the defendant, there's conversations about what essentially she is facing, but there was a conversation about 15 years, and she says the prosecutor changed their mind, they said 25 years. The defendant says, well, if I would have known that, I would have chopped up that motherfucker and spread him all around the world.
Why would I let the jury hear that she needs to follow?
No, I'm not introducing that portion. I'm, like I said, the only portion that I'm intending to introduce for this portion of the testimony is what I just said. If I knew how much time I was facing, I would have done this. The reason that I want to introduce that is because, number one, it goes directly to her intent and will directly refute the statement that I'm about to introduce as well, that this was a mistake, that this was a misunderstanding, that she was protecting herself. This goes directly to that, and specifically elements 3, I think, of this crime that is appraised from my that goes directly to this.
That's on the jail.
Yes.
Okay, what's your response?
So Judge, this jail, I don't know exactly when it was, but it's my understanding that it was what, in the last month?
Last couple of weeks.
Last couple of weeks. So we've got that, a lot of time has passed. She's talking about what she's facing. So first of all, this conversation, this very small part of a 15, 20-minute conversation, I would submit that it's far more prejudicial than probative. I don't think it's probative of anything, but if the court were to allow it, then it opens up, or it opens the door for her to explain her state of mind and why she said it. And if you do that, then we're talking about, well, I'm facing life, This other guy got 25 and he was charged with a lot more.
I don't have an objection.
Said that in jest, things of that nature. So I think it just opens up for a lot of problematic issues.
I don't have an objection to her talking about that. About the time that she's facing and the state of mind in which she said.
You don't have a problem.
I have zero problem.
I have a huge problem.
Judge, there's no pending,
When I use the word jury,
Yep.
in front of the jury, why did I go through that? And I use that very diplomatic, neutral word instead of prison, minimum mandatories, enhancement.
we talked about that during voir dire, that they would not be a part of the sentencing phase. Your Honor brought it up, I brought it up. I forget the gentleman who mentioned that something about how he would be uncomfortable sitting in judgment of it because he could potentially be taking somebody's life away. And then we discussed that this was not a capital case, that she is not facing the death
So
penalty,
why
et
would I
cetera.
now allow them to hear potentially?
Judge, I'm not making, nobody has made a motion of limine to limit that portion of this case. Normally, the state brings that up in a motion of limine because it is inflaming the passions of the jury to say, well, this woman's life is in your hand, and if you convict her, she's facing this. I do not have a problem, and I am not making a motion of limine to limit that. I don't think that it would be a compelling closing argument to make. But regardless of that, this call is, number one, a business record. Number two, it is the defendant's statement. So it's not being introduced for the truth of the matter asserted, for a statement by party opponent as well as a business record. So it's admissible as such. And then number two, the reason that it's more probative than prejudicial is because, again, element 3 of this crime is that the defendant committed this act with a depraved mind, which goes directly to this case. The defense's argument, theory of the case, I'm introducing her statement in which she says this is self-defense. Mr. Tomas, during a number of different testimonies, has elicited the testimony, especially with Dr. Mathis, about how the victim was charging at the defendant, screaming at the top of his lungs. I think during opening statement, he said this was a guttural, vicious, almost demonic statement that the victim made, which Ms. Link, in this jail call, in this portion of the jail call, and it's about 30 seconds, says, well, if I knew how much time I was facing, I would have chopped him up and spread him all around Florida. The reason why that's so important is because she says this was an accident. She didn't mean to do this. This wasn't her intention. This goes directly to that and the depravity of her mind at the point in time that this crime was committed. I have zero problem with Ms. Link when she testifies, because I think we're all on the same page here that she is going to be testifying. I have zero problem with her explaining that call, and she should.
Okay, your request is denied. It is highly inflammatory, highly irrelevant. It happened 3 years after she was arrested. The context of which she's making that statement is during a breakdown of plea negotiations. It's also not connected in any way temporally to the commission of the crime or any statement she made post Miranda.
Well, Judge,
It's also more, pleadings are closed, no more argument. You started first, you went second, you're going third, and that's it. It's also more prejudicial than probative. That's my ruling.
I understand your ruling. I just want to put 2 things on the record. Number one, during the court's ruling right now, I can see it on the computer screen. Ms. Link is rolling her eyes every time I open my mouth. I would ask the court to admonish Ms. Link once again. I know that we had a conversation sidebar about that in the next of kin. I think that this is becoming a feature of what Ms. Link is doing during this trial and trying to, I don't know, get her 15 minutes of fame. And number two, I think this goes directly to the defendant's consciousness of guilt, of what he would have done.
Thank you. You have asked, sir. Ms. Link, I cannot go in the mind of the jury. I think they're paying attention. I think they're dedicated. The fact that they're here early almost every day and they come back for lunch. We've been doing it's not that. You're not allowed to make any facial expressions. I already said it before. This is a tragedy all around. You're allowed to be emotional. You have to control it. Because I literally told the next of kin, through Mr. Rubia, that I could see their emotions, and I asked him to have them limit their emotions. It was cumulative over a few day period. I haven't been looking at you. I don't know if you're rolling your eyes or anything of that nature. I know that you got emotional when the body worn camera displayed, just about invented it. But the jury needs to decide this case based on evidence and not from any outside influence. It's actually in your best interest to control any facial expressions you may be doing, because if they don't like what they're seeing and they don't tell me, I don't know what's in their heart, and I don't know what's in their mind. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
So just the only other thing that I wanted to inquire about is the order that you were able to get certified copy of. Can I use that, or do we need to get like an original from them?
I don't have an objection to the introduction. I still think the court needs to take judicial notice that a termination of parental rights does not exist in this
There was
case.
objections to me doing that. I think I was inclined to do that.
That's fine, and I would seek to admit that order as a certified
I
document.
have no objection.
He has no objections to that.
All right.
But you do realize that what you gave us is not a termination of parental rights.
Yes, I didn't use the word terminated. I said he lost his rights, and that's actually true. He has a pathway to get his rights back, but he would need to get drug treatment, which the order says he hasn't, and he would need to curb his domestic violence, which the order says he hasn't. And we already know from what happened that wasn't happening. So Ms. Link was the custodial parent, and his rights were limited to Zoom calls that were completely at her discretion, and one visit a month supervised with his mother, who did not live in the state. So
if we do play back the record, Mr. Tomas did say that his rights.
I didn't say terminated, I said lost.
Fair enough. All right, fair enough. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and what that document actually showed. Since it's a document that my JA was able to get from the Bearcat State Aid, they were in the dependency / juvenile division. They just stayed satisfied. It is a business record, and I would take judicial notice that there's
I'm gonna give you a copy.
order terminating his parental rights. It seems like Mr. Tomas, what we have is an order limiting his parental rights, correct?
Yes.
Limiting.
If I could just have a moment to step outside to inform my officer.
Can you go off record for a few minutes?
This is the other one. This is the order.
While he does that, state orders back here, 2.2, can you look to see? Mr. Tomas, can you pull 2.2 from the jury instruction on edited recording?
Good time for a break. We probably got some TiVo time. I will TiVo us up. I kind of figured once Rachel said that she had her notebook that I got mine. So if you haven't got yours, you better get yours. Ooh, mine came to, well, what you will find out is that a lot of stuff come from me and I don't go get it. It takes me forever. So y'all can see me opening my eyes up. Wait, it's not it is purple. No, my cake, well, I figured I would do the pink. And you know, the thing got it has the purple on it. So, right. I'm waiting for my shirt. My shirt hasn't came yet. I need to call and check. Oh, this is really, really good material. Wow, Rachel wasn't lying. Wow, I'm not gonna write in this. Shoot. But look, I'm gonna order me another one. No, so I got the purple right there in the circle. But I like hers in the gray too. So maybe I'll get one with gray. But this is really, really awesome. Oh, this material, like you could tell like it's just not like a regular cheap little pad. No, SB, I mean, I guess I don't make anything off of it. Does that make sense? So they don't charge me like, so say for instance, I think I make like maybe $3 every time somebody buys a notebook. So instead of them charging me, including that $3, they just, mine is less $3. You think they behind on printing the shirts, film? Yeah, because I haven't got my shirt yet. Oh, this feel good. This feel like a real oh yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, she wasn't lying. The cover alone is really, really nice. I've never felt a notebook like that. Me personally, you know, I'm used to getting like the 50-cent ones and dollar ones, but this one, it feel like felt. Like a felt material, if that makes sense. It is nice. Like I'm gonna have to get me another one because I do want to write in it. That's the first thing. Because I be wanting to take notes on like so I could build chapters and stuff and things like that. So I'm gonna have to get a couple of these. So I'll probably give me some more of them because I be needing them. And oh my. And it matches my color that I have on today. I'm just saying. Okay, let me see here. I know we got a little TiVo time, so let me put us past that.
No right to see the kids, and I believe that, Sarah Young has some argument.
Well, hold on, we're starting with the next witness. I don't have to visit anything regarding.
No, I understand, but this is part of the work.
I understand, you can revisit it later on.
That doesn't have to be right now, like, we want access to the board and the record to revisit for the case law.
What case law?
Well, that's what I'm.
Right, so I'm not gonna play this back and forth where I am, Mr. Padilla, you want that case law, you wanna bring it up, it's not relevant to the next witness, right?
It's part of it.
Part of this next witness?
Yes, this is.
So, okay. How am I going to now look at this case law without reading it first?
Well, Judge, so what we're asking, Judge, is once we have the case law, we'll have it printed, and we're asking for access to the record to make arguments specifically on the court's ruling that the jail call is not court didn't allow the jail call.
The jail call, where she talks about her prison sentence that she's facing.
Judge, it goes to consciousness of guilt. If I can I make
No,
arguments before?
no, we're done on this. Mr. Brigida started the argument. I went to the defense, I went back to Mr. Brigida, I allowed him some leeway after I ruled. But as far as I was concerned, the pleadings on that issue were closed. I'm not allowing access to the record. We're gonna be in trial 2 days next week, file your motion for reconsideration. Thank you, understood. All right, this next witness's name is Detective Jurors. And I'm gonna bring him back in. I'm gonna bring him in, so.
The statement.
For what it's worth, the jury's been outside for 11 minutes. And I know I was 10 minutes late, but these are issues that are being brought up in the middle of the trial. So let's just try to streamline it so that we don't waste the jury's time.
All right, the jurors.
read your opinion.
All right, all jurors are accounted for, the lawyers, legal present, I'll see it, thank you. This should be the last one for the day. It's Sergeant Melanie,
Detective Melanie Janoris.
Detective Melanie Janoris.
This is my stuff. Yeah, thank you.
I don't get the name, but
Melanie Janoris, she's home.
Raise your right hand, you swear to affirm that the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I did.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective. Can you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Detective Melanie Janoris.
And where do you work?
I work in the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
I have been there now for 8 years.
And what department do you work in?
I'm currently assigned to the Homicide Bureau.
And can you just briefly walk us through your training and experiences?
When I started, I was on road patrol in our South District. After a year and a half, I became a field training officer. So I would train the new recruits that would graduate the academy. After some time doing that, I was transferred over to the Homicide Bureau in 2021.
Were you working in your capacity as a police officer on June 25th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Now, how did you first become involved in this case?
I was contacted by Detective Danny Morales, who advised that there was a homicide that occurred in the city of Homestead, and I was requested to respond.
Did he advise you who found the victim?
He told me that the victim was found by his wife.
Okay. And did he advise you what, if any, injury he was suffering?
He had a gunshot wound to the leg.
Okay. Are you aware if the victim was declared deceased on scene?
I believe he was.
Did you arrive to the scene?
Yes, I did.
Was that scene at 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, 33030?
Yes, I was.
Is that a Miami-Dade County?
That is with the Miami-Dade County.
Okay. When you first arrived on scene, excuse me, who, if anyone, did you make contact with?
I made contact with my supervisor, Sergeant Jason Waite.
And what, if anything, did he advise you with?
He advised me that Detective Joseph Cruz would be the lead investigator on the case.
Now, before we move on, can you explain how homicide teams actually work?
Yes, so we are a team consisting of one supervisor who's a sergeant, and we have between 3 to 5 detectives on that team. When we are assigned a homicide investigation, there's always going to be one detective that's the lead investigator. And because the multitude of the cases and the amount of work that needs to be done in a homicide investigation to be thorough, the whole team will assist and handle different leads that are assigned by the lead investigator.
Now, you said that the lead investigator in this case was Detective Cruz, correct?
Yes.
Now, are you making decisions on your own, or is he giving you assignments?
No, all decisions are made by Detective Cruz. Prior to me making any decision, I would advise Detective Cruz what I came across, what I have. And at that point, he will guide me in what he would want me to do.
So it's fair to say that everything you learned, Detective Danny Morales, Detective Suyapa Hubbard, everything that they learned is flowing to Detective Cruz.
Yes.
So that he can make a decision on what to do?
Yes.
Now, did you speak to Detective Cruz on scene?
Yes, I did.
Were you given a brief on the investigation and facts as he had them on scene?
Yes.
Did he make any requests of you?
He requested that I respond with him to headquarters to interview Miss Daisy Link.
Did you respond to headquarters that day?
Yes, I did.
And was that to potentially interview the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the point in time that the defendant was transported to headquarters, was she a subject of the investigation?
No.
Why not?
She was merely a very important witness. She was also the wife of our victim, which is very important for us because we believe she would have very relevant information as to what the victim was doing prior to him being shot, if he had any enemies or anything of that sort.
Did you believe it was a good idea to bring her in?
Yes,
Now, when you first got to headquarters, is that where she was brought in for an interview? Is that recorded in any way?
yes, it's a video and audio recorded.
And everything that happens in that room is going to be captured more or less?
Yes,
Now, when you first interacted with the defendant in the interview room, did you contact anyone to assist you?
yes, I contacted our Crime Scene and Evidence Bureau so they can have an investigator respond.
Why did you do that?
To take pictures, and also she had clothes that was full of blood. I didn't want her sitting in the interview room for a long period of time in clothes that had blood that was potentially her husband's. So I wanted to make sure I could get her to change and photograph her before that.
Can you explain what the defendant's demeanor was like when you were first interacting with her at headquarters?
She's very defensive during that interaction.
Did she say anything to you?
She said, and not exact quoting, but something along the lines.
Objection, speculation.
Just the words she said. Okay. So the objections will rule.
Why was I treating her as a person that shot the victim?
Okay. In your mind, were you treating her as the person who shot the victim?
No, I simply wanted her to get out of bloody clothing that she had on.
Did you attempt to give her clothing?
I did.
When you attempted to give her those clothing, what was her reaction?
Excuse my language, but she said, "I'm not going to put that shit on."
Did you offer her anything to eat or drink at that point in time?
I did multiple times.
Did she accept?
No.
Showing defense counsel has been pre-marked for identification purposes. Permission to move into evidence, Your Honor. That's an objection.
Stay exhibit 2C, marker identification, now becomes stay exhibit 25. Judge.
While at headquarters, other than interviewing Ms. Link or attempting to interview Ms. Link, did you do anything else? Thank you.
Yes, I did. I documented a body search warrant.
What is a body search warrant?
A body search warrant is a warrant to gather DNA, clothing, and this particular incident was for the DNA and the clothing.
Okay. What DNA and what clothing?
It was going to be for Ms. Link's DNA and for her clothing.
Okay, we briefly talked about this yesterday, but can you explain to us what the process is of obtaining a warrant?
Yes, so us as detectives, we document a statement of facts, which is the facts that are known to us at the time of us writing that search warrant. Once we type that, we submit it to our supervisor who reviews it. Once our supervisor is done reviewing it, we will submit it to a state attorney. The state attorney determines whether or not we have enough probable cause to move forward with that warrant. Once they determine that we do, we submit that warrant to a judge who gives a final approval on it.
Okay. And was a warrant for Ms. Link's DNA approved in this case?
Yes,
Was that executed as well?
yes, it was.
Okay. Now, at that point in time, after doing the body warrant, what, if anything, did you do next?
Fingerprint,
Fingerprinting who?
Miss Link,
If Ms. Link was not a subject at this point in time, why were you fingerprinting her?
because we were made aware that she did touch the victim at that time when she found him. So we wanted to make sure we did have her fingerprints, and since we had to rule it out and use it for that case.
Okay. Was she under arrest at this point?
No,
Was she a subject at that point?
no,
Now, if she wasn't a subject, she wasn't an arrest, why are you fingerprinting her?
in case we found fingerprints that she mentioned about touching the subject, his property that was on him. So we find fingerprints, we have to submit those fingerprints for testing in case it could have been someone else that touched the phone. So having her fingerprints will help us in ruling out, okay, these are Miss Link's fingerprints. And we know that these are her fingerprints because she did touch the victim at the time.
Now, to be clear, the defendant does not have to speak to you at any point, correct?
Correct.
When you were fingerprinting her, were you prompting her to speak to you?
No,
Did she ever speak to you while she was being fingerprinted?
she did.
What, if anything, did she say to you?
She said, I did not mean to kill him.
Okay, what did you say to her in response?
I advised her to please stop talking. That if she wanted to speak to me, we would have to go into the interview room, go over her rights. And at that point, we could determine whether or not she really wanted to speak to me. But I did tell her multiple times to not speak to me.
Can you explain to the jury what Miranda rights are?
Yes, it is a form that we use. And it explains the right to individuals that they have a right to not, they don't need to speak to us, whether they want an attorney present or not. And that pretty much a little summary of what Miranda rights are.
Okay, Judge, by stipulation of the party, the state moves into evidence that's been pre-marked for identification purposes is 2D.
Stay exhibit 2D, marked for identification, now becomes stay exhibit 26.
And permission to publish. Thank you. I'm using a demonstrative which is pre-marked for identification purposes 1S1J. I know this is very far and the writing is small, so I'll read it. And if I could have that as well. 26. Thank you. So Detective, I'm going to put this in front of you real quick and use the same form here. The top of this, is this the Miranda form that you read to Ms. Link, or Ms. Link read?
Yes.
Okay, let's start at the top. Before you are asking questions, you must understand the following rights. Start at number 1. You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to talk to me. You do not wish to do so. You do not have to answer any of my questions. You understand that right? There's a yes, there is a no. There, what appears to be a D and L next to yes. Whose initials are those?
Miss Link's.
Okay, so she responded yes to that question?
Yes.
Number 2, should you talk to me, anything which you might say may be introduced into evidence in court against you. You understand that, right? There's a yes, there's a no. Again, a DL on yes, is that Ms. Link's initials?
Yes.
And she initialed yes?
Yes.
Number 3, if you want a lawyer to be present during questioning at this time or any time hereafter, you are entitled to have the lawyer present. Do you understand that, right? Again, yes, no. Again, initials, is that Ms. Link's initials?
Yes.
Ms. Link understood that, right?
Yes.
Number 4, if you cannot afford to pay for a lawyer, one will be provided for you at no cost if you won't. Do you understand that, right? Yes, no. Again, a DL, Ms. Link understood that, right?
Yes.
Those are her initials.
Yes.
Knowing these rights, are you willing to answer my questions without having a lawyer present? Yes, no. Again, DL, Ms. Link's initials.
Yes.
Ms. Link understood that, right?
Yes.
She agreed to speak to you?
Yes.
Did you threaten her in any way?
No.
This statement is signed of my own free will without any threats or promises having been made to me. There's a signature and a date and time. That date is 6/25/2022, and the date appears to be it's either 4 or 6:22 p.m. Is that correct?
4:22 p.m. Yes.
Okay, and whose signature is that?
Miss Link's.
And on the left-hand side of this, I have, it says advising officer. Who was the advising officer?
That was me.
And can you tell us the rest of it? It says 6/25/22 with what appears to be 6567 above it?
That's my badge number.
Okay. And then right underneath it, there's a witness, J. Cruz.
Yes, that's Detective Joseph Cruz.
Thank you very much. I can take that. Now, I want to briefly talk about the defendant's statement. What, if anything, did she tell you? Just briefly.
She told me that her and the victim were involved in an argument.
Judge, I would object that's evidence for what we're going to use.
Oh, this is summary, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And states it planning on introducing the statement?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, here, let me ask you this. Did she advise that she knew who the victim was?
Did she, at the time of the interview, did she advise that she knew who the victim was?
Yes.
Yes, she did.
Who did she say the victim was?
Her husband.
And that would be Pedro Jimenez.
Yes.
Did she advise of any domestic violence between her and Pedro Jimenez, in which Mr. Jimenez was the aggressor?
Yes.
did she also advise of any domestic violence, prior domestic violence, where she was the aggressor?
Yes,
Did she also advise you of an incident that happened a few days prior
yes,
in which Mr. Jimenez, she claimed pistol whipped her?
yes.
Did she advise that she picked up Mr. Jimenez that day?
Yes,
What did she say about that?
that she responded to one of his friend's house because it was getting late to go pick him up.
Did she say if he threatened her at that point?
No,
Did she say that he had any weapons on him?
no,
Or him?
no,
And she said she went and picked him up on her own volition?
yes,
Did she say whether or not he asked her to pick her up?
no,
Did she ever tell you about any conversations that they were having that night?
yes.
And what was that conversation about?
Conversations about the victim making allegations that Miss Link cheated on him.
Did Miss Link deny that to the victim?
In the beginning, yes.
Did she advise a little later on about what continued to transpire that night?
Yes.
And what was that?
They continued to argue about the same situation until eventually Miss Link advised the victim that she did cheat on him.
And did Miss Link advise that the defendant had left at that period of time before she admitted to the infidelity?
Yes,
Did Miss Link advise if she had a firearm?
yes.
And at what point in time did she say she had the firearm?
She was looking for the victim, didn't know where he was at. She grabbed the firearm from inside and then sat outside to smoke a cigarette.
And so the victim was nowhere to be found at that point in time?
No.
Did she say why she grabbed the firearm?
She believed that by grabbing the firearm, it would instill fear in him from confronting her.
Even though he wasn't around?
Yes,
Did she say if the victim showed up later on?
yes.
And what happened there? Did she say?
They continued to argue. The victim at one point pushed her, which is when she grabbed the firearm. As soon as she grabbed the firearm, the victim began to run away from her. She says that he was running to lock her out of the house. And in order to stop him from locking her out of the house, she discharged the firearm.
Did she say that she was in fear for her children?
No,
Did she say she was in fear for her safety?
no,
Did she merely say that she didn't want to be locked outside?
yes.
Did Ms. Lincoln advise what, if anything, happened to that firearm?
Judge, at this point, I'd ask best evidence rule, we would hear.
Same, moving on to summary.
Did you ask Ms. Link to draw anything for you?
Yes.
And why'd you do that?
For me to better understand where she was when she discharged the firearm for purposes of attempting to locate a casing on scene.
Okay, state now moves into evidence which has been pre-marked for identification purposes as 1B. 2B, I'm sorry.
The exhibit 2B marked for identification now becomes state exhibit 27.
That's my stipulation, right?
Yes, sir.
And I also have a demonstrative of this. Detective, if you don't mind just taking this from me, so I'm going to give you a couple of markers here. Truthfully, just use whichever one looks a little better. Thank you. Or both. If you don't mind just holding that up for the jury. What exactly are we looking at here?
So here we're looking at the street, and these are two duplexes. This one in particular is a duplex where Miss Link and the victim resided.
Okay, and this is the drawing that Ms. Link made?
Yes.
Okay, can you just walk us through exactly what Ms. Link told you about this and mark where she was standing and where the victim was standing?
Yes, so she says she was sitting here on the porch where the staircase is. The gun was directly next to her. The victim was standing here in front of her.
And there is a circle at the top of it. What was that?
This is what she said the victim ran towards this way and she shot the firearm when she was approximately by this circle.
Okay, and there's like a little line right next to that as well. What's that?
That's where the victim continued to run.
Okay. Did you find a casing ever?
I did not.
Do you know if anyone found a casing for this firearm?
To my knowledge, nobody did.
Now, while on scene, and I would move to, this is a demonstrative,
So we want to do that.
just preserve it for closing. Now, while all this is happening, you're interviewing Ms. Link. Are officers still on scene at that 1237 address?
Yes,
Why?
they are still conducting their part of the investigation, which is the scene, the body, whatever portion everybody was assigned. Sorry. They were documenting they were documenting the scene, the body. They were still conducting their investigation on scene.
Are you aware if canine officers responded to the scene?
Yes, they did.
Are any other detectives on scene as well?
Yes, our homicide detectives are on scene.
And that would have been Danny Morales, Yapa Hubbard, whatever other officers were on scene?
Yes,
And are you guys speaking while you're interviewing the defendant?
yes.
Why are you doing that?
They're relaying information that they're finding on scene that's relevant for us in case they have any questions that they need us to ask Ms. Link.
What, if anything, did they tell you was going on scene?
They found a,
It goes to state of mind, effect on listener as well.
they advised me that they discovered a ring video camera footage where Ms. Link made a statement on it.
That's all.
Yeah.
Permission to publish evidence previously submitted, Your Honor? Now, that video that we just watched as a portion of State's Exhibit 16, is that the video that was relayed to you?
Yes,
And did you relay that video to Ms. Link?
yes.
What was her reaction to that?
She said that she did not say that.
Now, do you know when exactly, or a rough estimate of when that incident occurred?
That was approximately 10 minutes prior to the 911 call.
Okay, so there was a 911 call in this case as well.
Yes,
Did officers learn who made that 911 call?
yes,
Who made that 911 call?
Ms. Link.
And permission to publish, what's the name?
We can decide real quick.
What's the 911 call exhibit number? I don't know. Can you tell me the exhibit number for 911? One. Playing now states exhibit.
Saturday, June 25, 2022, 03:21 and 57 seconds.
Are you ready for anything to fire? What is the emergency?
I don't know why I just hear a guy screaming, and then the house and just go everywhere.
Okay, so now I'm gonna check your phone to see where you are.
Okay.
Do you know what happened to him? Yeah, I'm not looking. Is he awake and breathing? And looks like you're at 1300. 18587.
Where?
Are you in Homestead now?
Yes, I'm on the.
So now I'm looking. What is the phone number you're calling from?
36, 32, 9539.
7656295939. Correct.
Before we move on with the rest of the call, that phone number, whose phone number was that?
That I don't know.
Did Daisy Link give you her cell phone number?
She did during the interview, she did.
When you get home, then he's gonna line as well. Violence is already confirmed. Do you know what part of his body he's injured or?
I think it's right there.
Does he have a clean dress off or towel or blood pressure? So where he's bleeding from? I know that is a funny day for me. Do you have Mrs. Villa laughing? She's a. The address is 1300, not 1153. She's alleged that she found a male down on the floor, bleeding all over. And I'm curious to see if she can look and see where his blood, the blood is coming from. She said that they know what happened. I have her on the line.
And you have the contact certificate?
She's calling from 786-562-9539.
And where are you sitting today?
My position 1502.
I'm not about to, I'm not taking it, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you, County.
Yeah.
Ma'am? Hello? Okay, you said it looks like you saw the alleyway? He did, he's in the alleyway. Is he still breathing? He's breathing, he's saying that he can't breathe. Okay, about how old do you think he is? I don't know, maybe 30, 25, I don't know. So between like mid-20s to maybe 30? Yes. Is he able to tell you anything, like when it happened or anything like that? Hello? Yes, can you tell you? What happened? No. You said he doesn't know. He doesn't know, okay. Please on the way, I'm on the way, just stay on the phone with me, okay? And you said it looks like it's mostly from his license. Hold on, a second, I'm gonna start putting down, I think it is, hold on, let me see. It is, there's hold on. There's, I see an entry, hold on, one, and I see an entry.
Was he shot?
It looks like it is, yes, he's breathing off to his leg. I can't pick you up. So just let him know that help is on the way, but you can't pick him up, okay? Just let him know that help is on the way. I agree.
Ma'am, were you able to get a clean dress off the towel to apply pressure? And then
I took his shirt off and I tied it around his leg.
you tied it around it.
Hey, hello? breathing in. Yeah, hey, you breathing out like this. Or not yet. They're going through now. I see I'm coming through now. Just let me know when they make contact with you, okay? Yeah. Do they see you? Hey, down here, right here, down here. Hey, down here. Hello, down here, hey. That's you. You're the link. Can you see the evidence? I see him here. Stay with me. Can you see those? They're here. Stay with me. Okay. I'll go ahead and finish. Okay, thank you. Saturday, June.
Detective, did investigators find out who made that phone call?
Yes,
Who did?
Ms. Link.
Now, after Daisy Link admits to shooting Pedro Jimenez, what, if anything, did you do with her? Was she under arrest at that point?
Yes,
And I know we talked about this briefly before, but that body warrant, the DNA warrant, that was executed as well?
yes, it was.
Did you author any other warrants at that time?
A ring search warrant
Why?
to obtain video that was captured on the ring camera.
And to be clear, that warrant was through the same process that we talked about beforehand?
Yes,
The video that we saw a few minutes ago, that was part of that warrant?
yes.
There's a few other videos that I want to show you and ask you if those were also part of it. This would be part of State's Exhibit 16. Part of State's Exhibit 6, or excuse me, the ring camera that you executed?
Yes.
this video also a part of the ring camera warrant that you executed?
Yes.
Finally, that video, we see an adult male walking back into that vehicle, go through it a little bit, and then leave. Was that part of the video or the ring camera warrant that you also executed?
Yes.
Now, after you arrest the defendant, is that where the investigation ended?
No.
Why not if you've made an arrest?
In the homicide investigation, there's a lot of moving parts, and we conducted a very thorough investigation. So now it's going through the defendant's statement and then proving or disproving things that were said in the statement, ensuring that we have all the physical evidence and the facts correct to back up everything that occurred.
Did you yourself speak to additional witnesses?
Yes, I did.
And that was after the fact?
Yes.
Did you respond to 1300 Northwest 15th Street?
Yes.
Did you meet with the homeowner?
Yes.
Was that Robert Cisneros?
Yes.
Were you with anybody when you responded to that scene?
Yes. Detective Danny Morales and Detective Chiappa Hubbard.
Why did you respond to that scene?
To gather video surveillance footage.
Okay, and did you watch that video surveillance?
I did not.
I don't want to talk about any of that specific surveillance, but what I do want to ask you is, did you see anybody cut any wires, delete anything?
No.
Going back very briefly, Detective, this is a silly question. Do you have a personal cell phone?
Yes.
Does that have recording capabilities?
Yes.
When you are investigating a crime, do you take out your phone and record things on your phone?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because my personal phone is my personal phone. It is not subject to anything that I do that is work related.
Do you have standard operating procedures that allow you to use your cell phone?
For my personal cell phone, no.
So it'd be fair to say you are not allowed to do that.
Correct.
Is there anybody that you reach out to in order to gather any kind of video surveillance evidence as well?
Yes, we have a video forensics unit that is certified and takes specific trainings in retrieving video surveillance footage.
If you have the capability to record something on your phone, why are you reaching out to them to collect evidence?
That would be the proper way to do it. These individuals are trained. They take trainings how to properly extract video and maintain its integrity.
Now, Detective, I know you weren't here, but Danny Morales and Chiappa Hubbard and yourself all wore suits while you testified. Why are you not in the uniform?
This is my daily attire for work.
So as a detective, a homicide detective, you are wearing a suit as your uniform?
Yes.
Do you get body worn camera?
No, we do not.
Why not?
That is simply only assigned to road officers.
Showing defense counsel has been pre-marked for identification purposes as states to ease. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna take about a 10-minute coffee break. It'll be a comfort break. The video that will be played is about an hour and a half long, so just be prepared. If you need to take a coffee break in the middle of that hour and a half, you can do so. You all will just raise your hand. Just so you know what's coming after this is now. Okay, it's the video that will be played.
So can we just move into evidence?
All rise for the jurors.
I'm sorry, real quick, we move into evidence, let's just have Ray mark it.
State moves into evidence with some pre-mark for identification purposes is 2E.
State exhibit 2E, marked for identification, now becomes state exhibit 28, Judge.
Thank you, that has to be said on the record, or you all. All right, we can go back to the side of the.
So I think they're going on like a break here. Here. Going on break. We do got TV time. Before we go into that TV time. Oh, I just got some juice from the therapist that and she got it through her connections with Curvell. And oh, we got some photos. And yeah, y'all, after seeing these photos, I'm gonna show them to y'all. Viewer discretion advised, right? No harm, no foul. Let me see. What is the best way for me to show these to y'all? Oh goodness, yeah. Okay, so when I show y'all these photos, like, look, if you're not able to deal with it, please just leave at this point in time, because I'm letting you know that they are not pretty photos, and I hold no responsibility for what you could take. I'm just saying. I'm just being honest. Like, if you can't deal with it, get out the kitchen. So, did everybody get my disclaimer before I show these photos? I just want to make sure everybody got it. Yeah, trigger warning, warn trigger, whatever you need. If you don't want to see it, don't watch it. But I'm gonna show it to everybody so we can kind of have a better understanding. They better make sure, and this is gonna be my only thing. They better make sure that these photos they come in. Damn it, dang it. Now, yeah, I mean, it makes me feel a different type of way. And also, I don't know what the time frame is, and maybe we can, because I didn't really like dive into them too much, but let me see what is the best way for me to do this. Remove. It's me. Share. Let me see if it's gonna let me share like that. No, it's not gonna let me share like that. Share image. Oh, it'll let me share like this. Okay, cool. So the first photos I'm gonna show y'all right here is gonna be like her. I'm gonna try to see if I can get them bigger. I don't know. So these are text messages with her. Now y'all wait, because y'all know I can't, y'all know I ain't good with technology at all. Let me see. How can I make this bigger? Hold on, y'all. I wish it would have just let me share this screen, man. Okay, so they were sent and received on June 20th, 2022. When did this happen? Y'all have to remind me. Let me see. I wonder, let me see how I can make these bigger for us. Wait a minute. Oh, shoot. Let me see. Yeah, and make this bigger. Yes, Maddie. Sometimes you got to make things bigger. You know, the bigger, the better. Let me see. In some people's eyes, right? Some people, you know, don't need it that big, but you know, some people like it real big. Can y'all make it bigger on y'all side? Larger? Is larger a better? Is larger a better way? I don't know. Should we go with larger or bigger? What about enhance? Just dirty minds. That's all that is, Maddie. A dirty mind. I don't think I can say anything else to make it enlarge. Can you make it in? Can you make it larger on your side? I don't know. Can I make it? I don't know how to make it larger. I don't know how to enhance it. You can see it. Can you see the bruises? So like she got bruises on her neck right here. Wait a minute. Christian telling me. Move it closer to my what? Use the browser. So I gotta use my browser. Okay. What the heck? Use my browser. Let me see. I don't know. Control. Oh boy. You're taking me through. Let me see. Control. I don't think I can. Let me see. Yeah, so those are bruises like here on her neck, kind of her chest area. Yeah, they are bruises, Marilda. Yeah, I was trying to see. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see. Because I'm able to blow them up on my computer. Let me see. Save. Yeah, see, I thought it was gonna let me do it a different way. Yeah, and this way that I was trying to look at that you sent me, Christian, it's probably not gonna. Share. Let me see. I'm working on it. Let me see. So I got them on my computer already. Let me see when I open them up. Okay. And I don't know how to do none of this stuff. I'm up here sweating and stuff, trying to figure this out. I wonder why it won't let me save it to my. Is it on my desktop? No, it's not on my desktop. Okay. It's not on there. Oh, it's stupid. Huh? It's in my purse while I was on. Let me see here. I don't know how to do this. Oh gosh, this is so pointless. Sorry guys. Y'all know, let me remove this. Let me see if I can share it again now that I done blew it up on my screen. Add to stage. This stupid. What is the best way for me to say this? Let me see if I can create a way. Okay, okay. I'm gonna figure out a way to make this bigger. I may have to go to a long way around this, but I'm gonna get this all together, and I'm gonna try to get it bigger so we can go through it and we can see in the text messages that I got. Until that time, I am gonna put us in court. I'm gonna put us back in court, but don't worry. I'm gonna be in the background. I'm gonna figure it out. A good way to get this over here to y'all, so we can look at it together. Because I only seen the one photo. I ain't even get to read the text message or anything. I was so excited about sharing it with y'all, but if I can't share it and y'all can't see it, I don't want to just tell y'all about it. I want y'all to actually see it for yourself. Okay. All right. Let me take us back into court. So that's her interrogation that we looking at. Okay, let me see if this better for y'all. I think I got it. Wait a minute. I think. Oh, no, that ain't it. Wait a minute. That's definitely not it. Wait a minute. I caught myself putting it in here. Wait a minute. Darn, I just had it. Okay. Yeah, I think I do have it. Okay, here we go. Share. I'm gonna share right in my little thing for y'all. Is that bigger for y'all? Or is the same size? I think I can control how big it is though in here. You know, not paying Maddie any attention with this, but wait a minute. Is that better for y'all? Hey, Elizabeth. Oh, look at there. Look who decided to stop by. Hey, the 13th juror. I got your email too. Can y'all see it now? Is that better? Or am I out here wasting my time in these streets? So this is the first picture that I have. That's just like bruises on her chest and her arms. I can see the bruise all here. I guess I'm assuming that's not blood. It's like she sent a couple photos, and we see that the link is wifey. So I'm assuming this is coming from his phone. There is no messages. These are what she sent as text messages. Well, gosh, guys, right here, this is her head. She got this big gash in her head. It's the same size. Drag the green to the right side and do what? Let me see what you're talking about. Yeah, well, you see that. You see that right there? Micrograms, you see that? That's her head. Okay. They say drag. What y'all say? Drag the right side of the green and snip away at taking the trowel. Right now, same size. Okay. Crop. Oh, shoot. Is that better? Did y'all really want to see that like that? Hey, you learn new stuff every day. Every day. Every day you learn something new. You say it's perfect. Okay. Ew. That's enough of that. So this is what's strange. So this is the text message, right? Wait a minute. Let me see. Wait a minute. Okay, so this is from her to him. Wait. I'm assuming that's from her to him. And I'm assuming this is from him to her. Yeah. I'm thinking which one? The blue are from him to her. Yeah. So these is from him to her. Yeah. Self-defense. I got money for a lawyer. Do you? And then from him to her, I will be outside waiting in all caps. Whoa. This is 6/20/2022 at 11:58. So he texted her telling her he gonna be outside waiting. It's gonna be self-defense. I got money for a lawyer. I can't really see no times on hers, y'all. Not really. Unless I'm missing it. But this is the bruises. Wait a minute. I know y'all want me to, y'all. I mean, you can't really see nothing, even if I blow these ones up, because it's not really like, it's not really like, yeah, these ones is not really that. Shoot. Wait a minute. Oh shoot, that ain't helping me. I don't even know what I did. Y'all know I don't be knowing what I be doing. I don't even know what I did the last time. Bye. I got all the dang on green back. Okay. So okay, so there the corners, you know, I'm like, I don't even know what I'm doing. Okay. What okay. Oh, okay, that's what I'm doing wrong. Y'all know y'all better work with me. You can't really still see nothing. See, I can't really tell, is this blood or is this look like this may be blood, y'all. I don't know if this you over here scream. Don't scream at me. Don't scream at me. I can't tell if this is blood or a bruise. This may be blood. Maybe she got bruises on her face because this look like this might be bruises, right? It's blood with bruises. Yeah, well, he definitely. Oh yeah, I see why she shot the gun and she walked away. Because yeah, he would have had it coming, baby. And for him to talk about self-defense, I got money for a lawyer. So I'm assuming that he trying to say that she was whooping on him, so he whooped on her. Yeah, she shot him in the foot. And the bullet traveled. Yeah, the bullet traveled and hit a major artery in his thigh. And then he said, I'll be outside waiting. So you saying he had to be facing away from her, therapist? Is that what you got from what they were trying to say about him running away? Yeah, that's like the worst look. Like, how do you? Yeah, 13th juror. Yeah, they were arguing in the house. They've been together for like 9 years. They had kids in the house, and he came over, I quote unquote, unexpectedly thought that it was a guy over there. She said it was her cousin. He felt some type of way. Allegedly, this is what she's saying. You said, I don't know how else the heel is going to be facing her in any other circumstances but him facing away. Okay. So that's kind of like saying that the threat is no longer there. Yeah, he may. Okay, so maybe he was running. Oh yeah, SD. They can travel once they let out. It ain't no telling where they can go. They can go in your body and be They can go in your body and be doing like this. The bullets once they get in you, or any place, like going through the walls, like you. That's why they use them trajectory rods and stuff to kind of see the angles and stuff. But once it, yeah, they can definitely travel. They just don't stop. So you definitely got that right. Yeah. Yeah, but I guess that's the thing, that if he's trying to turn around, and I don't know, but by that time she probably was so hot, and I ain't mad. I don't know, with that gash in your head, depending on that gas, like that gash look bad. Like y'all seen it for yourselves. Like it's probably nothing that he could have said to me. I mean, personally, I'm not saying, like yeah, like, it would be nothing that he could have said to me. Yeah, it's nothing that he could have said to me. Like I would have been like, no, 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 no. Like, no, 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 no. We not about to do this tango again. Well, from my understanding, Merelda, they state allegedly, from when we listened to opening statements, that he came over unannounced, uninvited. And remember, this is the same person that bopped her a couple days before, came in upset because it was a guy there that he said, who this, who that. And she was like, my cousin. And he was like, no, 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 no. And got to arguing with her, and they got kids in the other room. And she was like, well, no, 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 let's go outside. But all this stuff about he waiting and all this stuff, therapist, what day was this waiting stuff on? Was this the day of the incident, this June 20th, 2022? I have to find out. But they're not gonna show us this, because I mean, maybe the defense is, they ain't gonna show us no photos, because they not showing us nothing anyways. But what I will say, in regards to this is that, I guess the defense will have to show this part, and she's gonna have to get up there, and she's probably gonna say what she was feeling, why she was feeling that way, and testify to that, because I just don't see self-defense going down and you don't testify to it. Okay, so the day of his was 6/25. So this is 5 days later. And we don't know what day her texts were sent. Now, these text messages are on June 20th, 2022, Barbara. I don't know the 13th juror because he was out there and he said what the attorney say? What the attorney say that he said? Because that's why the attorney did that old weird stuff at the end of the ME's thing. I can't remember what he said. Oh gosh, I'm missing it. The attorney was like, he said something. I wanna die something, or I'm ready to die something. He said something. Well, let's go back to our interrogation. And let's see what we got here. Catch up court, those are Daisy's messages and Pedro's messages. Okay, let me take us back into court and
if there's no blood on the shorts, then I gotta see, I don't need to know. Can we send the rest of the pictures? Listen to my instructions. Just use that, take a photo. Okay, very simple. You're not gonna address the threat. Why are you guys shooting at the time of this? I'm not, you have blood on me. Why are you having these pictures of me like I did one? Easy. I'm taking pictures of you because you have blood over me and you're injured. You're losing it. That is in the car accident. So that's fine. Let's take pictures. We're gonna take pictures. You're gonna do something to your hands. Okay. And then you're gonna change your clothes so you can have not bloody clothes on. I don't want you to sit here and clothes this look like. Right? There's no sense in you sitting here. With those. Or the mom.
in favor, look towards this way, so we can decide what we'll do. And then just look the opposite way. Look straight ahead. And you can face the wall. Okay, you can face me. Aside from that, but I see right here, you have some kind of mark here. Do you have any other mark anywhere? Do you know? Okay, I see. No, just lower. Yeah. Now, don't forget, just let me see that form. There's one right there. That bruise that you have there, you can just lift it. That's fine.
Because you have been on our care, correct? You have been in our care, right? So there's no confusion later on down the line, or take pictures of the injuries you already have. So later on, someone doesn't say they were caused while they were in our care. That's the only reason, no one's implying anything at all. Okay? No one has denied anything, that is the reason why we're doing this, okay?
So aside from that, is there any other, do you have any other injuries that you know? No worries, no worries. Do me a favor, just put your hands together like this. And then just take it like this. There we go. Can you take it deeper? 940.
Sorry, I had to use the bathroom and I need coffee. This is my partner, Joe. Do you meet him already?
Now I said, I know that you said in that video, well, let me ask you this, to be clear, that's you.
Yes.
And you said this is my partner, Joe. Is that Joe Cruz that we were talking about earlier?
Yes.
The lead detective in this case?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, you're going through it. I'm sorry. Bear with me, we just gave you all the information and information. Is, take your time, be not rush anything. Okay? I know that it's a lot right now for you.
Like I told you earlier,
Your sister, your sister.
your kids are with your family, and you're gonna take care of the dog.
You guys have 2 kids together, right? It was your first kid's name. Pedro. What's his last name? Junior? Yeah. How old is Pedro? He was 7. What's his date of birth? 87, 14. And you said, you guys, another son? Yeah. Zero. MIA?
Detective, the 911 call that we listened to earlier, which I believe is State Exhibit 1, in that, whoever the person who made that phone call, they said that the victim in the case had an injury, but they weren't sure. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Link just gave an actual date of birth for the victim. Is that correct?
Her son. She gave the date of birth for her
I
son.
apologize.
What's his last name as well? How old is he? She's 6. What's his birthday? 24, 16. Does anyone else live with you guys? Just you guys. So just me and the kids. He's always on the road, he's around. He comes on 4 days, 5 days out of the month. And how long have you guys been living at that address for? 5 years.
So he works on
Okay. When we stay home, maybe you stay home alone. Maybe quit my job and then stay home with the kids. My son is ADHD and with his eyes, so. Where did you work at before you did that? Logistics coordinator. Logistics coordinator? Oh, wow, so you're doing what? All the different companies. For what company? For Silver Base. I just work at a shipper in the United States. Oh, wow. That's in London? Silver Island, State, Cape Island, yeah. And how long have you looked at the shipping market? That's it? Yeah. How long have you worked there for? 3 years, 4 years. What high school did you go to? Okay. Really? What year did you graduate? 17, 16. Oh. Something college. So you left something? Did you go to something too? Lisa, he did. He did. Where did they meet? They came up with 17 with the parent at the When you guys lived, before you guys moved to this house, 5 years ago, where did you live? If you remember the address of the house, question of what? Was it attempted as well, or is it? Okay. And he's always been a trucker. How long has he been a trucker for? About 3 years.
Detective, you just asked the question before you both lived at the address. Who are you referring to?
Miss Link and the victim.
Did Miss Link deny living with the victim?
No,
That the victim lived there?
no.
And what did he do before that?
Blasting, distraction, stuff like that. I don't want to question the guy's license, so he could. I think that's one of his body where it was a little bit.
Yeah, construction site, he's chopping.
I just want to stay there. I was comfortable.
Said bring your tissues, okay? So, this is some stuff that's. Yeah, what?
Before we move on, Detective, you asked a bunch of questions about the defendant's children, where her and the victim lived, a couple other things, how they met, and things like that. Why were you asking these questions?
Those are preliminary questions that we ask.
Is there any specific reason to get some background information or anything like that?
Background information as well to know, at that point, we were aware that the children were in the residence at the time of this incident, and that's something that we need to document.
Thank you.
Let me just skip a little bit ahead.
So. And we're gonna go over your rights again. And because we have to talk to you, we're gonna go over your rights again, and then we're going to okay? So in the same form, I'll read it to you again. And we'll go from there, okay?
Detective, we just heard the defendant whisper to herself, "I killed him, I loved him so much." At that point in time, had the defendant made a confession of killing Pedro Jimenez to you?
No.
To any detectives?
No.
Would it be fair to say that is the first time the defendant ever admitted to killing the victim?
Yes.
Alright. Okay, so a few minutes ago, you knocked on the door and said you wanted to talk. Okay, so. And we're gonna go over your rights again. And of course, we have a copy, we're gonna go over your rights again, and then I'm gonna go over your rights again, okay? It's gonna be the same form, I'll read it to you again. And we'll go from there, okay? Okay, so. If you're going to ask any questions, you must understand the following rights. You have the right to remain silent, and you do not have to talk to me if you do not wish to do so. You do not have to answer any of my questions, and you understand this right. saying at this time or any time hereafter, you are entitled to have a lawyer present. Do you understand that right? If you cannot afford the order, one will be provided for you at no cost if you want one. Do you understand that right? Knowing these rights, are you willing to answer my questions without having a lawyer present? This statement is signed of my own free will, without any threats or promises having been made to me. Do you understand what that means? So you're gonna sign right here. And the date is 6/25, 22, and it is 4/22 p.m. I want to verify your phone number. What is your cell number? And you have that with what carrier? And what kind of phone do you have? An Android iPhone. And it's your phone? No one else uses it besides you? When, just to clarify something, because when we went downstairs to the fingerprinting, you told me that you didn't mean to do it, that you were just trying to scare him. What did you mean by that? Who were you speaking about? Okay, Pedro. And what did you mean by you didn't mean to do it? Just wanted him to stop hitting me. So I grabbed his gun. And I shot it, but I didn't mean like nothing. I didn't mean to hit him. I just wanted to scare him. I didn't want to scare him away. So let's rewind a little bit. Okay. How long have you been engaged for? Last month made 9 years. Last month made 9 years? Okay. And both of your kids are his? Yeah. What was your relationship like? I loved him so much. I don't know why I was just never enough for him. I could never leave him. I couldn't have friends. I couldn't have any social media. I couldn't have anything. I was isolated for a very long time. Why were you isolated for a long time? I was married. I was married. I didn't have friends. I had to stay in the house all the time. Couldn't talk to anybody except for my mom, maybe. I tried to leave before, but all I did was wreak havoc on everything. And what's your relationship with him always like that? No, not at first. He's a different person. He's on drugs. Every time he would come home before, it was always dead because he was with him every day, when you work there.
fourth hearing. But when you come back after 3 weeks or a month, you'll be anywhere from 4 to 7 days. And you just get strung out the whole 7 days. I'll go again.
What do you use anything else?
Cocaine, marijuana, cider. That I don't know what it is. And he just didn't he was a big drinker. I guess the more money we really have there, the more drugs he started doing every time he was home. He couldn't find an ounce of cocaine, he said he hid in the house. I don't, I've never seen it.
When did you say that?
This was the day that he hit me in my head like 5 or 6 times with a gun. Like 4 or 5 days ago.
Did you report that? You were in the hospital.
I was in the hospital, but they started asking me a lot of questions, so I got scared and I left. I went to the hospital, but before I got a chance.
Detective, briefly, I just want to back up from the statement. We heard Ms. Link say that Pedro did not let her have social media. Is Facebook social media?
Yes,
TikTok?
yes,
Instagram?
yes.
Thank you.
I was actually going to see a doctor and they said I need to have a MRI or something. Scan my brain.
Did they register you? Did they get your information and stuff? What hospital is it?
Hospital.
You said a couple days ago, you remember what day?
My mom flew down the very next day. So I'm gonna say 3 days ago. She flew down to try to arrest me because I wouldn't do it. She even said, "Take the paper that she needs to communicate the only time I see you."
And where were you when he hit you in the head?
I was outside with my cousin David. I hate David too.
At the house, at your house? What's David's last name?
Perez.
Do you know his, date of birth?
No.
Okay, he's a white man?
He's dark. He's darker than me. He's Puerto Rican.
Do you know where he lives?
Not exactly. He usually comes down. That was the first time he's ever been in my house. So he's seen me since we were kids.
And he's your cousin?
No idea. My mom's brother.
And where did Pedro hit him with the gun?
His face, he was trying to push him off me, and Pedro turned back and he hit him with the gun.
And David didn't report it either? How old is David?
David's probably about, let's see, maybe 29, maybe 30.
This house that you live in now, where we're at, how long have you lived there for?
5 years.
5 years?
with you guys yesterday? Let's start from the morning. Has he been, well, because I know you told me that he travels a lot with his job. Yeah. Okay, how long has he been home? He was supposed to leave tomorrow. He was here for 7 days. Because he did the one. He was supposed to leave tomorrow on Sunday. So when did he get back from his last work? Shortly after, when did he get back? Last Tuesday? Okay, so today is the. Yes, I thought that I was, you thought I was taking on last. Okay, so he got back last Tuesday, so he's been here about a week already. What's he? When he comes back now, he'll write for you. Whatever fucking reason. Anything, literally, aggravation in his head, and I should believe it. He would believe he had a severe mental disorder. I know he did. I know he did. Nobody normal would do shit like that. Nobody normal would make stuff up in their head and actually believe it. What do you make up? What do you mean by that? Like, he would tell me how all of the fucking sweat and cheating on him. Or on a fucking warrior, I know. Cheating on him. Oh yeah, I know that you've been taking naked pictures of yourself. Bullshit stuff. And he would just continuously say it over and over again. He'll get back and be like, yeah, saying he's sending these fucking niggas pictures and shit. Hey, I'm stupid bitch, yeah, I know what you're doing. I know, like, you could genuinely tell he did believe the shit he was saying. You could tell he did. So he would just leave sometimes, take the truck to his dad's house. And then he would have maybe his friends pick him up from there. And then if I was the bars, do whatever he was doing. One of the nights he told Dad to come home. 1 in the morning, and then whenever he would get home. Northwest, Fortress. Thursday, Tuesday, October. So that's what he would say if he was staying with you? That's where he would go to, yeah. That's where I used to go to all the time. Okay, so Friday yesterday was the other day. He was with his friend. He was with his friend's house. Okay, and then I remember I drove by with them to my sister's house and my mom. Do you remember what time that was? I don't know, 5. In the afternoon. Afternoon. My mom flew down, so she went to go see my sisters and mom takes care of my sister's kids. Like, she's very, she's good, so she said to go see it. And I went over there, and just talking, shit like that. We were supposed to do a barbecue in the house there with all my sisters and stuff. Then after that, I went home, I had to go home. I went home, and then it was about maybe 10 or 11 o'clock. And then he started having this point, you were home alone with the kids? Who's home with you? Okay, and what were the kids? The kids were, they were young. So you, your mom, and the 2 kids home? Okay. After that, I went and I picked them up. Well, where did you pick them up from? Friend's house. Do you know the address? No. I just know it's, well, I'm the street behind Homestead now. So I don't know the precise address. And what's his friend's name then? Manriquez. Manriquez? Manriquez. Do you know his brother? I can locate him. RIQ. UEZ, I believe. Is he white or black? He is white, he is fine. Okay, and how did you know to pick him up from there? Because I knew that he was over there. Before he left, he was with, it was him, I mean, the brother, and a couple of other, when I see that group of people, the group of boys there, I know he's gonna be there. But where did you see him with these people? At their house? Well, first they came to my house. Okay. And then they went to their house. Why did they come to your house? I guess maybe it was, his mom. So he was home. I was at your house then. Because remember you were home with the kids and your mom? Yeah. That was when I got back. Okay, back. Okay. And then after that, we're back, we're gonna go a little bit to because I know he's kind of drunk on the back and it was just on the phone. Did he ask you to pick him up or you decided to go pick him up? I decided to pick him up. Okay, wasn't an issue. I picked him up, he was going like, okay, but I'm not in there. He was one. He took me on the outside, so I went inside. And he said, oh, I'm coming. He drunk up his ass. And then you can see he had like coke bags on and stuff. When you got there, how did you tell him to come outside? His friend, he normally leaves it outside. So I went and I was like, well, where's Pedro at? Oh, he's inside the house. Okay. He was out there. I don't know, Manriquez is really the only one I know his name. There's about 5 or 6 of them. I was there. The boy went inside. I waited like maybe 4 or 5 minutes. It's small. It was like mine. A lot of traffic goes through there, a lot of people in and out, worse. So I went and opened the door of the house. And then finally I could see him coming out of the hallway, with the coat bag. What? I'm coming. Jeez. I was getting something from weekend. You can see I had a coat bag. And that's when the fun started. My mom ended up leaving back to my sister's house because she was dating. Okay, so what do you mean by the fun started? So you took him up from the house, what happened after you picked him up? What do you guys do now? Yes, he took him to the store to see where you were. Which store did you go to? Has to be one of the two, there's only 2 stores I ever go to. They're both on, one is Richard and so one side, right behind one side is not available. To the plaza. On 187, what, original 187 or 182? 187 Avenue, the shopping center, by 317th Street. It's past Campbell Drive. Yes. Either there or to turn around, that's a little further down. And when you guys are driving, are you talking about anything? What are you talking about? I did shoot on him. Okay. If you would be 100% certain, friend told him, I stopped talking to the guy and everything I know. Nothing serious like that at all. I just didn't know. And since he came back, same conversation we had over and over again. So I guess I'm just getting back at him for a lot of times, you know, we're fucking water, sweat, and that shit. Takes care of me, does everything for me, from getting the dishes and he is lonely. But he was, I understand, I completely understand.
We're not here to judge on the next one, don't worry, you don't need to explain to us why you changed your decision.
It's something that's human. Okay? It's human and it's okay, it's fine. As women, we get lonely. You're home with your kids all the time, raising two kids by yourself, it's always out on the road. I get it.
On social media, I can't talk to anybody, I can't even talk to my cousins. The only reason why.
Again, Detective, we just heard Ms. Link say she wasn't allowed to have social media. Is that
Yes.
correct? Facebook is social media?
Yes.
TikTok is social media?
Yes.
TikTok is social media?
Yes.
Instagram is social media?
Yes.
Thank you.
Because he's starting to look at that too. I don't think he would have did it. If he didn't see my cousin there. Maybe he doesn't think my cousins are my cousins. I don't know. These are actually my blood cousins.
I think you're talking about, he's saying all this shit to you, he's telling you, about you cheating and all that, that's what he's talking to you about. At this point, how are you feeling? Are you sad, are you angry, like, how are you feeling, what are you feeling when he's telling you those stuff? So you can tell him no, that you didn't cheat, because that's the way that you stuck with. Okay.
I know that's the house. I'm sitting outside. I'm out. It's ugly shit in the world, or it's ugly shit will be turned on. You know? Then you can be running around. You just see. I guess what my mom is not there. Maybe he's only here for a couple days. I feel so bad. Because maybe it would have been a difference. He would have still been on drugs, but maybe it could, I felt like shit, you know?
He could have been at home. He could be in bed, he could lay down. He doesn't get to home that much. And it's so bad. So at this point, you get.
We just heard the defendant say he doesn't get to be home that much. To the best of your knowledge, is she referring to that 1237 address?
Speculation.
Because the whole time, since he got back, that's all it's been. I felt so bad. I felt like shit. Even when he was in jail, the blood and everything, I think it was the first and the second day he came back. He was broke, pretty much. He was going out and shopping drugs, they were wrong. I don't even talk. And I didn't have a back over the city. To roller coaster, to my house, through the, through like 5, 6 blocks down. I'm back to like, whole day, the night pretty much. What was that? This was the night that I called the police for you actually came. And there was a little blood on the driveway. That's the night the entity that was in heaven. He came, you could just hear him banging on the door. He came, he banged on the door. And that's when we were talking about. No, and he came out and were saying, but he's sporadic as fuck. And that's, he tried to attack first David. My first David back, and I got in front of him, and that's when he started hitting me, and punching me. That's where I got bruises on my arms and everything. He started hitting me in the back of my head. And then I just know that he grabbed his gun on top of the china cabinet, and then I ran outside. He grabbed me by my hair and just started hitting me over the door on my head. You know, you know that. And it's so bad. It was nothing but chaos and fucking havoc since he got back. I tried to make excuses for him. I still would. If he was here. I feel bad for him. I feel bad for him. Because he was right. But I didn't shoot him because I wanted to shoot him. I just shot the fucking gun so he could beat him. I didn't think it was him. Let's go back a little bit. You said that you grabbed the gun from on top of the china cabinet. No, a couple days ago. Okay, was that gun always there? He always had it there. Okay. He always had it there, and he would probably take it with him over the road. So when he was out on the road working, where was the gun? The truck. Okay. And then when he was home, the gun would be where? He put it on top of the china cabinet or in my kitchen. The cabinets are way on top. Okay. So Friday, you guys are arguing. Yesterday, you guys are arguing. When you come back, you come back home, you guys are arguing. Around what time is that? You remember? Like 10 11. Okay. And what happens? What continues to happen? How does the night continue to progress? 1 minute it's okay, the next minute going back to it all over again. Like it was, we'd be talking about something, we'd be laughing, we were alone, and then it flips back on again. Flips back on again. And everyone inside taking their box of gold. And he would get so angry with you, he would just walk me. I don't know where you go, I don't know where you go. But gonna look at her. Well, she said, I'm getting tired of shit. So, she left. So what do you mean?
What happened after she left?
You can see he kept coming back over and over again, like, almost like, because you can see on the cameras, I can see only certain glimpses of him coming back, circling now.
You have cameras?
In front,
Okay,
they just catch what happened because it wasn't back.
okay, so nothing that happened would be on camera.
The only thing that probably could see is just little glimpses of him coming through the camera. That's how I figured he was. It would be like 5 minutes, and I'm looking through, and I'm like, where the fuck is he going? Where is he coming from? Why is he passing, but he's not coming by? So, finally, I was sitting outside, and I had a gun.
At what point did you grab a gun?
I got a gun, and I sat outside with it to smoke a cigarette. Because it became, maybe he wouldn't hit me if he thought I had it. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I never fucking grabbed a gun like that ever. Guy gets a circle and seen him circling the house where he was. You have to really be paranoid. You have to be scared. So I was outside, and I just had the gun there next to me.
Where next to you?
Just, I was sitting on the porch, and I just had an ice cream sitting on the stairs. So, just sitting on some stairs. Behind me, I could see the shadow in the back. I could see it in the corner of my eye, where the girl is. And he started talking shit again. Seemed more and more weird. And then finally, I not the gun is still there. I stood up and I was like, I told you, partially, not all of it. You were right about letting matters. But I wasn't doing anything with it. I got scared because, and I stopped talking to what we do because apparently he was fucking around with 4 girls in total. Making us all think that they kind of want to be with us and shit. One of the girls in particular was one of Pedro's friends from a long time ago. I get him. So, fast forward, decided not to shit off with the kid and everything. So then, but it's not like that. It was not like that. He was just using me to piss off Dora. He was an asshole. She called him when she found out when she gave up me. She called him like 5 times on Facebook. He didn't answer it. So then I started talking to her. And then, we hashed it out. I didn't know about you at all. I'm sorry. I begged her to leave him time. Please, she didn't. She didn't tell him. Supposedly, she told me she didn't tell him. But when I said that, he was also, when I told him, it was never nothing like that. He was just using me to piss off Dora. He fucking exploded. I was like, you were fucking Dora's man. You were fucking Dora's man. I said, fuck what you doing? That's why she called me. And he was screaming, ballistic, screaming. And I started getting scared. the way the look in his eyes, you can see, he has a look, something with his eyes, when he gets really fucked up on cocaine. You can see, he's not the same person anymore. What was he wearing when you guys were out there? What clothes did he have? He had, a black, I believe it was a black shirt with a tank top, but I ripped it off him. So I could put trying to get under the leg right now. We'll get to that. I just want to know what he was wearing, what he was wearing. He had a pair of cargo pants on, I can't remember what color they were. I think maybe black cargo. Did he have anything in his hands? Yeah, did he have anything in his hands? No. Okay. And so now you guys continue to argue, well, he's yelling this morning, and I'm tired, I'm just trying to calm him down. But that's when he pushed me back and I fell to the floor. I know that he grabbed me by my hair. I was trying to sit the stairs and he just leaned over and I grabbed the gun. And he let me go because I had the gun in my hand and you could see he turned around. He tried to take off. And he was like, they were gonna lock me in the house. He started running, and I just shot to try to prevent him from going inside the house. Where was he standing when I shot him? Yes. I was with that. I was okay. So, tell me where your house is. So you see on the house on the side of the room. Okay, so I have the porch here, the stairs. So at this point, I'm right here. Okay. This is the end of the house, for the white marble. Okay, so this would be the front of the house. This is the back of the house. And this is the front. This is the front of the house. This is the front. Because the house is not a. Okay, so you're saying, so this is the door to your duplex, and then this is the door to the other duplex. This is, okay.
Well, you put the street, show
Yeah.
the street.
So that's the street. Okay, that makes sense. I see what you're saying now. Okay. So I'm in the front, I'm in the back of the house, because that's usually where I consider the front, that's usually where I'm going now. Okay. So at that time, I remember once he started taking off, he started running this way. And he said that he was going to run the house to lock me out. Because he could sleep outside, bitch. So I ran right here, I was right here, and saw him right here. And I just shot. I didn't even hit. I don't even know how it hit him. I didn't even aim at him like that. I just shot it so he could hear the boom and make me scared to run away. The babies are asleep in the house. I'm tired of being left outside. I'm tired of this shit. So as he's running away from you, that's when you shoot. Because he's running to go to the second one house. Because he's running to go in the house and out the doors. What happens now after you shoot him? What happens? He was still running. He ran. He didn't go in the house. He ran. Running up the house in the front and right here. He was running kind of like on their porch. Okay. And I don't know where he went after that. So I went, I was looking, I walked to the front, I was looking, and I couldn't find him. So then I went back out in the car. While you're walking to the car, are you on the phone with anybody? Are you talking to anybody? No. Okay, so you're not talking to anybody? No. As you're walking? No. Then where's the gun at this point? I threw it. So as you're walking by your house, where did you throw the gun? In the tree right here. slowly go to the tree. And I started remembering, and then, because I could hear him, when I go in, I thought maybe it was mine at first, like, and he was running. I thought maybe he was fucking around, I don't know, but I kind of got scared. So I walked to the front and I couldn't see behind, so I came back and got in the car and drove around all the way to the back alley to look for him. The first time I couldn't find him.
So we just heard Ms. Lang say she threw the gun to the tree. Did she give you any more specifics about the tree?
Yes, it was a tree that was directly by their door to their house.
Did she tell you that, or she tell you the tree?
She said the tree, but when she was pointing at the paper, it was directly in front of one of their doors.
Okay, did you, at this point in time, I can see both yourself and Detective Cruz in here, were you letting canine officers know where to search?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I sat on the porch and I could hear no one. I got back in the car and I drove all the way around again, and that's where I see him laying there. And I went to him, he was full of blood, he was like, call 911 now, baby, call 911. So I went and called, and I'm on the phone, and I just started ripping off his shirt to do a tag on his back. What did you tell the 911 operator? It's one of the found that there was a guy in the alley that he looks like he shot. I tried to make it seem like it was a random person. Why? I got scared, very scared. There was a lot of blood, and he was dazed in and out already. I tried to save him. But he had to look at that before they even happened to him. You were there when it happened, right? I wasn't there when it happened, right? The officer said we feel, but I think I was there, I think it was.
I want to back up just a minute. When you called K-9 to find the gun, do you know if they had already found it?
At the time that we notified, I don't know if they had found it. We
Okay.
just notified everyone on scene where the gun was thrown.
Okay, thank you.
Because it doesn't hurt. But I remember before I walked away, I kept asking the officers if he was breathing, and they said, yeah. And I said, yeah. When I got there, and you could see him pumping his heart. Was he breathing? And I said, no. After he shot him, he walked in front of the house, correct? Yeah. And what say anything? Anything to them? Would you say anything out loud? I said, where are you going? Where are you at? Do you really care? I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. That's what you said? Yeah. And that's when I got out of the car. That's why I got in the car and started looking for him. When you got in the car, was it before or after you threw the gun? When I got into the car, I threw the gun as soon as I walked into the front door of it. Because in case anybody were to come, the police were gonna come because of the van. That's why I threw it. I didn't think I hit him. I didn't know it tonight because he said it after the fact, this was before anything. I threw the gun because I didn't, in case the police came from here, not out of shot. Or the neighbors called because it was right there, and you can hear it right there. With the duplex inside. After that, I threw it and I started to look for him. The first time, he must have still cut it through the yards. I couldn't find him. Once you got to him, when he was on the ground, you found him. Was he on the ground? Was he still running on? He was on the ground already. Okay. I pulled up to him again. Okay. And once he's on the ground, did you take anything from him? I know I tried to initially get the belt off. So I started taking stuff out of his pocket, his phone and stuff out of his pocket, so I could take the belt. I tried to see where exactly it was because he had the phone covering up, I couldn't find where it was at. So I took out his phone. I think he had like some money in his shoe, it was all full of blood, and I put it, I know I threw it in my car after the police came. But that's when I was thinking about to take the belt off. So I went and just heard it show up. So you put stuff in your car? In the rental, yeah, the police came. What else did you put in the car? It was just his phone and it was like maybe like a Bloomington or something like that. I just needed to get his phone out of the way so I could find it. I guess his phone was literally right there where the wound was, so I couldn't get it. His belt was too tight, it was over the phone. So I took the phone out of the pocket trying to get the belt off. And then they had. Are you sure that he had a belt? Yeah, he has a belt, yeah. Because it was holding the phone down. He had a belt. What if I tell you he didn't have a belt? He has to have a belt. Unless he has to. He has to have a belt. Because something was holding the phone, unless the pants were just that tight. He has to have a belt. Because something was holding the phone tight as hell. Do you physically remember seeing it? Now you're saying, no, I know I can't remember. But even earlier today, I gave him the belt and everything, so he has to let it on. If not, so either the legs were tight, I don't know. But so you put his money and his phone, you put it in the car. Yeah, he still has his stuff in his pockets and other pockets and stuff too. At what point did you put all in the car, before or after the cops arrived? They were there already though? The cops were there, and that's when I started screaming because the guy said that he was breathing. So that way my car was on the whole time. The car was on, so that officer came, he tried to tell me to walk out into the house, come, like this to calm down. So I went, I put the stuff in the seat of the car, I turned the car off, and I got the keys and I went with the officer. But he still had other stuff in his pockets too, I don't know what the hell it was. But my only concern was really to move the phone out of the way. Why? To find out to see where I couldn't see a little room anywhere. It had to have been where the phone was. Where was the phone and the phone was like right here, like on his pockets, in the pockets, but it was so tight. It was tight in his pants, like I literally had to dig it out to get it out of the way. And that's when I see that's where I see what the wound was. And maybe I was looking for it to see if he had a belt on. Maybe. But it ended up being a shirt that I thought again. I ripped the shirt off, and then that's when I tied it around his leg trying to stop the bleeding. Get on it. The gun that you shot him with at the house. Are you familiar with guns? No. Okay, you know when you shoot a gun, there's a casing. Okay. That gets ejected from the gun. Did you pick it up? No. Just don't believe I shot it, that's good. Okay, you're saying that you shot him by, where was it, on this side, right on the porch? My back porch is right here. Okay, and this is the front. Yeah, right here, should be where it's at. This is the front, this is the back, this is the neighbor side. So the little white car, it should be like right here. On the edge of the property, on the edge of the house. Everywhere, this is the street. Yeah. So this is the street. When we come in, there's a tree here, right? Is that the tree? Where the gun was thrown? Okay. You shot him on this side of the house then? No. You didn't shoot him on this side of the house? No. Okay. And after you shoot him, what way do you walk? Because he's running around saying he's gonna go to the front door. So you go that way? And then after you go that way, where do you continue to walk? After I'm right here, and I shoot him, he runs this way, so I'm walking this way. So I see that he kind of straightened and ran towards the front part of his porch. And started running through there. Where are your cameras that you have? My cameras are right here, facing the street. Okay. I need to go to the bathroom, and then I'll be right back, okay? Is that okay? Do you want anything you want to know? Okay. Where did this pistol get hurt? Right, okay, so just to clarify this, so this is the street, this is 14th Street, right? This is the neighbor's house, and there's this in between, and this is your house, right? Okay, and you're telling me that the shooting did not occur in between here? Okay, what did I tell you that you're lying right now? You're bullshit. I'm bullshit? I know where I was. Okay, that's nice. What did I tell you that I have somebody that told me shooting happened? No?
Detective, a moment ago, we heard Ms. Lincoln say that she had to remove some items because the defendant's pants were so tight. Permission to publish states 12. I want to show you what is in evidence as states composite 12, which is 7 of 15. You just take a look at the shorts in that photograph. What kind of shorts do those appear to be?
Basketball shorts?
And would you agree with me that basketball shorts are not so tight fitting?
Yes.
What did I tell you that I have you on camera? Okay, and I'm quoting exactly what you're saying on camera. So you know that I'm not bullshitting. That I'm not bullshitting, as you said. Okay, I'm not prepared to argue, you'll be fine. That was 10 minutes prior to you calling the police. And you're walking with a gun in your hand. You walk towards me and say,
I want me to move. No. Because nobody can speak robotics. Let's see.
See that man running from the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be the same man that you saw in the videos that were played? Does that appear to be the same man that was in the videos that you saw earlier?
Yes, sir.
That woman on the right side who just opened that car door, does that appear to be the same woman that you saw in the videos you saw earlier?
Yes, sir.
Before she came on screen, did it seem to you like she was yelling something at the man who just ran across the street?
Yes.
There may be more questions about this detective and her investigation as it relates to evidence she obtained, and it might be questions regarding this video. But conclusions as to what is in the video and what is said in the video is up to the jury. So in other words, opinions of witnesses as they testify about what isn't, what is said, what isn't said in the video, that is going to be related to this witness, to the sufficiency of her investigation. But ultimately, you all will decide your opinions as to what the evidence has shown and what the evidence has not shown. So with that limitation, we're going to continue with this detective's testimony, but please view her testimony from this limitation instruction. If someone doesn't understand it, let me know. Yeah.
So to read a transcript.
There isn't one available. I know it's long. What was your last name again?
It's more about being clear about what was being said so we can be objective.
Understood. So I can tell you that it's in evidence, and I know it's long, but you all can take as long as you want to review it, to amplify it, to put it closer to you, things of that nature. So it is available to you at the time that you do it. Okay? I wish I had a transcript. There isn't anything written. But even at the end of the day, let's say the transcript, you all think there's an error in the transcript, the evidence is what's in the video, not necessarily the transcript. Does that make sense?
Okay, yes, but isn't there like some kind of app that would transcript like, I don't know, chat?
So,
Something.
so right now, there isn't one available, okay? All right, thank you.
Stop it there. So apparently, based on your observation of that, there was some type of interaction, voices were raised, things of that nature, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, would you agree that this video that we just observed had to have happened prior to the video where you hear a shot, correct?
Considering the victim was in it, yes.
And would you agree that the car that's there on the right side of the screen was in a different position at the time that the shooting occurred, correct?
Yes.
It was facing the opposite way, correct? Car?
I don't recall.
This is moments before the gunshot, correct?
Yes.
Now that we're looking at this video, would you agree that the car is facing the opposite direction?
Yes.
Based on the video I showed you before, had you seen that video before during the course of your investigation?
No.
So the video I just showed you where the car is facing the opposite direction, where Mr. Jimenez is running around, you've never seen that video before?
What I can recall, off the top of my head, I remember all the videos. I reviewed multiple videos during the course of the investigation.
Okay, during the course of the investigation, did it ever occur to you, or did you see anything that would corroborate Ms. Link's notion that Pedro Jimenez was running back and forth outside the house and would not leave after being told to leave?
Okay, sorry. So say the question again, one more time. very long.
During the course of your investigation,
Okay.
did you see anything that would corroborate the notion that Pedro Jimenez was running around, loitering, stalking outside the house, refusing to leave, and he did that for, I mean, and he did so for a lengthy period of time before the ultimate confrontation where a shot was fired?
Oh, yes, that particular video, he's running away from the residence.
Okay. So he's running around, obviously at some point he came back.
Yes.
And right before the shooting, you heard him screaming there, right?
Yes.
Now, we know that when rescue arrived, there was a tourniquet on Mr. Jimenez's leg, correct?
Yes.
And Daisy Link put that tourniquet on his leg, correct?
Yes.
She's also the person who called 911, correct?
Yes.
Now, we just heard her say that she didn't know that he had been shot when we were listening to her statement a few moments ago, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So she didn't know that he had been shot at the moment he was shot, and she ultimately discovered him and called 911 roughly, what, 10 minutes later?
Yes.
So if she didn't know that he had been shot, is it consistent with her finding him about 10 minutes later? Is that consistent?
Yes.
So in other words, there's nothing to indicate that she purposely waited 10 minutes. I mean,
We're answering based on your investigation.
there's nothing to indicate that she purposely waited to call 911, correct?
Correct.
As far as we know, she called 911 as soon as she realized what was happening, that he was shot, right?
Yes.
And she took measures to try and help him by putting a tourniquet on his leg, correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified earlier that when she was transported to your headquarters, she was not a suspect, but she was an important witness. Did I get that correct?
Yes.
Who transported her?
A patrol officer.
Did you know which one?
I do not.
When somebody is not a suspect, what is the procedure as far as transporting them to headquarters? Are you supposed to put them in handcuffs? Are you supposed to, what's the procedure?
If they're being transported in a patrol vehicle, it's a marked patrol vehicle, yes. Procedure is they need to be handcuffed.
Why is it? If they're not a suspect, why is that?
Safety reasons for officers. That anyone riding in the rear seat of a police vehicle needs to be handcuffed, whether you're under arrest or not.
So it's a safety measure specifically outlined for transport, is that correct?
Inside a patrol vehicle, yes.
Okay. So what is the actual procedure? Are you supposed to put the handcuffs on right before they get in the car, or how does it work?
Prior to putting them inside the vehicle, yes, you handcuff them and then you place them inside the vehicle.
But there's no procedure that mandates that they need to be handcuffed for any period of time prior to the transport or after the transport, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
So am I correct that it would be proper procedure to only, because she was not a suspect at the time, to only place her in cuffs for the transportation, and that's it? The cuffs can be removed once the transportation has been completed,
Yes.
correct? Okay. So as far as you know, was she not in cuffs prior to the car ride and after the car ride?
By the time I arrived on scene, she was already inside a patrol vehicle. I don't know what happened prior to that.
Okay. If she had been held in handcuffs prior to being in the patrol vehicle for an extended amount of time, would that have been an incorrect procedure? As far as you know?
I don't know what occurred prior to me arriving. When I arrived, she was already inside a patrol vehicle.
I understand that you weren't there, so I'm not
Okay.
asking you to speculate on what happened. What I'm asking you is, given that you're familiar with the procedure, would it have been incorrect procedure to place her in cuffs and hold her for an extended period of time when she wasn't being transported?
Depends on the circumstances.
Okay, so procedurally, what would be a circumstance where you would handcuff somebody who is not a suspect, who's not being transported?
If somebody is combative and is posing some kind of threat to themselves or others, or acting in a threatening manner, then yes, so they will be placed in handcuffs.
As far as you know, did Ms. Link pose any type of threat to any law enforcement officers who were there before she was transported?
When I arrived on scene, she was inside a patrol vehicle.
Okay, so you don't have any information. You're not aware of anything that she did which would have justified her being placed in handcuffs for an extended period of time prior to the transport, correct?
Correct.
Before you conducted the interview, what other members of law enforcement had interaction with Ms. Link, if you can recall?
Aside from myself and Joseph Cruz, I do not know.
Was there ever a domestic violence detective, female detective? The question was there a female domestic violence detective who interacted with Ms. Link while she was fingerprinted and before she gave her statement?
A female domestic violence detective? No.
There wasn't.
No.
Just asking.
A detective?
Yes.
When all this. Interacted with Ms. Link.
You're referring to the female that comes up on the interview. So, there was another female homicide detective that assisted me taking her to the bathroom whenever she needed to go to the bathroom.
Just for the bathroom? What about during fingerprinting?
And she came down with me to fingerprinting as
A
well.
female homicide detective?
Yes.
What is her name?
Detective Angel Wilson.
Angel Wilson? And were you present for all the interactions?
Same objection, Judge.
Were you present for all the interactions that occurred between Detective Wilson and Daisy Link?
Yes.
You were?
Yes.
Now, based on the investigation that you conducted here, isn't it true that when Mr. Jimenez first arrived at Daisy Link's home earlier in the evening before the morning of the shooting, there were other family members of Daisy Link's at the home as well?
Yes.
Her mother was there, right?
Yes.
And were other people there too?
Her children?
And her children? Are you aware of anybody else who was there?
No.
At some point, the mother left.
Yes.
And when the shooting happened, nobody else was there other than the children, correct?
Correct.
And the children were inside the house sleeping
Yes.
when all this was happening.
Yes.
Now, you were asked at some point, and I know this was a while ago, but you were asked at some point about whether or not you're allowed to use your personal cell phone to record something that you deem is of evidentiary value. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And do you remember what your answer was?
Yes, that I am not.
You're not permitted to do that?
Correct.
Do procedures account for a situation when a detective such as yourself deems it necessary or important to record something? I mean, what are you supposed to do when you're in that situation?
Yeah, we are not allowed to use our personal cell phones for that.
Okay, so what are you supposed to do? Are you issued another phone?
Some individuals are.
Who's issued a department phone?
There are certain detectives that are issued. It depends how many phones they have available, if they have even phones available.
Are those smartphones?
Yes,
And typically are those phones used to make recordings? Take
Overruled, this was explored in direct examination.
take pictures for evidentiary purposes, things of that nature?
yes.
So you, for whatever, do you know why it was that you weren't issued one of these phones?
I don't know. Don't have one though.
Okay. How many other detectives were working on this case? I know it was Detective Morales was one, right?
Yes.
Detective, who's the other one?
Detective Siapa Hubbard and Detective Joseph Cruz.
Okay, so 3 other detectives.
Yes,
Were any of them issued phones?
to my knowledge, no.
To your knowledge, no? Okay. Is there a procedure lined out for what you're supposed to do when there's evidence that should be collected, which you could collect with a personal phone, but since you don't have one, what are you supposed to do in that situation?
There's nothing written in stone for that one. There's no procedure.
Well, what would happen if you just took your phone out, collected this important evidence, and then sent it to evidence? What would happen?
Speculation.
Overruled, this was explored in direct examination. You can answer.
What would happen?
If I were to take my personal phone and
And
record
collected
your saying-
evidence, and then you turned it over to evidence.
Depends on the circumstance. Sometimes they want to subpoena our phones, our personal phones. So that's the biggest reason why we don't use our personal phones is so our personal information does not get subpoenaed along with evidence.
Okay.
Kind
So
of
it
your
does
intent.
happen. It has happened.
It has happened to certain individuals, yes.
So is it fair to say that if a need arises, you could use a phone to collect evidence if there's no other way to do it, correct?
Yes.
How long was Daisy Link in that room for, the room that she was giving that interview?
Approximately 11 hours, I believe it was.
11 hours. The shooting happened at 3-something in the morning, right?
Yes.
How long after the shooting was it that she arrived to the room?
Well, I didn't arrive till approximately 4:20-ish. So by the time we got to the office, I would say approximately 7:30 in the morning. So I would have to refer to my report to give you the exact time that she arrived at that office.
So around what time does the 11-hour stretch start?
From the moment we turn on the video room and place her in the room.
So like at 4-something in the morning?
No. At
Around
4
what
in the
time?
morning. She was in the room at 4 in the morning.
Okay, when was she in the room?
It was, like I said, can I refer to my report to give you the
Yeah,
exact
yeah.
time that I put her in there?
Fine with me.
At 9:20 a.m. She was placed in the interview room.
So the 11-hour stretch starts at that point?
Yes.
All right. So the night before this man arrives at 3 o'clock in the morning,
Please sit down.
I
If you want to object, you can stand up, or you have to read the report, so the judge will see it. I will give as much flexibility as you want to be comfortable. Thank you.
so I understand. This man arrives at her home the night before. At 3 o'clock in the morning, this shooting happens.
Objection, counsel testify.
Oh, that is what cross-examination is. Thank you. Please have seats. Please have seats. Thank you.
Shooting happens at 3-something in the morning. She's taken to police headquarters. She's handcuffed. She's placed in the room. And then beginning at what time was it again?
9:20 a.m.
9:20 a.m., some 6-something hours after the shooting.
No question.
Right, because I haven't heard of the end of it.
Because counsel testify.
He's re-asking. I'm sorry, over here, folks. I'm in the middle of court. thank you.
So some 6 hours after the shooting, Ms. Link begins an 11-hour stretch of questioning. Is that correct?
It wasn't 11 hours of questioning. She was in the room for 11 hours.
She was in the room for 11 hours.
Yes.
So what time did she finish? What time is it over?
Can I refer to my report, like, no, when she
Please.
was transported?
Please.
So at approximately 6:20 PM.
So she wasn't done until roughly, well, I'm not going to ask you how long she went without sleeping, but pretty much almost an entire day, this whole thing was going on, correct?
Yes.
Now, the gun that was eventually found, it was found after she told you what she did with it, correct?
Yes.
It hadn't been found prior to her giving you that information, correct?
No.
Just a moment. You were asked about whether a casing was found. You remember that?
Yes.
And it's my understanding you said a casing was not found?
To my knowledge, there was no case found.
Well, the gun hadn't been found, but then she gave you information, and then with that information, you were able to find the gun, correct?
Yes.
You asked her about the casing, she said she didn't know where it was, correct?
Yes.
To your knowledge, police arrived on scene. Ms. Link was rendering aid to Mr. Jimenez, correct?
Yes.
And from that point on, until the point when she was done sitting in that room for 11 hours, later that night, police officers had eyes on her, correct?
Yes.
So are you aware of any other police officer who during all those hours saw her do anything with any shell casing or anything of that nature?
No.
Is there any evidence, any indication, anything that you can point to that would support the notion that she disposed of, hid, or did anything with any shell casing?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Detective, I want to talk about posing threats for a moment. Would throwing a chair at a detective investigating a homicide seem to be a threat to that officer?
Yes.
No, he's gonna ask another question.
Sure.
Also, legal conclusion, ask another question.
Judge, can we go sidebar?
No, you can ask another question. Thank you.
Do you know if the defendant threw a chair at Detective Daniel Morales?
No.
If there is evidence to collect on scene, are there certain officers, for example, CSI officer, if a casing is on scene or firearm is on scene, that is the person who would be responsible for actually collecting evidence?
Yes.
And so if there is evidence on scene, you yourself are not going to collect it, a specific officer will collect it. Is that correct?
Yes.
So for example, if there is specific video that needs to be collected, are you going to call a specific officer?
Yes.
Are you aware during the period of time that the defendant was in custody if she was allowed to sleep?
Yes.
Did she sleep?
Yes.
Again, did you offer her any kind of accommodations?
Yes, food and water.
The defendant told you that she didn't know where the casing was, right?
Yes.
Are you aware if the defendant was being completely honest with officers?
Objection,
Are you aware if the defendant had lied to officers?
Objection, same. Objection.
Did the defendant lie to you?
Objection, same.
It's the same one.
Before personally?
I don't know exactly when they found it.
Are you aware of any evidence of the defendant retrieving a firearm prior to what she told you?
No.
Now playing a portion of state 16. We just played a short portion of this video. This woman, did it appear like she was holding anything?
It looks like there's something in her hand.
Do you? To the best of your knowledge, is that consistent with anything?
Objection calls for speculation.
Any other questions?
Anything further, state? We're done for the day, I know it's been a long day. We're gonna resume again on Monday, Tuesday, we're off on Monday. Tuesday, same time frame, 10:30, 5:30. Commercial will tell you where to meet him, probably the third floor, please don't do any research about space. Talking about space, please don't allow anyone to talk about space. If anyone becomes aware of the violations of these rules, please inform me, I will obey. If you all need to use the restroom, use the room, go for it. Myrtle will wait for you, okay? If you feel more comfortable just leaving with him now and then using the restroom that are on the third floor, he'll wait for you all. It's still light out, so if you need any other help getting to your car, just let me know. Okay, so.
All right, for the jurors.
You'll take possession of your rights.
This is gonna be Thursday or Friday. Next Thursday or Friday.
That
Need to know for
we're
work.
thinking, the plan is, he's planned for the end of the Friday. Okay, if that changes, this isn't, the lawyer's not one. Thank you. She just asked me if she should plan to drop for the day or Friday. Is there anything anyone wants to bring up?
The state did file, I know that the plan was to rest today, obviously we're 5:33, the state did file for reconsideration. The copy of it was furnished to defense counsel as well.
Of what?
The reconsideration of the court's not allowing us to publish a portion of the jail call video.
And what would that go to? Remind me again what that goes to.
It would go directly to the defendant's state of mind, directly to the defendant's intent, as well as element 3, the defendant's depraved mind, and also her consciousness of guilt.
Okay, you filed it?
We did.
Send me a first copy with Mr. Tomas and then.
Mr. Tomas has a copy, but I can also send the copy to the court.
So we'll meet again on Tuesday at 10 a.m. and we can have argument on that. If I deny it, you all will rest, right? All right. And Mr. Tomas, it looks like we need to be ready to go on Tuesday.
Yes, ma'am.
The, let's say I grant their request. It'll be short anyway.
It's maybe 30 seconds.
So And what witness would you bring this to?
Detective Norris.
All right, so just have her on standby for Tuesday. Regardless, if you all want to put on a defense, please plan for that for Tuesday. The jury, regarding the post miranda statement, the jury instruction still allows the jury to make a finding that a statement was knowingly, voluntarily, independently made, something along those lines, right?
If you find that it wasn't voluntary, you should disregard it. That's
Right, but as a professional courtesy, I'm gonna say this in front of the state, let us know if you all are going to contest it, because I allow some leeway because the jury instructions allows them to consider it anyway and look at it. I'm sorry, the jury instructions allows them to look at the post miranda statement through that lens anyway. And even though we know we're not contesting it, they can still consider that for what it's worth. But I was a little taken aback with the challenges. And I allowed it. The state went back in and asked questions pertinent regarding, yes, it was it was an 11-hour stay, but she slept, things of that nature. She was fed, things of that nature. So just if you're going to contest it, please let me know so that we can plan accordingly. Okay, is there anything else that I need to bring up? All right, thank you all. Have a good weekend, long weekend, and we'll see you on Tuesday.
I just pulled this out.
Yeah, just pull it out. If anything,
Yes, thank you. I didn't mean to get upset earlier, but.
The CD that is showing me that.
Especially about jury, you're supposed to be concentrating. Right? Yeah, please do. All right, so
Oh, hey, don't, is the interview summit? Don't, I need, no, I know, I need to send it to them.
Okay. I was like, well, I don't want them to go past 5:30 today. Like, I don't want them to do that. I'm like, it's Friday, right? I got to get ready for our afternoon. No, she's not. I guess my thing is that I know that people, when we talk about, because I see about the Donna stuff, like I guess for me, like I don't like the sentencing is gonna be what? He gonna sentence her to life. Are we waiting for her reaction to get into life, or like I mean, I know that we gonna watch it, right? But I really don't get it. Maybe y'all could tell me. What are y'all thoughts on it? Is it just that everybody want to see her reaction to it? Because besides getting life, what else is she getting? Or we want to kind of hear what the judge say to her? And then not just with Donna, I guess with all sentencing. Besides, like, if there's a choice with the Jose and okay. You want to see her cry? SD? Yeah, I just be wondering, like, when we get to sentencing, because we come back and we watch a lot of people get sentenced, unlike the one that we've seen today with Jose, like, he still had a chance at something different. Oh, okay. So y'all want to see people speak on their behalf. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. I got it. Because I'm like, well, I know she's going to be sentenced to life. I don't care what nobody say. Like, I don't care who speak on her behalf. Like, the judge is not going to give her anything but life. Like, I mean, I don't see her getting nothing else for life, but so I be wondering what everybody want to see. Okay, no worry. We will be in there, of course. Yeah, so I think that our plan is going to be, if I plan on doing after dark, I will put out the notification, but it's probably going to be an after dark, after dark. So this is more probably going to be like maybe 10, 11 Mountain Standard Time. So it may be real after dark for a lot of people in a lot of areas, right? Or maybe early morning, like for OnlyFans or for Marilda. It may be early morning, just depending. My West Coast people, you know, that time of night may be good for you. Yeah, I'm going out and I have to do some I gotta go do some stuff, and I don't think I'll be back until later. Oh no. You say post it for non-members. I keep the floor open for everybody. It's just once the after dark is done, SD, I make it for members only. But the door is open for everybody. I just make it members only after we're done. So that means that only members, after the live stream is done, only members can actually go back and rewatch it. Anybody else's, they can't go rewatch. Yeah, so because I got some stuff to do, and I don't think I'll be back in enough time to do it in the evening time. That's why I was asking Marilda what time it is. Oh, the last video that we did, yeah, you probably couldn't watch because I made that private after we got finished, where nobody could really see it. I had my reasons. Trust me. I forgot to even put it back out there. Yeah, so the one we did last week, you talking about with the Diddy stuff? I made that Diddy one I made private. That was the one where I was drinking. Well, no. I'll undo it. I forgot all about it. I made it private because you know Diddy can be a hot topic for and I had been drinking. Right? You know, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't say nothing on there that I shouldn't have been saying about Diddy. And so I was like, let me make this private. No, I didn't. Thank goodness. Oh, you fell asleep in the bed. Yeah, so I was like, let me make this private for a minute and let me watch it. And then I just forgot to make it unprivate. That's all. At least for members. It'll be for members. I will keep it as members. Well, I'll put it back up there. I'll put it back up there. I'll put it back up there tonight. Yeah. Yeah, I said, oh gosh. I said, let me go see what's going on. You know, when I get into my sober mind, you know, when you're drinking, your lips get real loose. Yeah, I don't think they ever going after Wendy. I think that's it. I think Wendy is the one to get the ride off into the sunset, boo. I think that I've been convinced that she is untouchable. And you would think I would have thought that Jordan would have wanted her better than anybody else. You said you heard that they're not going to indict her. You say you only drink soda and water. Yeah, well, on Friday, when we have our after dark, I do like to have me a little after dark special. Yeah, so if you're able to make it, awesome. If not, like I said, it'll be up there for the members later. It's no big deal. I'll send out the notification. It'll just be after dark, after dark, after dark. early morning for some people. But whatever I decide to do, I don't even know what we're gonna do. I gotta figure out something. That I won't do. That one I won't do. No. You say, yeah, they definitely accepted it. They definitely accepted it. Yeah, they won't get. I won't get. Make the price of pudding go up for that. Like, you got to make it where it's like $25, so some people can't do it. They don't want to do it. Like, she wants $25 a shot. We're not doing that. Hmm. Yeah, so I think that if we do it, like I said, it'll probably be like maybe 10 or 11. If not, worst case scenario, I do have I do got a stream scheduled for tomorrow morning for starting at 5, Marilda. I don't know what time that is in your time zone. I ain't even about to try to figure it out. But yeah, I got that scheduled for us to look at that holding case. That should be pretty good. So maybe we'll just do that in the morning. You say you can't stand the smell of any booze. Yeah, so maybe we'll just do that. I'll just start the stream early in the morning tomorrow. And we won't do our trial after dark. Yeah, because I probably won't be able to do both. How about that? I'll keep my drinking. I won't drink tonight at all. That's what I'll do. No drinking at all tonight. I'll be a good girl. Okay, Elizabeth. Well, you have a good one. Thanks for hanging out with us. Yeah, so I'll be streaming. My plan is to stream Saturday, Sunday, and definitely Monday, of course, right? Saturday and Sunday we'll be doing the Nathan Holden trial for those that we didn't get a chance to do it earlier. And yeah, so we're gonna do tomorrow morning, SD. Yeah, we'll just do in the morning. So we can get, because for some reason, I don't know, I've been itching and burning to rewatch this trial. So shoot. So I'm just gonna watch it. And I think the other day when we had planned on watching it before we knew about this trial right here, Daisy trial, because remember we caught this on a humble. We was getting a lot of people wanted to see that trial, but we ended up finding this Daisy trial. And of course, the first thing we want to do is be in a live courtroom. So we wanted to do the live court feed, but now since we got a 3-day weekend, I said this would be a good one to do. You just check what, the Nathan Holden one? In the morning, you talking about that one, Marilda? Yeah, if you didn't see that trial is, I thought it was a very good trial. I did. I don't know, for some reason I've been wanting to see it. Yeah, we get to hang out all weekend long. That's right. We get to hang in some shape, way, form, and fashion. Yeah, fashion. I think the trial is like 32 hours long from start to finish, and I'm not sure if they have like breaks in between that, but I will yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll get through it. What you say? I get to sleep in. I know that's right, girl. Sleep in. Yeah, no, I'm gonna start us early so that way the people on the East Coast, you know, we can kind of get it in early, and then you know people can kind of move on with their day if they want to move on with their day. I can't sleep in, and I can't sleep in no matter what it is I'm allowed to do. I can't sleep in because if I sleep in, it messes up my day. I don't like sleeping my day away. But when it's time to go to sleep, I'm ready to go to sleep. Yeah, I think it should be real good, Marilda. I like I said, I watched it when it first happened, and I was like, I don't know why I want to watch this trial so bad again. And I want to see it with y'all. I want to see what y'all thoughts are, especially for people that haven't seen it. Should be interesting. Ooh, an art festival. Ooh, nice. 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 All right, guys. Well, I'm not going to hold y'all too much longer. We'll be here in the AM. I'm about to go out here and run some errands. I'm probably going to go to Walmart and go shop for some other people today. I like to shop for other people. That's one of my habits, y'all. That's one of my pet peeves. Is I like to go shopping for everybody else and get paid to shop. Well, let me put that thing. I like to get paid to shop for other people. That way I don't have to spend, I can get my shopping fix off. And that way I can get my shopping fixes off. All right, guys. Okay. Well, you know you were in the right place today where there's no filters, right? No fluff, just facts. So you can be the judge. All right, crew. I will see y'all tomorrow for those that can make it. If not, I will see you Sunday. Let me just see you one of these days. I don't want to have to wait all the way to Monday. But I guess if you make me wait till Monday, then I don't have to wait till Monday. For all the rest of you guys, I will see you over the weekend. Have a great one.